waiting on the colonel to show up, but I just wanted to give some admin notes for you guys. So we are recording live. This is a live stream. So one thing I need you to do is make sure your cell phones are on silent, please. I realize some of you guys are still working, but if we could do that, because this will be broadcast live, which is not terrifying at all. Second, during the sessions, you won't really be able to come in and out, because again, this is a live studio. So once the doors are closed, it's closed. So we ask that you return from breaks on time to get in. If you happen to take a little bit longer and the door is closed when you get back, there's an overflow room upstairs. If I have any smokers in the house? Oh, good. Wow, smoke-free room. But if anybody does need a cigarette, there's smoking out on the back deck here. So if you walk out of this room, go to the left and out the back door. The only problem with that is you can't come back in that door. You have to go back around and come back in. So that's for my smokers. And questions. Feel free to interact with the speakers while they present, by all means. If you have a question, though, there are question mics to my left and to my right. I need you to go up to the mic and actually ask the question, because that's the only way the online audience will hear your question as well, okay? It's not required, for, like if I say, hey, anybody ever use social media, and you want to say yes, you don't have to go to the mic to respond to that. Okay, and I think that is all I have. We got a pretty tight schedule today, guys. I know the sessions say an hour. It's not necessarily required that a session goes an hour, so some of our breaks might be a little bit longer, which is great. It really depends on you guys. The sessions, I mean, great sessions, great lineup. It's meant to be interactive, so please, if you have questions, comments, concerns at any time, feel free to, like I said, either approach a question mic or don't be afraid to interact with the speaker. Cool? I think we are starting a little bit later, because we gotta wait for the commandant to get here to kick this thing off, and I'm sure I got some more people trickling in, so that's all I have for right now. Continue to mingle amongst yourselves while I have this weird mic in my ear. This is so weird. It's like this. Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 DINFOS Social Media Forum. My name is Kwande Hall, and I'd like to just take a time and give Colonel McNaughton time to welcome you guys as well.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the DINFOS Social Media Forum 2022. I'd like to thank Lieutenant Colonel Kip Patterson and Kwande Hall for putting this together, and also the team here at Defense Media Activity for all the work that they've done in providing us this great space to conduct this forum. And this forum is extremely important. With over 2/3 of the population receiving their breaking news on social media, we have to be in that space. We have to be able to look into there, be able to look at the audiences, see what's happening, and effectively engage to get our message out, to get our story out, to get our facts out. We're having a lot of challenges right now with recruiting across all of the services, and that's an indication that there's that civ-mil divide that we've got to close the gap on. And the best way to do that is to tell our stories and to be out there and share and counter some of that mis and disinformation that's out there about the military and service in the military. And talking about the things that we do in order to maintain that trust and confidence with the American people. When we have that trust and confidence, that's how we're going to be able to attract the sons and daughters to come into the service and also get the resources that we need to fight and win the next war. And right now, we just came back, a team here from a NATO conference, and about half the conference, the discussion was on social media and what's happening in social media, the mis and disinformation, what Russia is doing, and then what's out there on the internet or on social media sites. But what is the standard kind of across the globe is DINFOS trained killers. When a public affairs officer is asked a question by the media, they tell the truth. Because there's a lot of stuff out there on social media, but we still have to have that authoritative voice. And that's what we need to be on our platforms, that trusted, that verified voice. And one of the examples that came up was the ghost of Kiev, the pilot that was flying around, and that was played up by different groups. But when a PAO was asked directly from the media, is there a ghost of Kiev? That PAO said no. We're not aware of a ghost of Kiev. So the truth came out from that public affairs, despite social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram highlighting that. And so we've got a lot of great breakout sessions or courses today to talk about some of these things: mis and disinformation, social media strategy planning. We've got a session on podcasting, another way to reach our audience, audience analysis, artificial intelligence. But the bottom line is we have to stay connected to our audience and be that voice of truth, to be that authoritative source. There's a lot of discussion about whether social media is helpful or not. I believe there's a lot of negative things about it, but there's more positive than negative. This is a way for us to quickly get our information out to large audiences and get the facts out quickly. And so when I came into public affairs, the only social media platform that I was aware of was MySpace. And all of a sudden everyone's talking, oh, we got citizen journalists out there, and it's blogs. And then, I thought, okay, blogs, this is something maybe we need to get engaged with. And actually, Mr. Hal Pittman, who was Captain Pittman at the time, we are getting into that space. That's where we need to be, because those are the folks that are carrying the message, sharing news, because at the time, there was the mainstream media, the traditional media, was starting to divide. And so going to the left and to the right. And then we were trying to figure out, how do we get our information out without that editorial slant? And so it was engaging bloggers. Well, that was back in 2004, 2005. Now here we are. It's social media is where we need to be. And so we need to be true professionals in there and not compromise our ethics when we're out there. Still need to get out with the truth, but with the speed of social media, when we post something here, it'll be picked up in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan immediately. And plus, we can see what's happening immediately out there. And we just have to get better at using some of the tools that will be discussed today to assess the information environment, and then make a decision to engage. And there's going to also be a presentation on the new DoD policy that just came out a few weeks ago, which is real important. And they talked about this at the NATO conference, is you need to make a decision on what platforms that you're going to engage on. If you don't have a strategy and a plan, then don't do it. You've got to know who you want to talk to, what effect you want to achieve, what messages you want to deliver, and then come up with that plan. Now, not just be out there just to be out there. And so, again, I want to thank Kwande Hall for arranging this, and turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. All right, guys. Welcome. How we doing? Everybody good? No problems getting on base this morning, I hope? No? Okay. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about social today. I'm going to kick this thing off. Again, I just want to first say thank you guys for showing up, for being here in person. I mean, this thing was supposed to happen a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, we had this thing that happened in the world, and we had to postpone this thing. So it's just great to have you guys in person and actually have an audience to speak to and engage with. But for those of you who don't know, my name again is Kwande Hall. I'm the program manager of Social Media Training Office at the Defense Information School. And we're here to talk about social media. I mean, is it just me, or is like social media become like this buzzword, right? You find it's like this go-to for everything. Oh, what are you going to do? Oh, we'll just use social media, right? I heard that a lot. I mean, my background is basically in public affairs, but I served in the Marine Corps for 14 years. I actually started out as a networker. I did 6 years of networking, did a couple of years on recruiting duty, augmented into public affairs in 2007. 2009, I went to Syracuse, and in 2010, I got a phone call from Ms. Rona Whalen. My gunny is in the audience, my former gunny, I guess I should say. But I never forget that call. She called me up. She said, hey, you're going to be my social media chief, right? It's 2010. And I was terrified. Not necessarily because, you know, social media, but it was this new thing, you know? I had never heard of a social media chief in 2010, okay? I was in school with other E5s, E6s, E7s at the time across all the branches. I go around to my classmates, hey, anybody ever heard of this thing? Social media chief, what is that? Everybody's like, we don't know, you know? Just gonna be playing around on social media, I guess, you know? Like, oh, okay, I know social. I mean, you know, I'd been on Facebook, sure, right? But to have to represent an organization, I was terrified. I'm not gonna lie. And then, so I got there, and we didn't really know what we were doing. My first couple of weeks, I was policing social media. How many of you guys ever tried to do this, right? Don't ever try to do this, right? Because I'm writing down the names of trolls and bots, right? And I'm trying to shut down, at the time, Effin' Boot was this big thing. It was a satire page, right? And they were picking fun of the Marine Corps. And so my job was like to police social media, police the internet. I was trying to shut down people. It was like, oh, Effin' Boot, you know, I'd call Facebook and say, oh, there's this page, Effin' Boot, we gotta shut it down, right? I'd call Facebook, you know, they'd shut it down, and the next day it'd be like, Effin' Boot, the return, right? You know, it's like, oh, I call them again, you know, oh, they're back, we gotta shut them down. It's like, Effin' Boot, the redo, you know? And it's like, wait a minute. And then I had them, they had organized an attack against us, you know? So like people would come to the page and, hey, I want to be a Marine. Oh, you can't hack it, blah, blah, you know, all kind of stuff. And this is what I did for like two weeks. It was just like, man, this is crazy, right? We didn't understand why we're on social. Why are we on social? Why do we want to be on social? Just shout out your answers. Why are we on social? What do you think?
Communicate with whatever your audience is.
Communicate with whoever your audience is, sure. I'll take that. Quicker way to connect.
Own the narrative.
Own the narrative. I would agree with all of those things. But really, it's interesting in the military. For us, at that time, our why was we needed to figure out, again, how to control our narrative and how to spread messaging. We had a sense of urgency. Because for one, sure, we had Marines.mil, which we put a lot of stories on. But we had Marines Magazine, which was this really popular magazine, and it was going away, okay? And so we had this need to get information out to the public. And we were in a bit of disarray because we had multiple platforms, we had multiple YouTube channels, and what we wanted to do was kind of organize all of that. So we were looking for, like, why do we want to use these platforms? Why were we trying to be a part of this thing? And I think owning the narrative was a big part of it. I remember one day I was typing on my computer, and Gunny, you stopped by my desk, right? And so she stops by my desk, and I'm typing. She watches me for a while. She goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm responding to a post on Facebook." And she goes, "Well, you can't do that." So I stop and I go, "Well, why?" And in that moment, I can tell you my why became clearer. Because in that moment, it wasn't about micromanaging me necessarily, but I needed to understand that the reputation of the organization was at stake. And for the military, for DOD, that is our why. That is your true why. It's about reputation management at the end of the day. Because sure, you can try to compare yourself to like a big organization, say somebody, like if you're in marketing or sales, there's a bottom line there, right? If I want to sell more cars or sell more shoes, I can run a Facebook ad, and then as a result of that Facebook ad, my sales increase by 2%, so boom, we need to continue doing this and building this into our, the military doesn't have that. We're not selling anything. And it's not necessarily like a, you know, some people say, oh, we're kind of like a nonprofit, but we're not, because most nonprofits ask for money. So again, hey, I ran an Instagram ad. As a result of this Instagram ad, I had this many click-throughs and I had this much money that came. We're not that, right? What we are trying to manage our reputation. And so that everything that we do, everything that we say, every action that we make has an impact on the organization as a whole. And there's an expectation from our audience that we act, behave, sound, do things in a certain way, right? I mean, think about it. When you hear brands like, you know, Marine Corps or Chevy or FBI, you know, there are things that come to your mind that you expect that organization to do and say and act. And we have a responsibility on social media to live up to that. And so that was her concern. It was, what are you saying that is going to impact the organization? And so we had to start to build a plan. We had to put a plan together. It was, what was our true intent of using social media? Why were we using social? What were we trying to get at? For one, it was to drive more traffic into our website, into Marines.mil. But we also had a lot of content that people were looking for at the time that only we could provide and we could only give. Like we didn't have Instagram in 2010. Shocker, right? Seems like it's been around forever. But, you know, one of our fastest growing platforms back then was Flickr, right? We used Flickr a lot, and Flickr was so big because you had these high quality images, and people, everybody back then, the fate was to have screensavers, right? I wanted a nice backdrop on my computer, my desktop, so people know that, hey, you know what, I support the Marine Corps, I support whatever, right? So we would take these beautiful images, and we would only make them available on Flickr, right? So it drove our traffic into Flickr, because people wanted to see those images, they wanted to download them, they wanted to own them. Another thing we did, we started engaging on social media. Because here's a kicker. Not only are you into reputation management, but social media is about two-way communication. That is the whole purpose. And if you're not willing to get involved with conversations, if we're afraid of the comment section, because a lot of people are afraid of the comment section, you should be concerned, not afraid, but you should be concerned. Well, if you're not in those conversations, then why are you there? Social media is not a push medium. It's not like television, right? Like, boom, here's my show, you take it or leave it, and we can discuss it afterwards, but here it is. Or newspaper, right? Boom, here's my article, it's yours. Now, when you post on social media, they're gonna give you instant feedback. Hey, this is great. Hey, this is terrible. Hey, you're not doing this very well. Hey, you're doing an amazing job. We've gotta pay attention, and then further, we've gotta engage in those conversations. We've gotta take part. That's the whole purpose. And in that, we've got to always consider our reputation. Consider what the top is saying. What is it that you're saying that is responding to or engaging your audience? And is it aligning with the reputation of the organization? The minute you forget that is the minute we get ourselves in trouble, right? And we've seen it in the last year, the last couple of years. The DoD in general, we've had some missteps, right? To put it lightly, right? We've done things that have gotten our organizations in trouble. And I believe a lot of times it's because it's difficult for us to separate our own personal feelings with our organization. We've got to separate those things, right? The organization has a set of goals, rules, responsibilities to the American public. And we've got to align whatever we're posting, whatever we're saying, whatever we're engaging with that overall mission, with that overall commander intent, with that overall organization. It has to align. That's where strategic alignment comes into place. And we find ourselves in trouble with that in the military a lot of times. Mostly because we've got like a headquarters element, right? And then we've got all these smaller little echelons that are also on social media. And if everybody's not aligned, if that messaging isn't the same, again, you're damaging the reputation of the organization. You're damaging the organization's brand. And we can't forget that. You've got to align with that. You've got to stay in the fold with that. Now, I believe there is a way to build a strategy. But what we did in the Marine Corps, that's kind of, it was a slow start. But once we figured out what our why was, once we understood what the people expected from us and started to deliver that to them, we started to grow. Okay? I think I got headquarters Marine Corps in June. July 29th, we had 100,000 fans on Facebook. And we were like, yes, 100,000. Awesome, right? We've made it. We're good, right? But people started paying attention to what we were doing. They started to enjoy the engagement. They started to enjoy the things that we were giving them, because what we were giving them was a part of the Marine Corps that either they experienced themselves while they were in, or that they wanted to experience, or that they were currently experiencing. You know, we found that our audience responded to motivational quotes, or they responded to some type of cadence. You know, they responded to the articles that we were putting out. We found a battle rhythm, and in August we hit 200,000. Late August we hit 300,000, right? September we hit 400,000. Late September, 500,000. October, November, 6, 7, 8. End of the year, December, 900,000. We had 1 million followers in January, right? In 7 months. Figuring out what our why was, figuring out who our audience was and how we wanted to communicate, and owning our narrative, controlling what we were saying, you know, building an audience who engaged with what we were doing and that we could have two-way conversation with. It wasn't easy, but I think it was a different time, you know? If you looked across all our platforms, we were hitting 3 million engagements across all platforms. We were on YouTube. We had 2 YouTube channels. We merged into one. So we had a Marines television, I don't know why we did that in the beginning, but we merged them together. You started to see, hey, there was one location to find these longer form, you know, videos, right? We looked at each platform that we wanted to be on and the why behind why we wanted to be on it. And we never forgot that we were representing the organization. So even if I wanted to motivate people, you know, I found out, you know, little simple things would work. For us, it was cadence. I don't know, something about Marines and cadence just sends them into a tizzy, you know. I mean, back then, we could do wall posts. It's different now. But we post something like, 1, 2, 3, 4, Marine Corps, ... and get millions of responses on there, right? Because Marines would start to engage. They would start to fill in whatever the cadence is, or they'd start telling you stories about, oh, back in 65, it was blah, blah. They start telling stories. And then we would engage with those people. Oh, that's a great story. I'm glad you tuned in. I'm glad this motivated you. I'm glad this gave you a little bit of excitement. But we found our voice, again, behind our reputation. We built our voice and our tone based on the organization and what people had experienced in the Marine Corps, how people thought or felt like Marines would respond or Marines would talk to you. And those were the things, that was the way we found success in social. I believe the same thing applies today. The same thing applies today. You know, when you think of DINFOS, right, that's a brand name. And there are expectations from your audience of what DINFOS should deliver. Or if it's Navy, or if it's Army, or if it's whatever your organization is. What is the connection? What is that brand connection that you feel or you hear when you hear that name? You know, that's where you start to build on how I want to engage, you know, how I want to sound online, what content I want to post online. I think it all starts around there. That should be your why. It's all about reputation management, and we can't be afraid of that engagement. Does that make sense? Now, I do believe, hey, welcome to the new people in the crowd. I do believe there's a wow. See, that's the problem with going live. Forget what you're saying. There's a method. I guess method works. To getting to building a social strategy, and that's what we've started to teach at DINFOS. Okay. I think there's a 4-part consideration to building a social strategy. And I'm sure you're going to hear about this like later on in other sessions. But at DINFOS, how we approach social strategies in 4 blocks. Block number 1 is policy and procedure. I think you should understand what the policy and procedure for your organization is. Is there an overarching policy and procedure? And then what does that policy look like at my level, at my unit level, my base level, whatever, okay? Because my overall policy is just a left or right lateral limit, okay? But it doesn't necessarily define what my voice, my tone is going to be, what my battle rhythm is going to be at my organization. And I think that alignment is important because, again, no matter where you are in that echelon, if you're higher up or you're one of the smaller bases, you still have the reputation of the organization to keep in mind. So that has to align. You know, you think about companies, you know, if you've got, I don't know, Papa John's, right? You know, you would hope that all Papa John's follow along the same voice, tone, structure when it's talking about maintaining the narrative and talking about the reputation of the organization. You've got to align those things. So it's important that if I'm at a smaller unit, that I look at my headquarters or I look at the unit that's above me and say, all right, how are they communicating? What is the policy and procedures that they're following? What is it that they're saying? I think section 2 is functionality of platforms. How do I know what platform I even need to be on? All these platforms look and operate differently. The analytics are different. The algorithms that process these platforms are different. And so if you're at an organization where you're finding yourself creating one piece of content and just kind of splashing it across, you got to be careful of that, okay? You should really be telling stories across platforms. We're going to have a session about that later on, okay? You should be looking at each platform and going, okay, if people are into photography, hey, boom, there's Flickr, there's Instagram, there's Pinterest that I can gear those high quality images towards, you know? If people are into long form video, yes, it's still a thing. People spend hours on YouTube, right? Hours on YouTube. I think my child might still be watching YouTube from like 2 months ago, right? Like it's just, you can't pull them away if the content is engaging enough, okay? So long form video is still a thing, even though there's a lot of short form video formats that are out there, right? Your IG Live, your Facebook Lives, et cetera, okay? But how do I utilize that in an overall strategy? Why am I looking at this platform versus this platform? It's important for me to understand the functionality of that platform and how I can use it to, again, amplify my messaging, amplify my brand, amplify my reputation, okay? I think after that is analytics. You need to be able to track whether or not you're doing something successfully or not, right? So how do I know if what I'm doing is working, okay? It's not just about making a post. It's not just, oh man, you know, we posted to Facebook today, we're good, right? We're golden, you know. Are you getting comments? Are you getting shares? Are you getting reactions? Are those comments positive, right? Is this, again, building on the reputation of my organization? Is it strengthening my organization's reputation? Is it weakening it? Try saying that word, weakening it. Is it damaging my reputation? Is it damaging the narrative that I'm trying to create, right? And if it is, what do I do as a, what's my reaction to that? What do I do after that? What's the next step? What's the step that, boom, I make a post, people start engaging, do I walk away from that engagement or do I pay attention to it? I think it's important to pay attention to it, to sometimes get involved in the conversation. Because if not, you can lose control of your narrative. People will take it over. And they'll take it over in the very wrong ways. So you've got to be pretty active in those chats and those comments, right? And then I think finally, it's then you get into content. What type of content am I creating, right? Is it long form video, short form video? Am I just focused on certain posts? Am I focused on certain types of content, certain types of topics? And again, how does that impact the organization as a whole? How does that impact my brand's reputation, okay? So I think if you build those 4 things, then you can create a social strategy for anybody, for any organization, if you follow along that, I think, in my experience. So we did pretty well at Headquarters Marine Corps. Got a lot of good, I think good from it. I left Headquarters Marine Corps in 2013, I believe. 2015, I got out of the Marine Corps. And in 2018, I ended up here at DMA, or DINFOS. And you walk in the door, it's kind of the same thing, right? I walked in, thought I was going to be teaching photography. I love photography. I love writing. I think that at the end of the day, that's what I do. You walk in and they go, hey, you're going to be the social media lead. It's like, wait, what? Right? And again, I was terrified, right? But here we are. I mean, this is kind of, I don't have all the right answers. I don't. I mean, this one of the reasons why we put on this forum every year is so that we can hear from industry experts. We can hear from educators on how they're delivering social media training. We can hear from people out in the fleet and field that are using social media positively or even negatively. Lessons learned. We got to learn from the mistakes as well. If something goes terribly wrong, what do we do? What do we learn from that? What do we get away from that or take away from that? I think everything that you do on social media is an opportunity to learn more about your organization. And I'm also not a proponent that everybody should be on social. But I think if you follow these rules, it's like, all right, why? Why do I want to be on social media? We've got to get out of the mindset of, oh, well, everybody else is doing it, right? Remember your parents used to say, oh, if everybody jumped off a bridge, would you follow them? Right? We thought it was funny, but guess what? That's what the world has become. It's like, oh my God, everybody's doing this, so I'm going to do it too. Everybody's watching this show, I'm going to do it too. Everybody doesn't like this, I'm not going to like it either, right? We've become this nation of followers. We need to understand, why am I doing this? Why am I on social? Why do I want to be on social? And how can I, again, I think, improve the brand or the organization's reputation based on that? You guys are mighty quiet. It's like, is it that good, or is it like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about? It's no idea. That's okay. I don't have all the right answers. I don't have all the answers. I don't believe there's one single right way to do social media. There's different ways you can decide, hey, if I want to be funny or if I want to be engaging, that's fine. But again, be funny within the constraints of your organization. Be funny within the constraints of who you are as an organization. I think the Marine Corps, when I'm teaching in class, I always use a lot of Marine Corps examples. Not because I'm biased. I mean, I am biased, but they did a really good job at social media. And I think one thing that we forget, I think, is social media is about the long term. It's about the long run, right? It's not just about, hey, I'm at this unit for 2 or 3 years, I'm going to build this social media thing, and when I leave, I'm going to take it with me, right? When you leave, that consistency of the brand should remain the same, right? So even if, hey, I left in 2013, I still had this tendency to always look back and check, all right, what's the Marine Corps doing now? Because social media evolves, and as social media evolves, your strategy has to evolve a little bit as well, right? Like, no longer are there, algorithms change all the time. When we made a post back in 2010, If I made a post online, you know, everybody saw that post. Everybody that was following my page got that post in their feed. You know, it's like, hey, boom, do this. Everybody would do it. Everybody would get it. The algorithms have changed vastly, right? Because it's not about, you know, they keep saying it's not about organizations, it's not about businesses. So they try to filter that stuff out, okay? And so, you know, now if you make a post, if you've got 100 followers, 2 to 5% of that followership will see your post. That's insane, right? If I've got 100 people, 2 to 5 people see that post, that first post. And it's done as a tester. It's done as this kind of feeler, right? It's like, what are people going to do with this? Now that you've made this post, now that you've said this thing, what are people going to do? If they're not engaging, if there's no comments, there's no shares, there's no reaction, then the system will shut you out. The system will say, this post is not relevant, okay? And it will hide it from the rest of your followers and the rest of the people. You need people to engage. You need people to comment. You need people to share. And again, that's the purpose of social. It's about interaction. You want that two-way interaction. You want people to respond. You want people to comment. You want to make engaging content so that people are taking that message and going, man, this is pretty cool. Let me share it with my friends, right? Or oh man, I don't agree with this, and this is why. Okay, have that debate if that's your intent, if that's your goal. If your goal is to generate that type of conversation, then do those types of things. If it's not, then avoid that type of confrontational post. Right? Think about what people expect from your organization. What is the expectation of how the Marine Corps is going to say whatever? What is the expectation of how DINFOS is going to respond? What is the expectation of your organization and how it talks, how it delivers content? And am I meeting that with the content that I'm creating? Or am I just trying to be cool? Am I just trying to be trendy? There's a danger there. It's a very slippery slope. You can find yourself in a lot of trouble really, really fast. Does that make sense? Questions? Comments? Nothing? Come on.
Talk a little bit about.
I'm sorry. I got to get you. Yes, please. Sorry, guys, for the later. If you have questions, comments, just feel free to come up to the mics and ask your question. Sorry about that.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm from Defense Logistics Agency, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what you were just talking about the algorithms and how they shut you down. Sure. I mean, we've been kind of stuck at 118,000 followers for a long time, and I frankly don't get a lot of comments on most of the posts. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I don't know everything about algorithms. Trust me, if I did, I would not be standing on this stage right now. Probably be on a beach in Tahiti somewhere. But algorithms, the way that they're set up now, and you can find this is all public information. You can just do a simple Google search every year. Facebook does like Facebook algorithm, you know. But the way they really push content out now is through comments, shares, and reaction. Engagement is like a really big indicator on how things spread online. So the more people, if somebody sees your content and they comment on it, or they share it, or they engage, you know, they hit the, ooh, this made me funny, you know, laugh, right? And the reason is because it drives some type of action from your audience, okay? And then as people comment, what happens is if I comment, then my friends can see that I commented on a post. And the idea or the concept is that, hey, this person commented, and I see that somebody comment, and I really like this person, so I want to see what they say. So they kind of, you know, ooh, let me go over here and see. And it should drive conversation. At the end of the day, that's what social is about. It's two-way communication, right? If you're just pushing stuff out, a lot of times you won't get that engagement. I think that's where people try to, you know, kind of want to be funny or they want to be confrontational because typically those barroom topics drive conversation. But how is that impacting my reputation, right? How does that align with the organization's reputation, you know? Is it worth me being funny in this one post? You know, how does that, you know, drive everything else, right? But yes, if you have no activity, I mean, you're kind of talking to yourself. And that's really the danger. You find yourself posting and then it's like, nobody's responding or nobody's seeing this. A lot of times your analytics will tell you the true story. You can look at, whenever I do like a social audit, if you will, you sit down and you look at, all right, how often am I posting? You know, what are my most effective posts? What are my least effective posts? What are the things that are in common with those two things? One of the things we did way back in 2010, we created a graph. It was like a chart. And it had like all of our social media platforms. And it was like, all right, here's my Facebook, my Twitter, my Instagram, my YouTube. This is the most commented post, you know, on this platform. And then this is the least commented post. If I track that over like a month's time, then I can kind of start to analyze that data and start to see, all right, you know what, these type of posts drive this type of interaction with my audience. And these posts don't. So let's do less of this and more of this and see what happens. But you've got to do it consistently over time. Same thing with posting. There's a lot of things change, right? If you're posting once a day on Facebook, you're good. I mean, if I'm sitting here telling you that engagement is so important, why would you want to post more than once, right? Why would you want like 2, 3, 4, 5 posts? Because that's 5 posts that now I have to monitor in a day. That's a lot. That's a lot of work on yourself. But the algorithms always also shut you out, right? So it's like, all right, boom, here's your 1 post a day. If you're 1 post a day on Facebook, you're good. Same thing on Instagram. If you're twice, you're pushing it. If you're 3 times, you're probably spamming your audience. Think about your own personal use of social. You ever been scrolling through, suppose I'm on Facebook and I go, hey, there's DINFOS. And I do another scroll, hey, there's DINFOS. And I scroll one more time, hey, there's DINFOS. Guess what's gonna happen to DINFOS? Hide, right? Delete, unfollow. You're invading my space. It's too much information. Allow me the time to see a piece of content and engage on that piece of content. Now, Twitter's a different beast, right? Twitter, the lifespan of a tweet's like 15 minutes. Tweet to your heart's content, right? Tweet, 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 tweet. But typically, Facebook, Instagram, once a day. LinkedIn, if you're on LinkedIn, once a week. YouTube, once a week. Once every other week, right? Give that content time to live and breathe and drive conversation. Participate in the conversations that it's driving that post, right? Hey, this is happening. Let me get down here and share some comments, some laughter, some, you know, and that's how you build your voice and tone. I think that's how you start to bring out the personality of your organization in the comment section. And it's a lot of times it's an opportunity for you. Remember all those command messages we sit around, we write all day, right? It's like, oh, writing all this. Comment section is a prime location for command messaging. Because it's like a prepackaged little response. So you know if I'm thinking about a post, if I'm planning my post out for the month, or for the next 2 weeks, which you should be doing, content planning. I haven't talked about it, but please plan your content out. If I'm doing that, if I'm looking out and I'm going, all right, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, these are my posts. I can think about what are the possible responses to this post. Okay, what are my command messages? What are my follow-ups for this content I'm pushing out? And then when somebody comes in, literally they're teeing up a command message for you, right? You guys don't do this. Oh yeah? According to this policy, boom, right? Pow, pow. You're just throwing stuff back at them, right? And even your conversation in the comment section generates, again, more reach because now the page is active, right? And now that the page is active, then guess what? The algorithms start to show your messages to more and more people. So it's one of those things it takes consistency, it takes time, it takes planning. But that's kind of how and a lot of people use like some of these off-the-shelf kind of social media monitoring platforms. They do the same thing. They kind of follow the comment section, they engage, pre-engage, things like that. Our adversaries figured this out a long time ago, which is how they started using social against us, right? How do you steal an election? Oh, easy. I use bots and I use trolls. And those bots and trolls engage on content, right? They put out fake comments, right? Those fake comments build excitement on this post and it spreads to more and more people. And then it floats to the top. It floats to the top of everything else. If I know that those are the rules of social, it's not Kwande Hall's rules, it's not DMA or DINFOS' rules. It's how social media works, right? If I want my messages to float to the top, I've got to engage. I've got to participate in conversation. I've got to have that two-way interaction, you know? And that's how I kind of move towards that. Does that answer your question? Questions, comments, concerns? Nothing else? Come on now. Yeah, please. Step up to the mic. It's all yours.
So thank you again. I'm Kiera from Air Force Research Lab. Can you talk about content and complex content? So the military is great because you have great photos, but when you're doing basic research or talk about funding opportunities, content can get a little dry. So how do you make it exciting for those people to say, "Ooh, I want to apply for that grant," right? So how do we talk about content in a way that would be creative for our audiences?
How do you make exciting content? That's a good question. I mean, I got on a call with, God, they're probably listening. I hope I'm not talking. It was like a safety, it's like Navy safety, command or something like that. And their whole job is like, hey, is your fire extinguisher up to date, right? It's like, how many people want to really, how do you make that exciting? It's difficult. I don't necessarily have all the answers, but what I would do is try to look at other industries that are doing, are along my same realm. So if there are like grant writing opportunities out there, things like see what they're doing. You gotta try to make it entertaining or make it so that it's informative or engaging. I mean, it doesn't always have to be, it's a difficult thing, but I would sit down and I'd really start to ask first my audience, what are the things that you would like to hear from us? We did that in the Marine Corps in the beginning. It's like, what is it that you want to hear? What is it that interests you? What are the things that drive you? Okay, and then I'd start to try to deliver that in ways that they can digest it. Be that through short video, through photos, through did you knows or things like that. Hey, did you know X, Y, Z? And those are just a few examples. But I mean, it's some things are just challenging, especially in a world where people want instant gratification and instant, humor or instant, I was watching, somebody told me about TSA. TSA's Instagram is really it's funny, right? Because it's just weird things that you would see at the airport. And they kind of highlight it. It's like, hey, you got people sleeping in weird places. Or just weird stuff, right? And again, I think it's just to inform people that, hey, you know what? We see what you see, right? We kind of, we relate to what the things that you relate to, kind of thing. And it may or may not work for you guys, but I think you have to look at, you've got to sit down with your team. Hopefully you have a team and you're not a one-man show. But sit down with your team and you think about, all right, how can we deliver content that, again, is going to help us control the narrative online and support our reputation as a whole, right? And if that's to get more funding or get more grants or things like that, then you've got to find a way to engage people on that level. And social might not be the answer, We forget that, social media is a way to communicate. It's not the only way to communicate. Again, it's this buzzword all of a sudden. Oh, we're going to use social media, right? You still got websites. You still have email lists. You still have newsletters. You still have radio broadcasts, podcasts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think you look at the entire digital landscape and figure out how is it that I'm going to communicate this message? What is the best way to deliver this content, right? And social, maybe a social platform, it might not be the answer, right? Could be, but it might not be. So it's tough, but I think it's a build. If I look at my policy and procedure, look at the resources that I have in my office. Do I have a videographer? Do I have a photographer? Is there a way to make this an engaging photo or an engaging video? Can I do a how-to video for YouTube? Can I, you look at things like that. Look at the things that have been successful across the industry, and then how can I, if possible, can I integrate this into the things that I'm doing on social media? I think that's where you start. No problem. What up? That was weird. I don't know what my time hack is right now. How we looking, guys? Everybody good? Questions, comments, concerns? Oh, okay, cool. What else? What other questions we got? Nothing? I've answered everything. Oh, we're done. Conference is over. We're straight now. We can move on.
Can you talk a little bit about the kind of things that are currently working well for engaging with the with the recruitment age audience, especially with folks that are on TikTok a lot of the time, they're not on our other socials?
You know, I hear that a lot. It's like, oh, we got to get the young people on social media, or there's a lot of young people on social media. You know, is that your true audience? I think if you're in a recruiting command, maybe it is. I don't know if there's a TikTok that exists. I shouldn't talk about TikTok since that's not something the DoD uses. But I don't know if there's a short video out there that just I'd watch it and go, ooh, that's it. I'm going to join the Marine Corps, right? Right? Like that's because of this TikTok. You know, I get the desire to want to be there because the audience is there. But again, it's how am I? Is this amplifying the reputation of the organization? Is this short form video that I see on Instagram or Instagram Live helping or hurting my organization? I saw a team up with what's his name? It had an MMA fighter out in Camp Pendleton at the same school where they teach Marine Corps martial arts, and they used the guy used the platform. He actually came and did a whole video series. It was like Patty to Matty or Matty to Pat. I can't remember his name. But he's a popular MMA fighter. He's got a really big social presence. Okay, and he fought like 10 Marines in MMA. It was pretty cool. Long video, like 10 minutes, right? But it was effective, I think, for not only the guy, but probably for the Marine Corps as well, I would imagine, right? I think finding ways to see, all right, am I trying to get 15, 16, 17-year-olds to pay attention to the Army so that they can join the Army? Or am I using this platform, this little mini video, to again bolster the reputation of the Army so that if people see it, then they might have a second thought about joining, right? So I think you build it the other way. I think you say, hey, as the Marine Corps, as the Army, as the Navy, these are some of the things that we do. Here's some of the jobs that we have. And I create this little clip that I post on maybe an Instagram Live or Snapchat. And go, boom, here's a breaching exercise with these Marines going through this door, or a training evolution where people are learning how to swim in the Army, right? Boom, if I'm doing that and I do it consistently over time, guess what? People will start to come. People will start to, hey, you know what, that's a pretty cool video. And that might booster, I think, recruiting. But it's one of those slippery things. It's like, do I conform then my entire content plan and entire content strategy around the hopes that this 16, 17-year-old will pay attention? Or do I think about the organization and what the organization does? I mean, it's kind of weird because, like, being in the military, we see all this cool stuff, right? And we become numb to it because it's every day to us. Oh, there's another, C-130 taking off. Great, right? It's like, but you got to understand that there are people, younger people in the world, who don't see that stuff every day, right? And so if I have an infantry training battalion, they're out there, they're training, they're getting dirty, and they're in the mud, and all I'm doing is capturing that, and I'm posting it on a site, you'd be amazed. Eventually, maybe it's that thing that you're doing consistently over time, 6 months later, and say, man, you know what? I remember I was following the Army on Instagram, and all the stuff they were doing looked really cool. So maybe I'll join, right? Or maybe I'll consider joining. So I think if you approach it in that manner, again, it might not work. Maybe Mr. Hall has lost his mind. It's possible. I've been dealing with social media for far too long. I read a lot of books about social media. The majority of my time is social. So much so that I'm not really on social anymore. I'm on there. I'm a social stalker. That's what my daughter says. Just stalk me. Yeah. Well, you're 15. So, so you gotta, you think about, at the end of the day, your why for being on social, amplify your brand, amplify my messaging, and if I'm doing that consistently over time, I think you'll eventually hit those smaller targets that you're trying to get at. Does that make sense? Again, might not be the right answer, but I think that's the way that I would approach it. What else we got? We got a few more minutes. We got a break coming up. Got another question from the audience. For my live streamers, I apologize for not, I know you're used to this being a different type format, but it's a little different this year. Yes, Ron.
Hi, Ronna Whalen with Army CID. One of the big things, hopefully, that we'll discuss for us is an issue is social listening. Not necessarily off of content that we've created, but in other avenues. So maybe you got some insight that you can give on the best ways to track your brand and the reputation of your brand.
That's a good point. Social monitoring, social listening is a huge part of social media. I think it's important to know and understand that people are online talking about you every day, all the time. I think social media becomes one of the, we're always talking about these command climate surveys, you're trying to get people to write. If you go on social media and just listen, trust me, if your unit is bad, if your organization is bad, people are talking about you online, right? In the worst possible ways. So I think it's important to do like a kind of social monitoring like on a weekly or monthly basis. Just Google your unit name, your organization's name. Do a Google search, Establish hashtags. That's a great way to look at hashtags and say, hey, if there's a hashtag about U.S. Army, right, or United States Marine Corps, or whatever, just do a Google search for it and see what the conversation is. Because a lot of times, if people are talking about an issue, then it's something that you can kind of get ahead of. Or, hey, is this something that is again, damaging the brand name or the reputation of the organization? If the answer is yes, then, man, maybe we should put something together to say that, hey, we're addressing this or we're aware or something along those lines. But it should become a part of your social strategy. And I'm sure we're going to have some discussions about it later on, about building social listening, social monitoring, social listening into your social strategy. But yes, you should definitely be, if you haven't checked out Reddit or Quora, these blog sites that are out there, trust me, somebody is talking about you. And you would be amazed. Just do a simple Google search, or go on Reddit and type DINFOS and see what pops up, See what people are saying about your organization. See what people are saying about, the things that you're doing. Is it good? Is it positive? Is it bad? Is there something that I need to address? I think you need to be aware of that. Anything else, guys? We got a few more minutes. Audience questions, comments, concerns? No? Awesome. Well, we're right up against break time anyway, so. Thanks, guys. Thanks for listening. I hope you got something out of it. Again, I don't have all the answers, but I'm sure as the day progresses between today and tomorrow, we'll have a lot of good dynamic speakers that can maybe answer some of the questions that you might have. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have an exciting speaker. I'm really excited to hear from our next presenter. I'll introduce her when we get back from break. So. Thanks for tuning in. Hey guys, welcome back to the studio. Hope you enjoyed that first session. I'm really excited to introduce our next guest. She's an author and an instructor at Syracuse University, a professor at Syracuse University. I won't take too much of her thunder. I'll let her introduce herself. But ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Regina Luttrell.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited. You guys get 2 hours of me, so I get to be up on the stage for social media strategies, and then we're going to talk a little bit about mis and disinformation. Sergeant Riddle is going to help with my slides, so thank you very much as we progress through the day. Yes, as Kwande said, I am Dr. Regina Luttrell. We can advance, I think, to the next. Yes, there we go. A little bit about me. Dr. Regina Luttrell, I am the Associate Dean for Research and Creative Activity at Syracuse University within Newhouse. My areas of expertise are public relations, social media, AI, mis and disinformation, and I also research generations. So when someone talked about Gen Z and how do we reach them, that's part of some of my research efforts. I've written a couple of books, probably I think 15 in total, but these most would directly connect back to I think what all of you are doing. So I made this slide deck very interactive, and I'm told that it can be shared with all of you. So throughout the deck, we are going to look at some of the links, but I know from the students that I teach, military students that I teach in the classroom, and anytime I am lecturing to DINFOS or in some other capacity, links are always very helpful when you get back to the field. So if we can advance to the next slide, please. All right, today this is what's on deck. We're going to talk about the conversation prism. We're going to talk about social media strategy, how to get started, how PESO plays a key role into that, contagious campaigns, and that's really the crux of what we're going to talk about today, because that idea of creating something that is contagious, something that is sticky, something that resonates with your audience is going to be central to developing a social media strategy. We'll talk a little bit about best practices and how to engage, and then, of course, my favorite, always, free resources. So, as Kwande said earlier, if you do have a question, please come up to the mic and ask. I really do like my sessions to be interactive, and I can only do that if you are raising your hand and asking me questions. So, next slide, please. So, to me, social media is art. It's art because everything that you do to capture that moment is vital and it's important. From the pictures that you take, from the content that you write, there is an art to it. You have to be able to capture your audience. You have to be able to tell that story in just one picture, in just 280 characters. That's what's compelling about social media. Some of my favorite social media platforms, or not platforms necessarily, but social media accounts, GE. I have never seen a wind turbine look so beautiful because they're able to capture that and they're able to tell that story in just one snap. California Highway Patrol, again, fascinating. If you've never looked at some of these accounts, you should look at them. There was a high-speed chase. I mean, there was a picture that was captured with wind and dust, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely amazing. That's what their target audience is looking for. We have to figure out what your target audience is looking for. And your commandant this morning talked a little bit about that. I think some of you are recruiting, others may be at a base or somewhere that is connecting with military families. I've done a little bit of research. I went on your websites, on your social channels. So yes, so it's definitely art, but it's also science. Because you can't have that beautiful imagery, because at the end of the day, so what, who cares? You can post as much as you want, but if you don't have content that is engaging and that your audience is not responding to, then it really doesn't matter what you are putting out there. It doesn't matter which channels you're on. It doesn't matter at all. You're just putting information out onto the social sphere. What tells you that something is good is the data, though, the measurement piece of it. And you have so much data at your fingertips. Yes, I do think it's really important if you have a social listening tool that you are able to bring into your strategy, because not only can you look at that on a monthly basis, but you can look at it on a daily basis. And so while we're not going to really talk about predictive analytics here today, that's what helps you understand when a crisis is coming your way, or something as simple as a post that really resonates. So the science behind it, the data-driven decisions, everything that you are creating should be powered by data. You shouldn't go into a campaign questioning or wondering, is this going to work? You should already know. Like, okay, I know that our audience checks at 2 in the morning, or our audience is up at 6 a.m. in the morning. I know that when we did this campaign or a similar campaign last year, these were our results, and I can build upon those. So the data is the science piece of it. You cannot have a social strategy without both. Next slide, please. But this is what you are competing with. This is called the conversation prism. I have been following, so Brian Solis, who is one of my favorite, he calls himself an evangelist now. I'd like the title of evangelist someday. This is his, and the Jess 3 is the creative designer here. So this is what the social sphere looks like in terms of the number of platforms. When I first started using this, so 2011 was the first time he ever created the conversation prism. When I first started to use this, I could actually read what was on the outside. I can no longer do that, and I don't know if it's because I'm older, or the social sphere has gotten larger, but I can't anymore, which means this is what you are competing with. When social first started in 2010 and we were monopolized by Facebook, that was it. But now, these are all the channels. Next slide, please. So within this social prism, this is really important. At the center, there's 28 categories here, right? But at the center is you, and it's not you. It's your target audience. It's them. It's the consumer of one. I can guarantee you that my social feed looks vastly different than yours. But if you're vying for my attention, you need to understand how to get in touch with me. So when you are, this is just one, I think, tool that you can use to try to understand who it is. So you need to understand what the experiences are of your target audience. What is flowing through? And yes, we talked a little bit about algorithms and how that can change, of course. And social platforms typically will change their algorithms at any given time. So you could be going along really, really good and something's exciting and it's working, and then all of a sudden it doesn't anymore. And that's because they changed an algorithm. So you need to understand who this is. Who is that target audience? What do they think? How do they act? How do they behave? What media are they consuming? Which platforms are they on? Because that's where you want to be. And so as you look at this and you go from the center and you look out, Halo 2, you have to focus on listening, learning, engaging, and co-creating. So that's, Kwande talked a lot about that this morning. That listening is the very first piece. You need to listen to what your audience is saying through their comments, through their shares, how they're interacting with you, how they're interacting with your channels, how they're interacting across all platforms, which can be hard, which is why social listening platforms are really a good metric, or a really good way to do that and find the metrics. Once you learn their behaviors and you see when they're on, what they're posting, where they're going, then you can start to engage. And that's responding. The final step is that co-creating piece, which is really where you want to be. You want to not only be able to create information, but there's user-generated information, right? So you give the power to your audience to create content for you, with you. That's the epitome of where you want to go. Then you know, I can comment on anything, but that does not mean that I am fully engaged with you. It may mean I'm engaged in that post in that moment, But when you give me the power to co-create along with you, I'm able to make more of an impact, and so are you. And I feel super special because, oh my gosh, I'm on your Facebook page. I'm on your Instagram page. The third part of the social sphere here, the conversation prism, is helping you understand the impact. So this is the measurement piece that we talked about. And we're going to talk a little bit more about measurement, and I'll give you another tool that's that's relatively easy to look at and count those metrics. But it's your reach, it's your relevance, it's your social capital, it's your popularity, it's your influence. Because again, you're vying for attention. And there isn't a lot of attention that you can grab. I mean, think about your own social channels. How much do you really pay attention to? How much do you just scroll past? When do you click through? You click through when it matters to you. When you want to get to the next piece of this, piece of the puzzle, piece of the content. And then Halo 4 is the manifestation, right? So then it's everything coming together. It's when your campaign works really well. Next slide, please. I threw this in here because I wanted you to see some of the overview. So this is social media usage, which I think is really important. The number of social media users, 4.7 billion. Okay, and then you go back to that the conversation prism, and you can see where they are. That's crazy, 4.7 billion. Number of hours people spend on social media per day. And then there's a good breakdown between gender you have going on here. But Hootsuite has some really good, Hootsuite, Sprout Social, those are two of my very favorite platforms to go to look for some data and information to help understand where people are, how long they're spending on a platform, what they're doing, their behaviors, right? Because when you are pulling together your social strategy, you have to understand your audience and their behaviors. And sometimes this is a good place to see where some data that they have pulled. So that's there for you. This will link out to a report when you get the slide deck. All right. This is the roster model, and this is part of a larger strategic planning initiative. We are only going to focus on two areas of the roster model today, which is strategies and tactics. But you cannot jump to just strategies and tactics. You have to start with research, right? So that's understanding. So this model is research, objectives, strategies, tactics, and then a piece of tactics is peso. So having an integrated campaign, you need to have paid, earned, shared, and owned. Implementation, and then reporting and evaluation. This model is a little bit different than some of the other models that you may have seen because there is research throughout the entire process. So most models that you probably have heard of or learned about previously, ROPE, ROSI, RACE, they are very linear. They start with reporting or research and they end with evaluation. Here, this whole idea of research is woven throughout the entire process. So you have developmental research. When you're first kicking off your campaign, when you have like, oh, I have an idea. Or there might be certain times of the year where you're going to develop a campaign. We are long past a communications director starting in January saying, okay, here's the plan for the year. As communications professionals, you're starting plans probably every month, right? They are smaller. Sometimes you have more strategic long-term campaigns, but in general, they're a little bit smaller, especially if you are on social media. So that's your developmental research piece of this. And then as you move through your campaign, because of the data that you are receiving in real time, you can understand behaviors. That's part of your research, and you can change your campaign if it isn't working. Or if it is, maybe you want to boost a little bit more of something that's coming through. And then in the end, you have this evaluative research, right? So you can go back to see what has worked, what didn't work. But for our purposes today, we're going to look at strategies and tactics. Next slide, please. Okay. To create a good social media strategy, this is what you need. So tell me, how many people are on your team? Are you like one-person band? Okay. Most of the audience has a one-person band. 4 people? That's pretty. Comstrat. Okay, so you have quite a few people. All right, good. So 4 people. 3. All right, so relatively pretty decent size, but relatively small, right? So you have to make sure that everybody in this, so whoever your team is, that's really important, that you are all aligned, that you understand the strategy behind what you are doing. What is the purpose? So this is something every time I have military students in my class, I always say to them, like, who's your target audience? Because that helps you define what that, did you just say you didn't know?
So at Marcet, we have our, domestic audience within the continental United States, but also we're trying to influence over in, the Arabian Peninsula, Arabian Gulf. So who essentially is our audience? It depends on the time of day.
Yes.
We actually post our products.
Right. That's important. So when your commandant was standing up here and he was talking about recruiting, I was like, that's the first audience that I always go to, right? Because these are external channels. Social media is an external channel. But when I have students in my classroom, that is often what I hear. Or I'm on a boat and this is who I'm trying to reach. That's really, it's hard. But this is probably the most important step here, is the team itself and understanding what that purpose is. Because if you don't know what your purpose is, then you cannot effectively work across the different channels. You shouldn't be on every channel. You should be on the channels that matter most to your target audience. But then that also, right, there's a rippling effect here, that also matters on who are you trying to reach. So if you have an Instagram strategy for people in the military already, great. But if you're trying to reach another audience and you want to use short form video, then that's a different strategy and that's a different campaign. So sometimes you have to have very targeted, smaller campaigns within your larger structure. Because what you don't want to do is create the same content to be shared across every channel. Because the target audience for each of these platforms is different. And your voice. So what does that voice look like? Is it funny? Is it serious? Is it snarky? Right? Like Wendy's and McDonald's will often snark back and forth at each other on Twitter, which is really funny. You have some social identities that will, interact with their audience and pick on them and tease them. So what does that look like for you? That voice has to be consistent. So if you are a team of 1, that's going to be pretty easy because you're the only person that is controlling that narrative. But if you have a team of 4, then you all have to understand what that looks like. What does that sound like? What are the types of images that we want to use? What are the types of videos that we want to capture? And you have to be aligned in all of that. And that's part of that social strategy that you're pulling together. So this is, when we talk about social strategy, you are always working in paid, earned, shared, and owned. We call this the peso model. But Ginny Dietrich, who developed this in 2013, said that if she had her druthers, she would have named it OSEP, owned, shared, earned, and paid. Because everything starts with your owned channels. You own nothing except your website. And if you host your blog there, you own that. But you don't own Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Pinterest. You don't own any of that. And once you post content there, you don't own it anymore either, because your audience does. And what they say and how they interact is what matters most. They take control of that narrative. You can step in and be part of the conversation. It's like working with the media. Once you send that press release out, you lose control, right? Because it's how they are going to take that information and write up their story. A comprehensive social strategy should have a mixture of each of these areas, but always driving back to owned channels. Gary Vaynerchuk, who's an author, he has this really great book. It's old, but it is still tried and true. It's called Jab, 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 Right Hook. So the metaphor is boxing. So who knows something about boxing in here? Anyone? Kind of? All right, you have your hand the most up. Tell me about boxing. What does that mean? If I say jab, 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 right hook, what does that mean?
It's a form. You're taking one, you're evaluating your...
I think he has a mic for you. I'm sorry, because there's online people. Thank you.
It's a strategy to inform. You're evaluating your opponent and you're using your hits appropriately to hit their weak spots.
And then what happens in the end?
They either hit you back or they go down.
Well, your right hook, right?
Yes.
So your little jabs, and then you have your big right hook. So the idea behind social media and the idea behind this strategy of jab, 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 right hook is that you have lots of little pieces of content, and then in the end you hit them with something really big and impactful. So you were talking about your grants, right? How do I get people to apply for these grants? So this is one way, right? I was sitting in the audience and I almost wanted to raise my hand and jump in. But this is one thing that you can do. So you have whatever your call is, and it's probably, you put it out on your website? Typically, yes. Okay. So you have that information, and I can go there and I can try to find it. And listen, I work with my faculty every day. We are constantly looking for grants to apply for. But what I want more is I want to know what worked before. So tell me that story. Show me images of what's happening from these. I mean, you have people that that have earned the grant awards previously, right? So who are they? What did they do? How was it successful? Tell me, show me. So maybe that's reports that you can link to. Maybe that's images that come from. You're going to see some of our data from a DARPA grant that I'm working on. Show me what that looks like. And have the call to action so that then I can go to your website. So wherever you are. So what channels are you on? Just
So LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
So LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. That's a lot, right? Are you a party of one?
I'm not the party, but it's a party of three.
Okay.
I just help that party.
So three people, and you
sorry.
assist them. So 4 channels. How do you create content that is different for each of these channels? So Twitter, right? Twitter, I'm going to say, here's my call, and I'm going to put a bit.ly. Why am I going to put a bit.ly? Does anybody know? Yeah, tracking. I want to see how many people are clicking on the link, and then once they get to my website, then I can follow that traffic. Those are my metrics. That's the science behind this. So bit.ly, I'm going to have Twitter, I'm going to have a 280-character tweet. I'm going to include my bit.ly, and then I'm going to have an image. And I don't want your logo as my image. That is not engaging to me, right? I want something that's going to pull me in. So figure out what that image is, right? So that it tells the story. LinkedIn, very, very different, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me go back to Twitter real quick here. Also a hashtag. So create your own hashtags, but be consistent and use them across time. Because the idea behind a hashtag is that you can follow the conversation. It collectively brings people together. So a hashtag that we often use at Newhouse is called Newhouse Impact, and it has to do with our research and creative activities. So when our faculty are at conferences and presenting, we will use that hashtag. Anytime we make an announcement, we use that hashtag. So we have an actual hashtag strategy. That's only one of a few that we use. Don't go overboard. Choose the ones that are, choose a hashtag that is most relevant and most important to your overarching strategy, what you are trying to do. So we have like 2 or 3 that we use on a consistent basis. So find what those are for you. And there are tools. There's a tool called hashtagify.me. It's a website, and you can put in a hashtag, and you can see how it might, it's not what's already out there, but if you're developing a hashtag and you have that strategy, you can put in what you want your hashtag to be, and then you can see how it might resonate on the social sphere, okay? So that's a really easy way to gauge possible engagement. And if it looks like it's good, perfect, then start using it. But use it over a long period of time. So there you have Twitter. All right, LinkedIn. LinkedIn, I can give a little bit more information. I now have like a couple of paragraphs. I'm going to use a hashtag strategy there too. I'm going to link back to my owned channels. And I may or may not need a picture there. LinkedIn's very text-based heavy. In some instances, it's sort of turning into a little bit of Facebook. For the most part, though, it's still very business-centric. Instagram, you said, was another? Yes. Okay, so Instagram, I want to see pictures. Show me what's happening in a lab, right? You're funding these individuals. They have to be doing something that's exciting. So 2 of my colleagues are going to present later today or tomorrow on AI. Dr. Chalk has an outstanding AR/VR studio. Her students are doing things that just blow my mind, which you'll all learn about. But they're great pictures. I can go into that lab, I can take pictures, I can tell that story. Now I want to apply for a grant that motivates me to do that same kind of a thing, right? You're granting. As part of your grant, maybe that's a piece of what you do, a piece of your requirements, right, that you share. They're going to share their data, right? But also show us, show me, tell me, engage me, make me excited. Did I hit all your social platforms? What did I miss? Yeah, okay, good deal. Right? Makes sense. So tiny little jabs and then your big right hook. And the idea also, again, is that if you are going back to your owned channels, the ones that you control, and you create content that what we like to call is sort of evergreen, then you can pull from that large body to continue to promote over. So also, that strategy works when you're teasing something out. We're launching a podcast in a couple of weeks. So I already have a social strategy for it. I have social posts that are ready to go on Instagram and on our Twitter. Those are our 2 largest platforms that we use. So again, even though there's all these other platforms, we're very targeted in where we're putting our time and energy. I have social posts that are ready to go, appropriate for each of these channels for the weeks leading up. The week of, I'm going to promo it. The week after, I'm going to remind you. And then as I continue to roll out other podcasts with other researchers, I will link back to those. I will in some way, make sure that, hey, if you didn't hear Nasheen a couple of weeks ago, here's a little bit, here's a teaser from the podcast episode. So give me a little bit of that information. Anytime you have audio or video, that also helps a lot, because then you're able to tease some of the information to your target audience. Questions? Thoughts? Okay. Next slide, please. These are just some examples of paid, earned, shared, and owned, and the types of media. So for paid media, you have online social ads, you have some traditional ads, sponsored content. Earned, we always jump to media relations and also blogger relations, but also earned media is SEO, right? Having an SEO strategy, it's great. There's a lot of things that you can stack on here. Shared media. So we've been talking readily about social media content, or networks rather, but user-generated content is also another area of shared, right? Because somebody else is taking that content and either sharing it themselves or they're creating content about you. But give them permission to do that. You have some people that are going to create content about you whether you want to or not, right? That's not user-generated content. In a way it is, but this is like partnering up. So it's somebody that understands your brand, understands your voice, and can connect. And then owned media. So your websites, your apps, your collateral materials, multimedia content, that's all yours. And again, make sure you're always driving back to owned media. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so we're going to watch a really quick video. If you click on her picture. I will say this. So this is Daniela. She is from TEL Public Relations. And so she summarizes, I'm sorry. So she summarizes, she says that this is a public relations strategy. But really what she's talking about is a social strategy. And so we are going to look at a quick video, and then we'll do some analysis with some examples that I have. Okay, so sorry, there you go.
So you want to build a campaign that is
Wait, can you just stop that real quick? It won't play on the screen? Okay. Yes, it will, she said.
I don't really know how to go about that. I got you. I'm going to walk you through the 5 components of any successful campaign. And while we could do a whole comprehensive...
Sorry about that. Okay. While they work that out, does anybody have questions about things that we've covered? Yes, you do. Okay, I think you need to come to a mic, though, because we keep running around with handhelds, so it's helpful.
Hi, I'm Bethany Crouch. I'm with DISA Digital Communication, and I just wanted you to maybe talk about or share some tips for developing an SEO strategy. And also, you're mentioning paid, but what about if you're with an organization that doesn't have the opportunity to utilize a paid approach to social media?
Yeah, that's really tough. And I would make a really, okay, so can I ask you why, I'm sorry, I should have kept you at the mic. Why can you not, no, she's like, I don't want to be at the mic. There's no budget whatsoever for paid. Oh, federal law, okay, all right, so I understand that. All right, so you are right, you are going to have to use an SEO strategy to be able to get, so we talk about organic content, like what rises to the top at Google? Yeah, well, you know what rises to the top at Google? Paid rises to the top at Google. So it's really hard. This session doesn't focus on SEO, but I will come up to you after and we can have a good conversation. I'll give you some really good tools for it, okay? All right, I think we have our video ready.
So you want to build a campaign that is fire, but you don't really know how to go about that. I got you. I'm going to walk you through the 5 components of any successful campaign. And while we could do a whole comprehensive video on the before, during, and after of launching and growing your campaign, I'm going to focus primarily on 5 elements that you should consider to make the campaign super contagious and to make it very shareable. Let's get into it. The first component of any successful campaign is making something that's highly showable. That means it lends itself to being photographed and to being captured by users. So here's what I mean. You have seen those organizations where they have some kind of campaign and they send people out in the middle of a town square to give hugs to people, and they'll have signs that are like, oh, free hugs. Now essentially it's leading to something where the t-shirt pushes people to the organization's name or something like that, but it lends itself to be shown, captured visually. So even if a person doesn't participate in the campaign, they can't help but to take a picture or to go and tell a friend about it or to capture it on video or to post about it on Instagram because it's highly showable. So if you're creating any kind of campaign that doesn't rely on a visual in order to be shared, you're already setting yourself up at a disadvantage. So recently we had a client who said they wanted to do something where they were giving away free mentorship programs. That's well and good, and trust me, we think it's important to be mission-based whenever you're doing anything in your business, but that could be an entire campaign that doesn't have to be advertised at all. The entire cycle of that campaign could live in the background, and that's not what we want. So let's say that we're going with the idea of like, oh, we want to mentor young people for free. Okay, that's really great, but you could recruit, train, mentor, all of that without anybody knowing. And all of that can happen and not be shown. It's not necessarily something that's exciting to capture if it was shown. So you want to make sure that whatever it is that you're putting together for this campaign is highly showable. It lends itself to being seen. And even if a person didn't want to participate, they can't help but to snap it, to record it, and share it with their friends because it's so enticing or so unique visually. The second component of any successful campaign is its...
All right, so that idea of showability, we talked about that. That's the art behind it. Those are the pictures, those are the images, those are the videos. what she's talking about at the end is that user-generated content. It's that shared media. It's that person taking the ownership or taking the onus or the privilege or the honor of saying, I really love this brand and I want to share with other people. I'm excited about my experience being in the Marines, about my experience as an FBI agent, right? Or being part of that family. So like I said, we're going to look at some military social platforms in just a minute. There was an entire post all of military parents hugging their babies and their kids. And like, I don't know, maybe it was me as a mother, but I was like, oh my gosh, I love that. That's beautiful. And that story resonated with me. There's others that I see that are about combat, not so much resonating with me, but it might with somebody else in your audience. So that piece of that showable content, that is really important. Every one of these platforms has moved away from heavy text. Even Facebook. Facebook started off as just, a post. Kwande talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And that was easy and that was enough. That's not enough anymore. There has to be more to it. There has to be something that makes me get excited because you are trying to break through my social sphere. And my social sphere is very different. And I'm just gonna scroll past you. So you have to have that engagement. You have to have that image that just resonates and tells your story, whatever that story happens to be, wherever you are. Okay, thank you.
It's degree of invitation. So what I mean is if you're promoting anything, you're doing any kind of campaign, and it rests on you shouting at other people and telling them what you're about, and they have to just listen, you're doing it wrong. A truly successful campaign hinges on people talking back to you. It is dependent on people's participation and it invites their voice to the table. So whether it's something where you're calling for submissions or you're asking people to share their story, people tend to participate when they're allowed to talk about themselves, when they can participate, when they can share about their background, when they can showcase their experiences. Because honestly, basic psychology says that people like to talk about themselves. This has been proven time and time again. Research has shown the brain activity that goes off whenever we talk about ourselves. So if that is people's natural tendency, why not design a campaign that caters to that, as opposed to trying to climb an uphill battle of making them do what you want them to do? Do something that lends itself to what they already do, which is talk about themselves. So can your campaign invite them to show off what they've got going on or to submit their story and talk about themselves? So for example, you see some of these brands on TikTok that have partnered with different TikTokers and created challenges, and you have to either dance or show off your shoes. And let's be honest, a lot of the sponsored campaigns on TikTok are corny. I'm just gonna say it, they're cheesy. But the reason they're so contagious is because they let people put their own spin on it. They encourage you to put your own style on the campaign. So let's say, for example, DSW, the shoe company, did a campaign a couple months ago on TikTok. It was cheesy, I'm gonna say it. But the reason it was so successful and had so much participation is because it encouraged people to show off their personal shoe collection. So there was a certain song and a certain dance you had to do, but it allowed you to show your shoe collection. So even if you had no interest in DSW or no interest in buying new shoes, you're gonna participate because you wanna show off your shoe collection too. So that's a perfect example of having a campaign that invites people to show off some aspect of themselves or to tell some part of their story. If you can create some kind of component in your campaign that invites people to do that, you're on your way towards success. The next component of any successful campaign.
So that's the engagement piece again, right? It's how do I become part of that story? How do I step into the role of being a co-content creator? If we go back to the conversation prism, where did it start? What was at the center? Your audience, right? And that's exactly what this is talking about. It's that audience member. Everything drives down to that person, whoever that is, and the interactions that they have. Being part of that bigger conversation, it makes us feel special. I mean, think about if it's not you, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's somebody else. If a brand calls you out, That's kind of exciting, right? It's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think there was a person behind that. Yeah, of course there's a person, there's you. And so think about the people that are responding to your comments, to your stories, and when you write them back. When we talked about the team, understanding that purpose, sometimes part of that team is identifying those within your, I don't know if it's necessarily your office, but your military base, wherever that happens to be. Do you have people that just naturally generate good content on their own personal social channels? And if you do, can you recruit them to be part of your social strategy? Because if they already have a large following, that's half the battle. So the social sphere works in this way, right? Here's you at the middle of it. And say I have 5 friends, right? My 5 friends, each of them have 5 friends. Each of them have 5 friends. You get this networked image here going? That's called an audience of audiences of audiences. So I have 3,000 followers. How many do each of you have? How many do people online have? Because that's who we're reaching right now. I may say something and somebody online might tweet it out that will get to other people, It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So if you already have people either on your team, on your base, somebody, a resource that is resonating with your target audience, find a way to work with them. That's the whole idea behind influencers, right? But you have influencers within your ranks that can be part of that voice. You probably do, right? Figure out who those people are. When blogging first hit, this was always like, well, find somebody who likes to blog. Find somebody who, yeah, of course, you're going to use that person to help create that content. Because social media, I joke about this all the time, but I call it the content monster, right? You have to feed the content monster. And some of these channels are hungry a lot, right? So LinkedIn, it's only hungry once a week. Instagram, 3-4 times a day. Twitter, you can tweet up to 30 times a day. That's a lot of content. What are you going to say? Find other people to help tell that story with you. We can start again.
Is simplicity. Now, I know this doesn't sound very fun or exciting, but here's the key about this particular component. If it's really complicated for someone to explain to somebody else, then they're not going to explain it to somebody else. They're not going to share it at all, either because they're confused or it takes too much effort to repeat to another person. And a lot of popular campaigns, a lot of successful campaigns have hinged on their shareability, but people can't share it with their friends, nor do they want to if it's a complicated idea. Sometimes when I'm watching Shark Tank, which is one of my favorite shows, and you see people getting up there to pitch their idea, you'll see a lot of the sharks shut down immediately when they can't explain it or when they have to ask multiple follow-up questions to make sure they understand the concept. As soon as you have people struggling to understand what it is or struggling to explain it to somebody else, you've lost them, because the most contagious factor of a campaign is that people can rapid fire and excitedly and willingly talk about it to their friends. They want to go and tell their friend about this crazy cool thing they saw, or this really unique and exciting thing that they saw when they were at the mall or when they were browsing online. You can't wait to tell a friend, but you're not going to do that if it was too hard to understand, or if there were too many obstacles or barriers to entry in order to participate. So earlier we talked about the importance of having some kind of component that invites people and allows them to participate. But if you make it too difficult to access, then you just kind of made it really counterproductive. So the key here is to make sure that it's simple, meaning it's easy to share with others and articulate, and it's also easy for people to participate. As soon as you've made it difficult to access or to talk about, you just blew your chance.
Pause, please.
And the final component of any successful...
So this is pretty simple, right? Think about your elevator pitch. If you had to go to your commander, you had to go to somebody to say, okay, this is the campaign we want to do, and you had 5 minutes with that person, that's what you want. Because again, you're capturing the attention of your target audience in a very short period of time. And if it's something they like, then they're going to create that content, they're going to share, and it's going to spread across the social sphere. So somebody had asked about how do I grow my audience. Was that you, ma'am? No, somebody did? Oh, yeah. Yes, okay, right? So you're stuck at a certain level. Well, these are some of the ways in which you can get beyond that level. Because if you can tap into their audience, into who's following them, then you can increase. Your likelihood of increasing your followers will increase too. Because remember, social media, we are following people that are similar to us or that have similar likes. We follow brands that in common with other people. And there's that hashtag strategy too. You can bring that in, right? So if we have our own personal social channels that have our friends and family and colleagues, et cetera, then of course, that information that I like, I'm gonna share. And it makes it really easy too, right? So on Instagram, I have a list of my friends, and anytime I see something that's like a cute pair of shoes or something that interests me, I will send it to them, right? And there's a coupon for it, and then we can go to the website, so it's this whole cyclical thing. But I've already shared it with another group of people, and that's essentially what you want. We can start again.
And the final component of any successful campaign is not necessarily a sexy or exciting one, but it might be the most important, and that is determining your success metrics. So how will you know that the campaign did well? Hopefully it's not something silly like likes, which we can't really translate into anything tangible or meaningful. But how will you know that you did a good job or that it worked? For many people, that could be something like website traffic. So you design the campaign and house a big part of it on the website. So for people to access, they have to come through the website and take a look, and they have to vote or whatever it is. But you use web traffic as a way to determine whether or not the campaign was successful. Another could be shares on social media, right? Which we know to be more valuable than something as simple as likes, because people engage more, and also the multiplication that takes place. The way that it grows is really expansive and important. It could be a number of registrations if people have to register for something. It could be product sales, but how will you know that you did a good job and that you're reaching your goals? It's really important that you home in on that before anything else. The next component of a successful campaign, this one's kind of optional, but it works well if you integrate it, and that is some kind of layer of exclusivity. So if you can in some way make people feel like they're the only ones and cater to our basic need to feel special and unique, that's a win. We once had a client who was hosting a Valentine's event, and instead of blasting out the news that she was having this event and coming from an angle of, oh, I want you to come, please buy tickets, everyone's welcome, well, that doesn't compel you as much, even if she's showcasing the details of the event and enticing you by telling you what the program's gonna be and the food and all of the features, because it's like it's putting you in a position of, please, everybody come, I need sales. And that doesn't really prompt us to feel special. But if you do something where you hand select a certain group of people to get invitations and you send them out, which she did, she sent out these very intricate, almost ridiculously intricate invitations to a select group of people. She didn't even have to tell them to share on social because it catered to that very first component we talked about, which is making something that's highly showable. So it was so intricate, you can't help but to share with your friends the unboxing. And so she sent these invitations out to pre-selected people to invite them and them only to this event. Well, of course, when they've got their phones out and they are, recording like, oh my gosh, look at this invitation. Oh, and they're like recording and zooming in on that fancy invitation they're getting. Naturally, the first inclination of their followers and people viewing that video is, what's this event? What is it for? Why didn't I get one? How do I get involved? How did you get selected? How can I be selected? And so it plays on our need to be invited, to be included, and it plays on our joy, we won't admit it, in feeling special and top tier. That's why you have general admission and then you have VIP, and people selecting VIP because they want to feel like there's some kind of imaginative hierarchy. Okay, all of that. Again, your best bet is to play toward people's basic human behavior, our psychology, and our egos in order to have a campaign that's highly shareable, attractive, and overall successful. So even though there are tons of different creative things that you can do to make sure your campaign is successful, in my opinion, these are the top 5 to make sure that you have a campaign that brings you a new audience, that enhances your reputation, and does a great job of increasing brand awareness about your overall brand, or gives you success with some kind of new product launch or campaign. So I hope that you're successful in this. If you have any questions.
So this last piece that she is, we can go back to the slide deck too when you are able. This last piece that she's talking about, we call that social currency, right? There's a lot of examples of social currency out there. Anytime Google betas something, they only give it to a select few people, and then they go, here, you can have 10 email addresses to send this to. Invite your closest friends. That's social currency. Hey, did you try out this new feature? Did you? There's a restaurant in Philadelphia that makes a $100 Philly cheesesteak. I don't think I've ever paid $100 for a Philly cheesesteak in my life. But if I tried it, I would tell someone else because that's kind of cool. Like, what's in it? It tastes good, right? And then I have social currency, and I'm like, oh my gosh, last time I was in Philly, I had this cheesesteak. It was $100. They're like, what? Right? So that piece of making me feel special. Can we go back to her last slide before we jumped in? So I'm going to jump a couple of paces ahead because we only have 10 minutes here. But these are contagious campaigns. This is the foundation for creating a strategy that works. And we've talked about these in many different ways. Showable, degree of invitation, that two-way communication, making sure that I am not only pushing out information, but I'm receiving information, I'm hearing it, and I am interacting. Simplicity, easy to understand, easy to share, easy to articulate, easy to participate. Measurement, and then we just talked about social currency. Next slide, please. So this summarizes social currency for you, and I have quite a few resources on my website if you wanted to learn more about it, but that's a central component of a social strategy, is making something that is, that other people want to take part in, making your target audience feel really special. I'm going to skip through the next video, and I just wanted to go to some of the next one. Okay, so this is also a video. Do we have time to show just a small portion of it? So I wanted you to use those 5 metrics that we talked about, the showability all the way through the contagious, just to see this is content coming from the Navy Times, Military and Navy Times. I don't know if we have time to do it. If we don't, that's okay. You guys can look at it at another time. Oh, I think we need to. Here's a hint. It does. So this video is really good. I will. How about we do this? It's just too complicated, and that's okay. You can look at it another time. But the videos that I put in here, all of them have those 5 characteristics. So if you're looking for that, the one thing that I would argue is sometimes they're a little long. It depends on which audience you are trying to reach. So if there's an older demographic, they might sit through a video that is 8, 10, 12, 15 minutes long. If you're trying to reach your Gen Z or Alpha, which is the next generation coming up, you want that to be really short and tight. You might even want 30 seconds. Okay? Can we go to the next slide? I think we're stuck here. It's all good. Questions while we figure this out? Someone's got to have a question. Excellent. We have somebody coming up to the mic right now.
Hi, could you talk more about the voice, that push and pull between what a brand or an agency thinks their voice should be as opposed to the people who they're speaking to, how they like to be, the things they like to hear?
Sure. So when I talk about a voice, a lot goes into creating what that voice is. What is that tone? How are you on social media? So to develop that voice, I think one of the things that you need to do is figure out how you are on your own channels, right? And I'm going to assume that most of your own channels are very, very formal. Can you break from that? No, right? Do you or can you break from that on social? Because it is a very different platform and it's meant to be a conversation. If we go back to the history of social media and why we have it, it was to connect people over the internet. That was it. It was to connect other people in different locations. So developing that voice, who are the people that you're talking to and how are they? Like that is a piece of what has to go into your research to discover what that tone is, what that voice is. We always have to keep our brand in mind, but maybe there are small idiosyncrasies within your organization or brand of military that there are just known, right? If I said hoorah, right? That's something very distinctive. So what is that? What is distinctive in with your target audience? And I would try to pull some of those pieces and develop your brand and your voice through that. Is that helpful? We can talk again after. Do we have it going back up? All right, we're good. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to click through some of these. These were some of my favorite. This is a YouTube channel. This is the Marines. I love the fact that everything is connected here. If I click, I can go to all the social channels. This is really, so for people that aren't in the Marines, competitive analysis, right? So go to these sites and look at who's doing what right. That's something basic. The image here, that you couldn't get a better header, right? You couldn't. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I know I feel compelled and I want to know more. They have a great, this was really good. The Force Design 2030, this was a great video to lead with because it's telling me about the future. If I am somebody in the Marines, I am part of the Marines, I want to join the Marines, this is going to give me a pretty good insight into what's happening. Okay, next slide, please. This is not the Marines, but you know what? Whoever he is, you should know who he is because he's got a lot of followers. Okay, this is just somebody who is probably a Marine and very passionate, really good social, but not an authentic channel. Next slide, please. This is an amalgamation. So that you have the Department of Defense, I pulled in the US Army, I have the Air Force here. These are all really great examples of powerful images and text. What I don't see a lot of are links to other. Where do you want them to go? You've just given them information, but you want them to do something with this, so send them back to your website, right? So in pretty much all of these, maybe with the exception of this one, the World War II ends, I couldn't go anywhere except look at this post. I could comment on it, but remember, we want to send back to owned. Next slide, please. I gave you anatomy of good tweets, so you can scroll through these pretty quickly. This is good information to have. So it's an anatomy of a tweet. There's a Facebook post. There's an Instagram post, and I think LinkedIn. So if you want to create great content, there's some good advice for each of those. So as we close up in our final couple of minutes, any last question that I can answer? Yes?
I got one online.
Okay, perfect.
It says, this is interesting. It says, what happens when you have built a social media platform for your garrison and then the garrison name changes? Is there a strategy for this?
Yeah, that's called a rebranding. So if you know that the name is going to be changing, lead up to it. Don't wait till the last minute and then the name changes and you've lost all of that. So start to create teaser content to say, hey, in 3 months we're going to be X. In 2 months we're going to be X, right? So that people know these are our new social channels. Make sure that people, right? So because you can, if you give enough lead time, then people are already in the know, right? It's that social currency piece. Other questions? I think we are out of time. I am getting the you're off the air. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back. All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that last session, and we're going to jump right into the next one. We're going to introduce Mr. Jason Davis to the stage to join Dr. Luttrell.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's been an exciting morning so far already, so I'm hoping I can add a little more spice to the discussion that will follow in the next day and a half. My name is Jason Davis. Next slide, if we want to, my little who I am and sort of what I believe. I'm a PhD chemist by training. I spent about 10 years in pharma doing drug discovery and oncology, Alzheimer's, diabetes space. You're all thinking like, are you in the right seminar right now? Yeah, no, trust me, the story gets there, right? So I spent, after that, I actually moved to General Electric Company at their Global Research Center, where I was a principal scientist for about 8 years there, leading a team, half in Shanghai, half in the US, doing all kinds of different technology development, carbon capture, frac water purification, point of care diagnostics for forward operating bases, worked with a lot of DARPA research programs in that capacity. And about halfway through my time there, I was asked to sort of take the role of global leadership and development trainer for our technical folks. So I got to spend about 5 years flying around the world, spending a week or 2 weeks at a time with our scientists and engineers within the company, and really focusing on soft skills, on communication skills, the ability to communicate technically complex things in a way that allows you to share your vision, to sort of explain the impact, why it matters now, why we should do this. Because what we found was that with those really complex concepts, they weren't communicated effectively and they didn't rise to the top, even though they were the best idea by far, right? And so I became very passionate about the idea of getting scientists and engineers to be able to explain their idea more effectively, make it approachable. Because really at the heart of it, when you have a complex story, that in fact is what we're seeing as one of the most vulnerable targets for mis and disinformation, right? So I spent about 5 years sort of trying to create that capability within that company at GE, and then I moved over to academia, where I actually spent some time trying to do workforce development in the private sector, again, trying to work on soft skills for scientists and engineers. About a year and a half ago, I actually had the opportunity to move over to Syracuse University, where I've been working with Dr. Luttrell for some time. And in fact, the majority of my research right now is focused on developing AI and machine learning driven detection strategies for misinformation and disinformation to try and combat that incredibly fast moving challenge that is a global challenge. It's not country specific. I mean, this is something everybody is wrestling with. And so what I wanted to spend a little time today talking about is some of the technology that underlies that explosion of social media is being driven by it. Really the concept of AI. AI and machine learning is again, become buzzwords almost. They mean everything and nothing at the same time. So I want to try and unpack that, how that plays into the concept of synthetic media. So that is, again, computer-generated content. Many of you are probably aware of it. Some of you may be even using it. Some of you may be afraid of it. I want to try and unpack that a little bit for you to help you understand how it works, why it works, and maybe give you some tools to better assess if it's the right fit for you and your organization. Okay? So we're going to walk through again, what is AI? What is machine learning? Let's just kind of all get grounded in the same definition. What are GAN-based generators? We'll talk about this. Again, unpack some of that language that is often confusing and makes things unapproachable. How does it work? And then we can start to talk about what are the applications that are happening. And then we'll finish with a little touch on the dark hat. Here's what it was designed for. Here's what people are using it for, right? And you need to be aware of both ends of the spectrum. Next slide, please. All right, so what is AI, right? Artificial intelligence. Again, in my mind now that means everything and nothing, right? So it's become such a buzzword. Oh, it's AI, right? It just explains away things that people don't understand. It's like magic. So what is AI? AI at its heart is actually an automated or sort of computer-driven system that is able to ingest information or data, and that could be through visual sensors, it could be through optics, or it could be through sort of bits and bytes that we feed it. It is able to then process and organize that information pool and turn it into knowledge. It can then use that knowledge to solve problems, right? That is exactly how humans do it, right? We are given knowledge as we learn over time. We use that knowledge to solve problems. So that's kind of how it is artificial intelligence. Sort of tries to solve problems like humans do. Now, machine learning is a subset of AI. So what is machine learning? Well, machine learning is actually not just that simple ingestion of information, sort of organizing it and then using it to solve the problem. It goes the next step, and then it says, well, how did I do on that problem-solving opportunity? And it uses that feedback loop either on itself or from another machine learning system it's connected to. And it learns from its mistakes, and it learns from its successes, and it gets better. So it's got an optimization process built into it. And that is sort of a much more living system. We start to get into things that feel a little creepy, and that's okay. Get comfortable with that. It's going to be sort of everywhere if it's not already. So if we think about examples of this, I like the one of your Google directions, right? So you put in your location, you put in where you want to go. Google Maps has already given it all the roads and streets between where you are and where it's going, and now it's solving the problem of get me from here to there, and you put some constraints on it. Get me from here to there in the shortest distance. So it will find the route, right? Now that's not always what you want, right? So you might be like, I didn't want to get there in the shortest way and it takes me 10 times as long, or I pay $50 in tolls to get there. I wanted to get there with these conditions. I want to get there the fastest. Oh, okay, now I need traffic patterns. I need congestion. I need to understand when the throughway is going to be backed up, right? Now I make a different set of decisions because you've given me new constraints. And that's the concept of that real-time learning and adaptability that machine learning brings to the AI equation. All right, so any questions on those two concepts? Again, they're at a high level. I think it's important we all decode some of these words that everyone uses, and many people don't use them without really understanding what's at their heart. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so one of the applications I think is most relevant to sort of the communications and social media space is the concept of synthetic media. So what is synthetic media? Again, let's define and unpack that term, right? So it really can exist in all of the modalities, right? So images, text, audio, and video. All of these can be generated by machine learning driven AI systems, right? So they make these things from scratch. Brand new, authentic, original content. Those words also will start to feel disturbing at some stage, but technically, right, they're not copied from anything, they're not plagiarized, they're not any of those things. They are their own unique new creation. The idea of an NFT, right? That's where that all kind of came out of. So what is it? So again, content that is generated using computational methods, right, from scratch. It is not manipulation of real world images, content, text. That is actually different, right? So if I go in and I Photoshop an image, that's not synthetic media, right? That's me manipulating real world content. So those are two different things. And what they do, again, is kind of create this like original content moment versus modified existing content moment. So we want to play on the original, completely new to the world content. All right, next slide, please. All right, so let's do a little group evaluation on where we are as human beings when it comes to being able to sort of distinguish between synthetic media and original or real media. So I want you all to keep score. Let's run through a couple of examples of these are GAN-generated images and real images. And I'd like you to sort of just keep score for yourself on how you do as we walk through this process. So real or fake? Keep your own score, and at the end we'll unpack that as a group, right? I'll go around and ask it. But that's, all right, so your own personal decision. We'll give you a few more minutes now that you know the challenge, like you can start to pick apart things and then second guess yourself, and then you become sort of have a neurotic moment as you move through these challenges.
I was going to say, these are images. Our team at Syracuse, the grant that we work on, we're called media manipulators. So we take, it's exactly what it is. Every time I say that, my dean cringes a little bit because we are supposed to preserve the First Amendment, right? But this is part of the research that we do. So it's kind of fun stuff.
So real or fake? Okay, next slide, please. Real or fake? Now I'm looking at you all looking at, what are you looking at? What do you think what pattern do you think you're seeing, right? Okay. Everyone got their suspicions, let's say? One more second of scrutiny. All right, next slide, please. Real or fake? Next slide. Real or fake? Next slide, please. Real or fake?
But does Photoshop make it fake? I guess depends how,
Right. See,
right?
good thing I defined that just before this exercise. That's right. Next slide, please. Real or fake? Next slide.
How many people think this is getting tougher and tougher? Just show of hands.
Right, you start to get dizzyingly confused. I'm like, I have no idea what criteria I'm using anymore to judge this.
So
That's natural.
they're all fake, right?
They might be. We don't know yet, but I will share the answer key in a moment.
For our online attendees, almost the whole audience raised their hand that this was getting more difficult. We should have done a poll online, Kwande, right?
Next slide, please. Real or fake? I call this one blue steel. All right, next slide. Diplomat.
You should have put names under
I
it,
should
right?
start
Like
to
art.
Yeah, that's right. You are right, Gina. All right, when we get back, students.
Perfect.
Next assignment. All right, last slide. Real or fake? Definitely cool.
For sure.
All right. Everyone got their suspicions? All right, let's back up to the first one, and I'll give you the answer key, and let's see what your score is out of 10. All right, first one, real or fake? Hands up, real. Fake? Okay, 50-50, good. Yeah, this one, fake.
Majority of the audience thought that this one was fake.
Real or fake?
Oh, the audience doesn't know really in person.
Fake. All right, now people are starting to become experts. I scrutinize this. I love it. That's what we start to get confidence until we get shattered, right? Next one, real or fake? This one is real. We get this one a lot, but it's almost too perfect. Yes, that's correct. Sometimes that's true. Next one, real or fake? This one is real. Next one, real or fake? It is real. Next one, real or fake? Oh, totally fake. No, it's real. Next one, real or fake? Fake. Real or fake? This one is real. Next one, real or fake? This one is fake. And the last one, real or fake? I want it to be real.
I love it.
It is fake. All right. So everyone's got their score out of 10. How many of you got 10 out of 10 correct? Who's perfect in here?
Oh, I got so excited. Nobody's ever gotten 10. I was so thrilled.
No. So for the online audience, there are no perfect scrutinizers in this audience. 9 out of 10. Nope. No 9 out of 10s. 8 out of 10. There we go.
Oh, we got a couple 8s.
Yeah, we
Good.
got
Nice.
5 8s. Very nice. Well done. You're above the curve.
You are.
7 out of 10.
Oh, more.
Okay, about 7 more. 6 out of 10. Okay. And let's just be civil, 5 or less out of 10. All right.
3. Be proud of the 3.
So yeah, you are what we call an anti-discriminator. So like whatever you think, we just do the opposite, and it's probably correct, right? So right. So in that, we actually ran these 10 figures with a much sort of larger group of individuals, and what we found is the average correct rate was 5.3 out of 10, right? That's a coin flip because it's 50-50. So 50-50 means you're a random guess. So what that tells us is that we already are at the edge of human capacity to be able to detect the difference between synthetic generated media and real, authentic, original media, right? So what does that say? It says that, one, you can no longer trust an image as proof of something being real or correct or accurate. And it really is kind of a sign that, and this is actually the last generation image generator technology that was used. They're way better than this now.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So you got the easy test, and again, so it really tells us, right? We now are in a position where we actually need digital detection tools to help us with some of these tasks, right? And so AI and machine learning systems have created something of a monster, although, again, designed for legitimate and high-value opportunities in the real world. Misappropriated can be used for just as impactful malicious opportunities, right? So don't think that you have the capability to do that determination or discrimination yourself anymore. That ship has sailed for us. So we do need some digital tools to try and help us with this, but they're not in real world applicability or availability right now. We are playing catch up in a big way on that front. And so what I would say is use suspicion with a healthy dose right now, but the tools are coming. So please hold. All right, next slide, please. All right, so what is the underlying AI machine learning technology that is allowing this kind of synthetic media to be generated? So this, again, can seem creepy, it can seem a little scary, and even the concepts, some of you may be comfortable with sort of engaging with AI systems, chatbots, that kind of sort of, again, AI-driven system. Some of you may be like, I'm not a coder, that's not for me, I'm not a software person, right? I'd like to defang that a little bit because I think it's really important if you understand how it works at a simple level, you can start to evaluate those technologies with sort of more of a critical eye and understanding what you're asking for, what you need, and whether an application makes sense or not, right? So the first thing is that you don't need to be a deep coder to be able to use these AI systems. That has already been done for you, and now you are starting to see things on apps that are just download and use, right? The user interface is so applicable, they have hidden all this in a black box. So access, I think you have it. Understanding what you're getting into, I think we want to unpack the technology a little further to do that. So again, when you understand how it works, you can start to evaluate what's possible, what's not possible, and even more importantly, you can start to ask the right questions when you see an opportunity to use this technology for the deep technical experts that have those answers, right? So you can have the conversation at least. You're not on the outside waiting to hear what they've decided amongst themselves, right? That's an important empowerment tool that I hope we can give you today. All right, so let's unpack what a GAN is. Next slide, please. All right, so these are, again, will be called GAN-generated synthetic media. GAN-generated anything all has the same underlying process of development. So it stands for generative, so we're making something, we're generating something. In this case, it would be a fake image, it would be a text story, it would be an audio clip, right? We're generating synthetic media. It's a network, so all the information and the algorithms that are in that sort of code are networked together and their nodes are connected. That's a normal network is what you think it is. And the keyword is adversarial in the middle. So this is where there was a step change in technology that really has created this explosion of capability in the space. And you know, adversarial is, I love this penguin picture, right? What it is actually pitting two machine learning systems against each other in a competitive way. So there's an adversary. You are creating a sort of algorithm that is going to generate the content that you are interested in, and we are going to pit it against a detector that's going to say, ah, that's fake, I caught you. Oh, that's fake too, I caught you, right? So now the generator is going to take that information from the discriminator, we call it, and say, oh, you caught me on that? I won't do that again. And then they make another round of generative outputs, and then that discriminator tries to catch them again. The discriminator says, oh, I only caught you like 20% of the time, you're getting better. Then that understanding feeds the discriminator, and it says, oh, I need to start looking for this and this and this and this, right? So we give them the answer key afterwards, and we train them up. So they get better at detecting, and then you get better at generating, and they get better at detecting, until you get a system that, depending on how much computational power you have available to you, is as close to perfect as you want to make it, right? And that's an unsupervised example of machine learning, right? That machine is teaching this machine how to get better at generating things, and this machine is teaching this machine how to get better at detecting its fake content, right? So the speed at which that can happen means that they can train on whatever. You're only limited by the imagination and availability of your data set to train on, and the amount of computing power you have to sort of plug into it. So again, this is kind of what is underpinning that concept of how you get to a system that's that good, is designed with this GAN concept underlying it. Next slide, please. So how does this work? All right, so again, in a little bit more of a, you know, for those visual learners out there, this is kind of how it works, right? So you have a training data set that you're going to feed into both of those things. The generator that's going to make that new synthetic media, text, image, audio, video, whatever it is. And then you've got a discriminator that's going to be trying to catch it. That all goes into a black box. They fight it out, and then they learn from each other and get better. That cycle loop repeats: feedback, output, discrimination, detection, feedback, discrimination, detection, feedback, and they both continue to get better until whatever you set that limit as towards unity, perfection, whatever you want to call it, right? So again, this is an example of that unsupervised machine learning. There's no human involved or required to make that happen. It just spends time and computational cycles sort of learning from itself. All right, next slide, please. All right, so then let's talk a little bit about, actually, maybe I'll stop right there for, is there any questions on sort of that technical concept? I just want to make sure that you feel like you have an understanding of kind of how this works and why it's different, and you know, again, hopefully you got a sense of like the kind of quality of output that it can create at this stage and beyond. Okay, we'll forge ahead. All right, so, you know, kinds of applications. So let's think about the different modalities, right? So images. Okay, you got a good sampling of exactly what that is like and capabilities where they are right now. Right, so human faces. StyleGAN 3 is being developed and launched right now by NVIDIA. So again, the stuff you saw with StyleGAN 2 is better. It's better than what you saw. Human faces, they can do it really well, to the point where detection, you're just guessing as a human, even if you were a trained expert. So some of the detection strategies on the digital side that now are being forced to occur is like, what's the symmetry of the pupils? Right? You have no chance at that, right? What are the pixels, symmetry around sort of different features? It's at that level of digital metadata detection. It's not an optic challenge anymore. We're too far past the capability there. Objects, clothing, so the same. They started with human faces because it was an interesting and powerful application. Now they can do exactly the same thing with a coffee cup, a car, animals, cats, dogs. I guarantee you there are plenty of fake cats out there just walking around doing whatever they do. Landscapes, right? So now we're getting into more complexity and different landscapes. I can make a landscape that is a picture or a GAN that was generated in the summer and then make the exact same one in the other 4 seasons. Well, the other 3 seasons, right? I can do all kinds of transformations. Once I even generate my first original GAN image, I can then transpose it in lots of different ways. Converting real images to cartoons, this is becoming very popular, and vice versa, right? So in the meme world, this is becoming a very significant tool, and there are lots of apps now that you can go in and will basically create a meme for you. It'll generate a completely non-owned image that, you can even put, I want a meme about like how much my work sucks. Okay, right? It'll come in, it'll spit it out, and you'll have like 50 memes if you want. And again, you can put the target audience, you can put you can say, for millennials, or you can say things like, I want it to be about, my dad or my mom. And it will take those constraints and it will generate something along the lines of what you're looking for. And again, the cost is almost zero, right? So it's like digital photos, right? Remember when you used to have, so those of you who remember this, right? You had film and you had to be careful with how many pictures you had to take. Right now we have digital cameras. It cost me a couple electrons. Click, 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 click. I'll just throw it out if it's no good, right? So the barrier to trying things becomes very low. And the cost to generate something new comes very low. We'll talk about that in a little bit as exponential technology. So another thing that is coming or is here is the ability to reposition human poses. So if I have a picture of a human in a pose, that I can have, I want them actually standing, facing left, not right. And that picture can be, through the same GAN technology, be repositioned so it looks like that person was actually facing that way in their picture. And you can connect those dots, as we'll show later on. That's how you start to think about GAN-generated video, right? So I can take a person who was facing this way, and I can take a person who was facing that way, and then I can model all the frames in between here and there and produce completely synthetic video of that person walking from here to there, right? So it's powerful. Like there's a lot that can happen there. And then now, again, advantage, right? I don't have to worry about stock photos. I don't have to worry about licensing. I don't have to worry about buying photos to use. I can have a photo of almost anything. I can have 50 photos of almost anything I want, whenever I want. And I don't have to worry about sourcing it. I don't have to worry about whether it was real or not, because it's not, right? So that's a pretty powerful tool. And then one of the last ones I think is we maybe already are seeing, right? So in PowerPoint and other places, the concept of text to image translation. So here's an image, write in text what's in the image, right? And that's for the ability to provide that for disabled audiences, right? So that accessibility piece is really been used in this way. Same thing now, you can write text and it will make a picture of whatever you want.
Has anybody used DALL-E? Yeah, pretty cool, right? Okay.
So yeah. We're talking about DALL-E 2 briefly, right? I'll show you an example, right? So they now have, kind of continued to pioneer in this space, OpenAI, who is the creator of DALL-E, which is, again, a software. There's an app, I believe, for DALL-E one that you can just go and download and start using right now. So lots of different applications, and this is just synthetic image. Next slide. All right, so again, human faces, and I want to point out a few things here, right? So they have tackled the concept of diversity, right? So they can make fake people in all sort of shades, cultural demographics, age groups, no problem, right? They plan for that. They've got it on lock. You can actually take images of a single person. So let's say I create an image of a person, and now I just take that image and I say, okay, now make that person do a bunch of different stuff. So now it's like I've got photos of them living their life. So if I want content of them at an appearance at a show, I just tell the GAN that's what I want. Spit that out using this person that you created in the first place, right? All capable, all possible. So again, human, all things human, these systems are pretty good at recreating.
So none of those people are real.
Yes. So again, this is an example of like more current technology levels.
Yes.
They are all perfect in their own way.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, you feel like you know these people, or they could be related to you, or, I mean, you know, it's kind of crazy, the level where we are.
And that's not by chance. So a lot of the images that are used at the original training data set are faces of celebrities. Why? Because they were readily available. They have lots of pictures of themselves out on the internet. Two, they look familiar to us. So a lot of these faces look slightly familiar. You don't know why, but maybe I've met that person, right? You know, because they've got features of celebrities that you probably have seen many times. And two, they're attractive. That's why they're celebrities. That's why the images are naturally attractive to a lot of people, right? So that's not by design that they feel familiar or they feel comfortable to look at. They don't feel weird, right? That kind of uncanny valley between like things that are definitely obviously not real and things that are really real, you can't tell, and then there's that valley of like, oh, that's kind of real and it's creeping me out. They're on the other side of that by intent. Next slide, please. So military vehicles. These are not real images of not real vehicles. Again, whatever you feed into the training system, whatever that training data set is an opportunity to allow them to create visually undetectable. Now here, maybe a deep expert in some of the specific, sort of equipment may be able to see things that aren't real, but we've seen these used regularly as like, oh, China's new military vehicle rolled out. Amazing capabilities, blah, blah, blah. All fake, all sort of malicious with intent, right? So next slide, please. Complexity of a whole room, like concept of landscapes, right? This apartment does not exist on Airbnb, but here's a picture of it, right? Send me your money, trust me, I'll send you the keys, right? Very common. one of the first financial kind of malicious applications that was used is the creation of fake Airbnb type advertisements. So next slide. And again, complexity, right? So they're not just making a bed. They're not just making a car. They're making a room with a shelf with knickknacks on it, with a window with drapes. I mean, again, the ability to sort of cover a huge amount of complexity in the images is continuing to progress without limit, except computational power.
You know, you experience that. I mean, I'm sure you've used Zoom, right? I mean, the backgrounds for Zoom are getting better and better and better. I was with a colleague and I'm like, I love your library. He's like, that's not real. And then he disappeared. And I'm like, oh my God, I love that.
That's right. Right? You really might be on the top of Mount Everest doing a Zoom call.
Exactly, right?
But
so
maybe not.
Yeah.
And then this is an example of DALL-E 2. So this is like the cutting edge generation of this image generation. And this is a text to image application, right? So you type in, I want an astronaut riding a horse in the photorealistic style. And then this is what you get. Again, I'm back almost to the edge of disturbing here, right? So, and again, this is a bit of a, kind of non-believable scenario, but I guarantee you type in something like sort of a 40-year-old cutting their lawn with a red lawnmower, you'll get something that looks like a picture off the street. Right? So really powerful, and the technology, again, is just accelerating at an exponential rate. And so this is a moment when I like to say lead, follow, or get out of the way, because it's here. It's not coming, it's here. And either embrace it or understand it and defend against it, but ignore it at your own peril. So next slide, please. All right, so this is an example of that repositioning concept I mentioned, right? So there's that first image, which is the original image, and then I say, I want this model in a different pose. And so you give it a few cues of what kind of pose you want it to transform into. The GAN creates that new image. And now what I can say is, now go frame by frame back to how you would model from being that first position to the new pose, and just make it look like a video, frame by frame. Can be done, is being done, right? So again, lots of power behind it, right? And this is sort of the idea being eventually, right, in a you know, the monetary driver for this is, as Dr. Luttrell said, that the audience is starving for content, right? Netflix, Amazon Prime, the biggest struggle they have right now is creating enough content for me to be able to binge as much as I want. How many of you have been on Netflix recently and be like, it's nothing new, I've seen everything. God, I finished the internet, right? That's a real threat for them, right? And in fact, they've started to move back to the original premise, which they disrupted, the idea of, we'll give you one show a week, you gotta wait a whole week, you can't binge the whole new Lord of the Rings series in one night, no matter how much you might want to. And we're gonna start throwing ads in there, right? That's exactly the model they disrupted, but they're being forced back into it. Okay, I see your warning fingers. Yeah, so this is really an important sort of ability to say, hey, at some stage, I'm gonna be able to write into my Netflix account, I wanna watch a movie, it'll be an action movie, it'll be set in sort of Africa, and it's gonna have an actor that looks like me. Here's my picture. 30 seconds later, I get to binge a movie that I decided what was going to be, how it was going to be, and they just sort of create it, right? Continual content creation, all of it fully fabricated. You don't have to pay any actors, you don't have any set fees, you don't have any location challenges, but I get exactly what I want because I'm a customer of one, and you better know what I like, not what Dr. Luttrell likes, right?
Right, is that conversation?
I don't want to watch the same movie as her. You might be surprised. Right? Right? So, all right, next slide, please. All right, so now that's the image side of it, right? Again, I won't get into the audio side of it, but that also is in the same sort of space. The text side of it, right? So this might also, resonate a lot more with many of you, is that ability to create content, written content, autonomously, right? Just the AI writes it for you. So this is, again, original content, right? You're not plagiarizing, it's not stealing it from somewhere else on the internet, it's not stitching pieces together from different authors and making a new piece. You're giving it some instructions, some guidance, and it goes in and writes an article based on its knowledge that it has been fed, and at 175 billion parameters in the most recent models is a lot. Right? It's got a lot of ideas that it can leverage. And so you give it a couple of content directions, and it can spit out a blog level post, it can spit out a tweet, it can spit out a full-length scientific journal article on a topic where no experiments were ever done.
Yes.
Right? Concerning for people like me.
There's, how many people have used something like that? Copymatic, heard of that?
Copysmith, one of those.
Copysmith, AI, Copymatic. If you can get a 2-week trial or a week trial, it'll blow your mind away. As an educator, I am like, oh my gosh, my students could write their entire paper and I would never know, because now they also have plagiarism checkers built in. Right? This is my first thing I do, is send something through a plagiarism checker. It's original. So then we get into the ethical line right there, right? But as Jason was saying, I remember when I was one of the very first, like they sent it to me and they're like, here, try this. You teach this, try this. This is great. And I could write an entire blog post in 30 seconds or less. It is insane. I could then, and when it's even getting better, so it will give me images that are Creative Commons. So I'm not going to get dinged for having somebody else's image. Now I have my post, I have my image. And I want to tweet this out. And I also want to share it on Instagram. So now it's going to create, all based on this blog post, my social elements that I just push out. And it's all mine. And I pay a small fee. It's one of the free links at the end. Well, that one's a low cost link. Relatively low cost for what they're doing.
Yep. And so, yeah, so, I mean, again, the power of scalability, gives you more time to spend, like, let this be your jab, 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 and you spend more time on your right hook.
Right.
Right? That's what the opportunity is to sort of give you power of scale. And I'll give you one quick real world example. So around 2015, the AP started using this kind of text generated content for their company analysis, right? So originally they were covering about 400 companies. The year that, within I think 3 months, they were able to cover 4,000 different companies. And of course the proof is in, does that really do anything for anybody? So they, you know, the nice thing is for in finance world, right, everything is kind of, the financial filings are very well defined. They're all in the same format. They have to be for compliance reasons. So it's easy to scrape, right? So they could scrape that content. They could write an interesting article about that company, again, completely synthetic, but they were able to create and cover 4,000 companies instead of 400 companies. And those 4,000 companies that had not been covered before saw an increase in stock activity of about 11% in like 6 months, right? So that was actually content that was being pushed to users who were reading it and making actionable decisions based on that content, right? So again, it doesn't have to be fake. It doesn't have to be malicious. It can be real content. And again, it can give you the power of scale where you are overwhelmed sometimes by the sheer numbers of what you would like to do. And you're forced to choose, like, let's target like our most valuable, you know, sort of audience instead of the whole audience we'd like to cover. So next slide, please. I'll try and move quickly here. All right, so this is the concept of exponential technologies. And this is, you know, just the way that rapidly evolving technology works. So I like to use drones as an example, right? Remember when drones were like a high-techy thing, that man? And then now, you know, anybody's kid gets one for Christmas for 25 bucks, right? They can go and shoot footage of their street, you know, flying around wherever they want, right? That's an example where the technology became lower cost and more accessible, and the usage went up exponentially, right? So that's kind of what I'm showing with this curve. So if you look at the bottom here, the timeline, right? This is GAN image generation technology from 2014 to 2017. That's how fast this technology is moving, and it's accelerating, not sort of plateauing by any stretch yet, right? So what does this mean? Well, what's the output of an exponential technology? That is usually the thing that's being commoditized, right? The cost and value of that is coming down as a thing, right? So in drones case, right, the cost of drones went from millions to dollars. In this case, what are we making? Original content. So the value of original content is coming down to commodity level. Low barrier to usage, low barrier to creation, low cost to creation, low time and effort and energy, right? That means it's commoditized, right? So what does that mean? Well, the other things that are going to become more valuable are information about your audience, so you can tune that content. So you got a whole big fire hose of content, but you still have to know where to point it, and you still have to know how to adjust the nozzle, right? So that's the targeted and delivery mechanism, right? What's the platform that's most effective to deliver this in? Who is my audience? How do they like to receive their content? Because as much as we like to have like a user base of 1 million, they still want to be treated like individuals that get what they want, right? So we're in this sort of moment of dichotomy where we want big numbers, but we still have to cater to individual tastes. And this is a tool that can let you do that. And of course, trend analysis, right? What's happening? What are they interested in tomorrow? Not today, because I need to be ahead of them, not following and trying to play catch up all the time. And then good training data sets, obviously, right? So if you don't have that initial good training data set, none of the GAN stuff works, right? So again, these have already been created and pre-trained for you in many cases, but if you want to tweak them, that's one thing I will say, is a software that lets you feed it your writing style or your organization's general policies, rules, and sort of guidelines. That's really important. If it doesn't do that, you're going to be sort of at the mercy of whatever they decided the general most useful average thing was, right? You want to be able to customize yourself.
I think we're at the end here.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
Sergeant Riddle, can we just jump to the
last slide.
sorry, yeah, here we go, resources. These are some of the free resources that I was just talking about. Copysmith, it's free trial, but $20 a month. Dolly, Wombo, this person doesn't exist. You should go there and just try it out because none of the people on that site are real, not one. Or this X doesn't exist. Answer the Public is one of my personal favorites. So you can go there and you can type in something like chocolate chips, and everything that is happening in that moment, every search around chocolate chips will come up. Like, what are people? How are they in cookies? Are chocolate chips gluten-free? Like, you name it. So whatever topic, as content generators, you can use that to say, what does my audience want to hear? What should I write a post about? How should I, share this on social? And then just in terms of mis and disinformation, Dr. Claire Wardle has a 7-point scale that she follows, everything from benign, like accidentally it's wrong information, all the way to vicious and malicious, which is really important, especially if you are in the mis and disinformation space.
Yep.
Lumen 5 is a free video creator too, by the way. It's a good one.
So some examples of things you can maybe try around. Most of them are for free trial, but generally a $20 to $30 monthly subscription is the going rate for basic access to some of these things. But some are free. More will be free as the financial model changes.
Yes.
All right. And sorry, we probably don't have time for questions, but.
Oh, we got some time for questions. Excellent. Okay.
Right. Yeah, question time.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Oh, ask us a question. Oh, we got.
Yeah, please add to the microphone.
With the idea that a lot of organic SEO, like non-paid SEO was generated through blog spots and people writing stuff, what's the future of algorithms if it can't detect what's fake, what's real, if there's so much going out there?
Well, right, and so that is the catch-up battle that is happening right now, is that detection capability. We before it was, actually, the software, the technology wasn't that great, and as a human, you could be like, look at that, there's the run-on sentence there, or they repeated the same word twice or whatever. There were cues that you could be like, that's probably fake content. That is all kind of gone now, right? So we really do need the development of these detection technologies that are going to start to be able, and we have them, they are possible, but here's what the requirements are. So that detection tool has got to have trained on the specific GAN generator that was used to make that fake content. Because then it gets into the artifacts. You can see those fingerprints that we can't see as humans, and still like, there's a punctuation artifact that's always in here, right? I know that that's GPT-3 as a generator and that it's actually fake. We're pretty good. In fact, at detecting images, we're really good, like 99% able to detect them with digital tools right now. With text, our best shot right now is about 85%, if we give them a lot of information about where the generation happened and with what tool. If it's in the wild, we're really not good yet. So we are behind. Images are good, text is behind, audio and video are babies crawling around. So we need to play catch up with the technology on detection side. And that's what some of the programs that we are working on right now are designed to do. How do we evaluate those detection technologies? What are they good at? What are they not good at? What do we need to work on more? Where are we okay? And it's the Wild West. So I wish I had don't worry, it's all good. It's not yet.
We have another question.
When you're building the detection technology, how do you guard against suppression of free speech on a text platform to make sure that something that might be valid content from someone that the system might pick up as dis or misinformation?
Right, so that's one of the challenges and it leads to a crisis of confidence. And in the end, right, that's what the audiences are feeling right now, is this crisis of I don't know what to believe or who I can believe. And so that's where you need to really have control over your content, over your platform, your ability to say with authority, right, you are legitimate. And so, because as soon as you get sort of questioned on that front, all of a sudden, people can come down on you and say, you're screening, you're politicizing, you're, putting your own personal sort of prism on the content. And for a long time, the social media platforms all were using that defense as like, well, we just make the platform, we don't police it, right? And then you know how hard it is to police the internet. Now those institutions have been forced to start taking ownership over policing it. And now they're in this sticky wicket of like, hey, you're censoring me, right? And how do you set the filters? The answer is we don't know yet, right? And those are crown jewels that every company in the social media space has got and is working on and will not share because it's competitive advantage for them, right? So we're trying, getting that to open up a little bit will also help, but it's competitive opportunity right now for them. So what they do have, they will not tell you about. They'll just say we're working on it. Again, I wish I had like something concrete there, but it's happening. It's just not open source at the moment. Yes, please.
So with a lot of these machine learning tools, a lot of the conversation seems to be kind of geared around misinformation, disinformation.
Yes.
But there's a black hat, white hat aspect to this as well. So as content curators on our end, I mean, can you talk about some of the ethical concerns, either for or against, that might be for using some of these tools to generate content?
Yeah, so again, I think the most important decision you have to make, and I love, Kwande, how you laid out the 4 pieces of a platform, and the first being strategic organizational policy and understanding where you are in that. That's a really important, and a lot of companies right now are trying to make the strategic decision of where do we want to be. Because there's 2 poles to that, right? We can be using AI like crazy and hiding it as best we can so that you think you're talking to a human or a human is writing this because we don't want to disengage you. We think it will disengage you to know that that's bot and that's not real person, right? The other end of that spectrum is we are fully transparent and we're going to tell you, look, this is informational purposes. It gives us scale. It gives us capability. We are absolutely using these AI tools and technologies, but we are using them in a truthful way, and we are making sure that we control the content that we generate with them, and there are human eyeballs still behind it. Because if you get caught in the middle, you're dead, right? If you are using AI, and all of a sudden you get exposed, and you're trying to hide that you were using AI bots to create your content, right, you're done. No audience is going to give you the time of day after that, right? If you are transparent about it, you have the opportunity to control that narrative. And I think that's an important strategic decision. And if your organization isn't having that conversation or hasn't made some of those decisions, it's really important for everybody to be on the same page with that. Because one person ending up somewhere in that valley of death is going to affect your whole organization's credibility. So really, really important to decide that and be comfortable with that decision. And know that that's part of your model and part of your brand.
And I'll just add, when I received like my free trial of one of those writing apps, they positioned it to me as, well, you teach, public relations writing. This makes PR practitioners' jobs easier. Show this to your students because it can create headlines. It can create captions, right? So they're positioning it as, we're going to make your job easier as a communicator. And I don't know where that ethic, I've had this conversation with colleagues at other universities, and I've had this conversation in my classroom. What is the ethical line? Like, one of my colleagues said, well, a headline, that's okay. I don't know, is it? I don't know. So I think that's up to, ethics is always gray, right? What are the ethical implications of this? As Jason said earlier, and you can quickly Google search this, but there is an entire scientific journal article that went through the peer review process, and the scientist, all she, I think it was a female author, all she did was type in what she wanted researched, and it gave an article, and then it went through the process. And her point was to say, this is how scary it is. Like, I never conducted this, and it went through a peer review process and was published. Right, and so that's that. I don't know.
It is a scary time, and that black hat, white hat scenario. And again, all of these have very legitimate applications that are useful and increase, efficiency, production, reduce costs. But in a malicious way, so easy to sort of derail and use. It is an enabler for misinformation and disinformation. They can, work at scale and at speed that we are trying to still catch up with. It's, and I know you have an interesting example of that. So one of the key applications for misinformation, disinformation are fake profiles, right? So if you picture, I can have a picture of faces, picture of people doing stuff, the same person doing a bunch of different stuff. I can create a Facebook profile for that person. I've got lots of stock footage, like they're a real person living a life. I can start to create content for them. I can start to have, again, a bot with specific messaging designed into it so that I have regular posts and it's always themed with whatever my underlying campaign is behind it. And that person now exists, and now I multiply that by 1,000 because it's automated, and I can flood any scenario, any situation with profiles, and I don't have to be high quality because I can do scale, right? I can throw 1 million at them. I don't care if I get caught 99% of the time. That 1% is all I need, right,
and
to
so,
start a foothold.
Yeah, and Kwande was talking a little bit about the algorithms for that. So the algorithms are feeding off of negative content that's out there, right? Oftentimes we talk about the benefits of social media, creating this strategy, you know, putting your information or your content out there, and it's positive and feel good. But the content that's rising to the top is the negative stuff. So when you do that, when you take this one, you know, person that you've created, this profile that you created, and then you scale it by 1,000, well, now you have 1,000 people spreading that information. And so it's oftentimes, you know, if it's an adversary, it's against you. It's against what you're saying. You get the two political parties. You name anything. It doesn't matter. But the negative will rise because that's what we're feeding off of. So that whole idea of the happy face, sad face, angry, you know, I'm proud of you, I love you, all of those. And you know, the algorithm will see that and feed off of it. And I can't tell you how many times, you know, and a little bit of age here, but my mom would be like, did you see this? I'm like, Mom, this is not real. Here's why it's not real, right? But as an everyday person, that's real to her.
Yeah.
So.
And real-time fact-checking is it's not viable right now. It's basically saying, like, every time you see a piece of content, go check the internet and see if you can confirm it, right? The computational power required to do that every millisecond, not going to happen.
We also saw how the public rejected that. Facebook had that for like a hot second. I don't even know how long it was there. I was like, yay, no, what? Did I imagine that?
Right. You start to get into like, oh, so I stamped this as Facebook approved, right?
Yeah.
Well, now who's checking Facebook, right?
Right, exactly.
Who made them king?
Yes.
Or queen, right? So, and one other example, right, like how this is being used in real time, I don't know if many of you maybe saw this as well, right? So about a week and a half ago, there was a group of Ukrainian IT individuals who started creating fake profiles online of women, targeting Russian soldiers, creating relationships with those Russian soldiers, and getting them to send them pictures of themselves by pretending they were interested in a relationship. And the Russian soldiers sent pictures of themselves that they were able to use to geolocate on and feed that information to the Ukrainian military.
It's like it's warfare via Tinder, right? I mean, seriously.
Right? And again, fake profiles. Pick whatever beautiful person demographic you want, and again, you're eliciting that information from others with that sort of fake personality or attribution. So, yeah. 2 minutes. One more question, or you thoughts?
No. We good, guys? Oh, that is terrifying. And with that being said, we'll go to break. Yeah, no, wow, that's really interesting. Wow.
Well, just really important, right? I mean, that unsettling feeling you get, to get comfortable with it, to understand it, and embrace it, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and when was yesterday. Yeah. So please don't turtle on this one or ostrich. Educate yourself. Wow. Get familiar with it. Mm-hmm. Use it. Understand the tool, whether you use it or not, because your audiences will be exposed to people using the tool, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, guys. Well, that kind of concludes this session. We're going to take a lunch break for you guys that are watching online. There'll be some nice video for you to watch if you want to stick around. But we'll be back with our next session at 1 o'clock. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Wow, that is.
Okay, great. Thanks. Chat soon.
Welcome to Pavilion Audio. This episode is on press conferences. We'll be covering the basics of a press conference.
Recently in the news, bystanders witnessed a heroic rescue by an Army staff sergeant pulling a woman from a burning car. We are pleased to
bridge knowledge gaps to stay current and engaged with industry standards.
Sergeant Jeffrey Dillon is stationed here at Joint Base Carpenter. Major General Henderson, Commander, Joint Base Carpenter, will present
Share knowledge gained and inspire others.
At this time, I'm happy to take any of your questions. Ma'am?
Pavilion, we've got you covered.
Direct from Fort Meade, Maryland, this is DINFOS Live.
Welcome back to another episode of DINFOS Live. I'm Major David J. Murphy, an instructor here at the Defense Information School. And on this month's episode, we're talking all about the upcoming DINFOS Social Media Forum and closing the loop on the RPI process by talking about implementation. Because we have such a packed agenda, let's get right on with the show. I'd like to welcome our first returning guest, the DINFOS Social Media Training Office Program Manager, Mr. Kwande Hall.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, not much. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Great, great. Have a seat. Thanks, Kwande, for joining us. Of course, this is not your first time here on the program. You were actually with us on our very first episode of DINFOS Live, where you were talking about social media. And now we have you back on the program, and you're talking about social media again.
Imagine that.
Now, before we get into what you're going to talk about here today, which is, of course, the Social Media Forum, I want to let everyone, of course, know that they can have their questions be answered by our social media monitor, Sergeant Ben Witten. How you doing, Sergeant Witten?
I'm doing great, sir. Very happy to be here and ready to take those questions.
All right. Well, welcome back. Glad to have you back. Again, if you have any questions for our panelists, don't hesitate to ask about them in the comments section, and we might just ask your question on the air. Okay, let's talk about the Social Media Forum, shall we?
Sure.
Well, first and foremost, what is it?
Okay. Well, it's DINFOS has a responsibility to train the fleet and field. So it's our opportunity to bring together communication strategists from the DoD, from academia, from across industry to discuss social media strategy development and how we can, better use or utilize these platforms that we're trying to use.
Great, great. Well, when is this event happening?
So September 14th and 15th. It'll be recorded live or recorded and broadcast live right here at DMA. Those 2 days, this is, of course, is the third year, but this is our first year that we're going back live. We were supposed to do the first year live, but of course something happened and kind of postponed this event. But here we go, first time live. We're pretty excited for it.
That's great. So it's taking place here, so if people are able to attend in person?
Absolutely, absolutely. We're actually already filled up, which is pretty awesome. But we've got a lot of people coming from different agencies, not only within the DoD, but the FBI is coming, some representatives from Army Band, just to name a few. So it'll be a good collection. Should be a good event.
Great, great. What are some topics related to the world of social media that you'll be discussing or that your guests will be discussing over those 2 day period?
Sure. Just like previous years, we'll be discussing policies and procedures, social media strategy and development, engagement strategies, content creation, things like that. And of course, with it being live, we'll have a lot of interaction. People will be able to ask questions about those things and how they're implementing social strategies into their own units.
That's great. Will there be opportunities to network with guests?
Yeah. It's great that we're actually in person because, with a lot of our peers here together, we'll be able to connect with one another, talk with one another during the breaks and during the sessions. So it'll be a great time. 2 full days. Excited to have everybody come out. Yeah.
Right. And as you mentioned, obviously in-person registrations are closed, but people can still watch it online. So can you tell me how people can participate and watch the show online?
Absolutely. We'll be live streaming onto the DINFOS Facebook page, DINFOS website. But we'll also be recording the sessions and we'll have them posted on the DINFOS Facebook page, DINFOS Social Media Forum group page. We'll post them to YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll have an opportunity to actually communicate with us, not necessarily during the sessions, but if they're looking at the agenda right now, they have some questions for somebody, they can either email myself at socialmedia@dinfos.edu, or they can send in questions, during the sessions as well. We'll try to get those answered.
That's great. And so glad that you're able to actually do it in person. Hopefully that'll be the case for all future social media forums, which I'm sure there'll be many, many more in the future.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye to you?
No. I'm looking forward to hosting everybody here in the studio. Looking forward to seeing everybody September 14th and 15th right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for your time, Mr. Hall.
Hey, thanks, bro.
As he said, the social media forum will be taking place right here at the Defense Media Agency on September 14th and 15th. And like I said, while all in-person slots are filled, you can still participate virtually by going to the link that you see below here on the screen, which will also be in the notes for this episode. Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Hey, thank you, brother.
Now, I'd like to welcome our other returning guests for this week's program, DINFOS instructors, Army Major Judy Marlowe and Marine Corps Captain David Morris. Hey, great to see you.
Hey, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you again. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Now, of course, we're talking about implementation today, and we've talked and had you both on the program to talk about different aspects of the RPI process. Major Marlowe, you specifically talked about planning, and Captain Morris, you talked about evaluation. Of course, we had Lieutenant Jack Georges on the program, who wasn't able to make it today, but he discussed research. So if any of those topics interest you, if you'd like to watch those episodes, you can find those on our YouTube, Facebook, and Divots Hub channels. Now, before we get into the process of implementation, let's quickly recap your all's experience within the military and the public affairs career field. So why don't we start with you, Major Marlowe?
Yes, so I am Major Judy Marlowe. I have served in the Army for a little over 14 years now, and I have served as a public affairs officer for 10 years. I have been an instructor at the Public Affairs and Communication Strategy qualification course for the past 2 years.
Sir, Captain Dave Morris. I've been in the Marine Corps a little over 6 years. I was public affairs originally, and then we switched over to communication strategy and operations, also called ComStrat. Been doing that the entire time, and before this, did a couple great stints around different commands of the Marine Corps, and I'm also an instructor at Defense Information School in that public affairs and communication strategy qualification course.
Nice, nice. Well, again, glad to have you both on and glad to hear about your expertise. Now, I've mentioned the term RPI a few times, and for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, it is not a specific pie that you can bake at home. It is a pie that we utilize in the communication strategy and public affairs field. So can you give me a quick idea and describe what RPI is?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So the best way I can describe RPI, which again is that research, planning, implementation, and evaluation process, is this is how we plan and execute communication processes in and outside of the DoD in order to accomplish some type of communication end state. It's how we identify problems and opportunities, plan to address them, implement that, and then determine if we were successful or not.
That's great. That's great. And of course, we're talking about implementation. That's why we have you both on. So can you describe for me implementation in your own words?
Implementation is taking that strategic plan. You did all of this work, the research, the planning, now you're taking it and putting it on paper. You're describing the 5 W's of a tactic. It's not just as simple as a social media post. You're actually explaining all the details surrounding that social media post.
That's great. That's great. So what I'd like to know now that we've kind of established what implementation is can you talk to me a little bit about some of the best practices you've seen from implementation plans and also some of the pitfalls that public affairs and ComStrat professionals typically fall into when they're trying to actually develop an implementation strategy?
So some best practices you have to start with the mission. You have to understand your organization, know the mission, know the commander's lines of effort, and understand the vision that your commander has. That is going to be your center of gravity. Without that, you'll be kind of lost while you're researching and planning because we all know that we're bound by time and resources. So if you understand the mission, if you understand what is going to move the needle to accomplish that mission, then you'll be very successful once you get to your implementation section.
And as far as pitfalls, sir, what I would really say when it comes to developing that implementation plan is it goes back to the entire process. So implementation is one part of the RPI process, and it starts with research. And the biggest pitfall that we generally see is when people don't use the research that they found to actually inform their implementation efforts. So you find out during research that, hey, look, this key public that I want to speak to likes to receive information in person, direct, face-to-face, but then people will build a communication plan or an implementation plan that speaks to them using social media strategy. And that doesn't align with what your research actually told you, so you're almost kind of setting yourself up for failure, or you're not really doing yourself any favors. So you do that research in the beginning to help inform what you put into your actual implementation plan. So use what you have actually learned. That's the purpose of it.
Now, you talked about obviously all the parts and pieces that go into an implementation plan. Is there ever an instance where perhaps you can have too much detail?
Well, so I like to tell people you can plan out as much as you want, but you can't control everything, sir. So you could say, hey, this is the exact script that we're going to use. This is the exact type of person we're going to put in this interview. This is the exact length. This is the time that we're going to do this. And that's all great. That's great that you're considering it. But there's always going to be stuff that pops up, right? Maybe someone's got an emergency leave situation, or maybe you find out someone doesn't really have the experience that you want, or they don't exactly understand your intent. So you can put as much detail in you want, but you have to leave that wiggle room so that you can adjust if something doesn't go exactly to the in-depth, specific, detailed plan that you created.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as we're working on developing these plans, are there any tools or processes or websites or anything that can help us develop or implement the actual plan itself?
You should absolutely have a calendar, maybe a Gantt chart. These are resources or templates that are available on Pavilion. And those are very important to use. And one thing that I want to state is, and we have to exercise this as communicators, we should understand how our people receive information. So we shouldn't just pick something, a tool, a platform, and say, you will use this. We should talk to our people and say, what is the best way that you receive information so that we're all lockstep when we're executing this plan, we're all on the same page. So if there's a quick change, they know exactly where to go to make sure that they are executing the current plan.
And while these tools really help you, like that Gantt chart or that calendar, while they can visually or in any other means like depict the information that you're trying to get across, it also serves another purpose, and that's in that it lays out your entire implementation so that if you can't implement for whatever means, or you have to give it to someone else, or maybe your team is in all different areas, then it makes it very clear and easy to understand. So you can give that implementation plan to somebody else, and then they can execute it, and it doesn't all rely on you, because maybe you're that person that has that emergency leave situation, or you have priorities elsewhere. So it's important that somebody else is able to pick up those efforts with hopefully as little hindrance as possible to the actual execution.
You know, and what I think is also good to keep in mind as well when talking about like tools, right, is to know that to not get wrapped up in this new program or this new website or putting everything into a Gantt chart or feeling like you have to do that. Right? You just need to write down what it is. You need to put it down on paper and have it somewhere where someone can access it and understand. Because that's another thing that we talk about too, is like maybe you keep the whole implementation plan in your head, right? No, it has to be something that's written down and executable by somebody else. Can you talk to me a little bit about your personal experience, either developing implementation plans or implementing them yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So I had a pretty good example just that shows the importance of building wiggle room into your implementation plan. So I researched, planned, and executed a communication plan in the Indo-PACOM area of responsibility a few years back. And so what I wound up doing was sending Marines to 3 different countries. So I sent 3 Marines to 3 different countries. They embedded with our own organic units and our partner nations. And I built this great plan, right? We talked about detail earlier and building a lot of detail. I built this great plan. I gave the Marines good intent, and what I didn't think about was one thing that you wouldn't necessarily think to actually consider: weather, right? So we were there during the rainy season, so it was pouring rain the entire time. Well, while my Marines were accomplishing my intent of going out there, they were getting all this great information, they were feeding the tactics that I was going to build in my implementation plan, what I didn't consider was, oh, you can't use a computer when it's pouring rain outside, or internet access. How does that weather affect the actual internet access with getting those large quantities of data back to the ship for me to conduct the rest of my implementation? And so I really learned there that it's important to be able to adjust and have a backup plan for that type of stuff. Think about it through your head, walk through it in your head. Hey, here's what could possibly go wrong, and here's how it could possibly fix it, almost like a contingency plan.
Yeah, when I was a brigade public affairs officer in Germany, I was one of 2 people in my shop, and we had to support 5,000 soldiers all over Europe. And we were convoying from Germany to Poland. And while I was developing the plan, I created some briefing cards for the soldiers, and I prepped some soldiers. But I know that I'm only one of 2, and it's impossible for me to be everywhere at once. And I'm thankful that I did that, and I prepped soldiers, and they at least had that card if I wasn't available, because while we were convoying, we would have to stop for gas or other issues, and media would just swarm our strikers. So I was trying to run up and catch all of the interviews and all of the reporters' name and do my PAO duties. However, if they didn't have those cards, if they didn't know the messages and talking points and had that, if I didn't think about that in advance, we probably would have had some issues in those engagements.
Yeah, absolutely. I know when I was actually the chief of public affairs at Keesler Air Force Base, we needed to let people know about this new app that we had developed. So we actually utilized an implementation plan that actually took advantage of almost every single possible tactic you can consider when trying to let people know about something, because we wanted to reach the widest amount of people possible. We had a TV advertising campaign, we had print, we had stand-ins at the base mall, we had even engagements with the media, the local media. So it was a pretty awesome thing, not only to develop and execute and then see the effects of that, right? The evaluation, right? Was it actually working? And it was, and that was really awesome to see that. So, obviously we're public affairs, ComStrat professionals, right? We're on our high tower, whatnot, from the leadership position. But of course, it's really critical that we let our troops know and understand why this implementation plan matters. So how do you convey that importance to the troop on the ground actually executing the plan?
I think it's really a large part of your actual plan, right? So before, when you send your troops out into the field or to actually get a lot of the information that feeds your tactics, you have to focus on the purpose. You have to focus on the why. And here's the thing, and it kind of goes back to our previous question. You can build a very detailed plan. Things aren't always going to go according to plan. So by giving them that purpose or that reason why or that intent, you're then decentralizing their execution. So then they're able to say, okay, I know that my boss wants this type of thing, or here is what he or she is trying to actually accomplish. Here's the bigger plan. So what can I do out here that wasn't necessarily tasked to me, but could help him or her actually achieve that plan? So focusing on the why or the purpose before you send those Marines, airmen, sailors, soldiers out there into the field or on an exercise will really help to make your life a lot easier when you're actually implementing it and building those products to put out into the information environment.
We need to make sure that it's a two-way conversation and we're not just giving them orders. While I agree 100% with Captain Morris giving them purpose, but also getting their ideas as well and having that conversation, allowing them to have input, because they're the ones who are going to be on the ground actually implementing most times. So it's important that they understand that they have some autonomy, some freedom to be creative in that implementation.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier with regard to detail, right? It's good to have some detail, enough to execute, but you don't want to necessarily lock yourselves in. You want to, again, give that wiggle room, because who knows, that member you might be tasking to do the job might have their own ideas and can potentially improve the implementation plan or see it from a perspective you didn't even consider. So, great. Of course, we talked about commander's intent earlier, so I really want to dig into that. Tell me, why is it so important to integrate commander's intent and priorities into an implementation plan? What can go wrong if we don't?
Well, one, we're just wasting our efforts, right? Which, who has time or resources to do that? We only have so many hours in a day, so many people on our staff. And if you were like me with 1 or 2 people, if you don't know your commander's intent, you don't have that mission, then you're going to be lost and you're going to be doing all these things, following the next trend and not allowing the research to properly guide you, which is going to guarantee mission success.
You're a member of the staff, and a lot of times you're not going to have all of the resources that you need to actually implement your plan. Maybe you need just even bodies to help set up for a press conference. Maybe you need someone that has the expertise in a different subject area to work with you. And so if you're part of the staff and you need other people to help you out, that might not necessarily be their priority. But working underneath that commander's end state, their lines of effort, what that does is it provides justification for your efforts. So it allows you to go to someone and say, hey, look, here's why I'm doing the communication plan, right? This is getting toward our commander's line of effort of this, or their end state for this. And that helps to generate some staff buy-in to help you implement your plan.
Absolutely, absolutely, great. Well, what I want to ask you now is basically, we talked about the staff, right? So talk to me a little bit more about how other members of the staff, other information-related capabilities within your command can actually help you execute and be built into your implementation plan.
Well, so what I tell everyone, all my students, is that your operations section, your operations officer should be aware of everything that you're doing. And it kind of goes back to what we were just speaking about, where you're not going to have everything that you have a lot of the time, right? Maybe you're that shop of two. Maybe you're a shop of one. Who knows? So you might not necessarily have those resources. So by incorporating that operations officer or that operations section, you're then working with the tasking authority for your command, right? So, hey, look, we need people to do this. We need the command to support this. So if the operations officer, who's supposed to be tracking everything that's going on around the command, if they're aware of what you're doing and the purpose why, and you're keeping them abreast of the situation, then they can help you out in getting other staff members to really support you.
And I love to say we are the SME at finding the SME. So sometimes we think that we have to be the spokesperson all the time and we have to be the ones, but if it's the chaplain or other influential leaders in your organization, use them. Because if a message is going to sound more authentic coming from an NCO who is down at the level of the troops rather than just the PAO officer from my desk, then use that. And also be mindful of external resources that you have, such as maybe a mobile public affairs detachment or a public affairs detachment. You can absolutely use those other IRCs that maybe are not even assigned to your organization, as long as you have a plan. I've never had a leader turn me down if I said, sir, ma'am, I need 20 people, only have 2. Here is how I'm going to use them. Can I please request these resources?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you mentioned the chaplain. That's really critically important, especially if you're trying to do anything that relates to like a community engagement strategy, right? It's a little tough to build a community engagement strategy that is just encompassing the public affairs ComStrat officer going out into the community, right? There's so many great resources, tools, members, people that we can tap into to can help enhance those strategies. I'm hearing, though, that we have a question from social media. So let me throw it over to Sergeant Witten. What do you got for us?
We have a question from Preston. He is asking if there's ever a point during the implementation process where you might have to take a step back and go back to a previous step.
Oh, okay.
So thank you for the question, and I would say yes, absolutely, right? That's something that could definitely come up. So this is where it's important to really always be scanning the environment and to constantly be, if you listen to my evaluation aspect of this, evaluation is continuous. It's something you're doing all the time. So we teach students course correction. So by constantly evaluating your plan while you're implementing it, at certain points, you set up those points to look at what you're actually doing. And you might say, ooh, I'm not actually achieving what I want to achieve, or I'm not where I want to be at. Let me go back a couple steps, reevaluate what I'm doing. Maybe I have to do a couple more tactics. Maybe I have to switch things up. Let me see what's going on. So yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it's something you should always be looking at while you implement.
Yeah, and we definitely recommend that in your implementation plan, when you're creating that calendar or however you're sharing that information, that you're putting on the calendar, we will evaluate and what that actually looks like. What are you using? What are the analytics? How are you sourcing this data to use that to see if maybe you do need to course correct or you just continue mission?
Absolutely, and I think one of the ways that we do that is through environmental scanning, right? So it's not just a simple set and forget when we develop an implementation plan. We're constantly looking at it. So talk to me about why that's so critically important. You kind of touched on it, but just go into a little bit more detail.
Well, so you fight for resources and you're implementing and you're putting all your time and effort and possibly a lot of money into something. Well, what if you're not meeting the mark, right? What if you're not being successful? If you don't constantly monitor the information environment, you might only discover that you're not successful at the end of your plan, and now it's too late. Maybe you hit that deadline and you can't go back. But if you're monitoring and you see something's wrong a little earlier on, you still have time to adjust and hopefully meet your objectives or your end state.
And the world doesn't stop just because we're implementing our perfect plan, right? There are other things that are happening in the environment. So if we're not constantly environmentally scanning, we risk that something is happening and maybe a potential crisis or other issue for our organization because we're so focused on our plan. So it's crucial to make sure that you're continuously doing that even when you're implementing.
So if we discover that our plan isn't working, right, is there an appropriate time that we should take, that we can actually change it? Is there a time we should consider to change it? Or when should we change it?
So you don't want to change it too early, right? You know, if you're launching an entire social media campaign over a 12-month period and you're one tweet into it or you're one Facebook post into it and you're like, oh man, like this isn't really working, I think it's a little too early. What I would recommend is either work in halves or in quarters, right? So if you have a year-long plan, maybe halfway through you look to see where you're at, or you know, every 3 months, so about 25%, 50%, 75% of the way through. That gives you manageable blocks to where you're not changing too early, but you're ultimately making that call where you can still make the adjustment in time.
And it's important to look at those tactics. So if you're looking at 2 tweets and one has a lot of traction, maybe one doesn't, did you include an image? Is it something else that maybe boosted that engagement? Did someone share it who's very influential? So there are other factors that you want to look into before you completely scratch your plan.
And when changing it, I mean, it's probably, you're not just completely scrapping. Sometimes it's adjusting, sometimes it's full-on scrapping, right?
Yeah, and it kind of is what Major Marlowe is saying. Maybe you're finding out that you don't need to change the entire plan, but maybe from now on you say, wow, okay, you know, these posts with pictures really work, so we're just going to include pictures in the rest of them, or this amount of hashtags, or posting at this time of the day. That all could potentially make a difference.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, let's go back to Sergeant Whitney's got another question from the world of social media for us.
Let's go.
Indeed we do. We have a question from Amanda. She is asking, the phrase environmental scanning gets used occasionally, but what are some of the practical steps of that step?
Okay. What goes into environmental scanning?
So an environmental scanning can really be whatever you deem it to be, right? It can be, what I generally tell people is take a look at what your situation looks like around you. And when I say scan the environment is your office, family, friends, the digital information environment, social media. It's everything that's really around you. So based on your situation, analyze or take a look at what you think you really need to look at, right? So maybe you look, maybe you start on simple Google searches, or maybe you start looking at Twitter, searching a hashtag, or Facebook, or any other type of social media, seeing what's trending. Then you have the physical aspect of it. Maybe you go around the office and you're talking to different people, hey, what's going on? Like, what's the news? What have you heard? There's also the meeting aspect, so going to different meetings and seeing what's going on and what the staff is concerned about. You can also sign up for plenty of like news alerts on different websites, different subscription services, which will alert you to different things that you can kind of personalize that will kind of give you that warning if you need it.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Can you tell me, again, at the end of the day, right, you've put your implementation and plan in place, how do you determine success? How do you know if you've been successful?
Well, this is where evaluation comes into it. And so you start off with research. So you say, after research, you say, here is where we're at right now. Here is my baseline. We're at this knowledge, attitude, or behavior levels. Then you implement your plan. And during that implementation and at the end, you then measure it again, generally using the same type of research methods. And you say, okay, here's where my baseline was at. Here is where I am at now after I've implemented my plan. have I achieved that increase or decrease in knowledge, attitude, or behavior that I was looking at? If I did, is this due to my implementation? If all other things are unchanged, right? There wasn't any other crazy changes or factors that kind of played into it, then yeah, I think you can reasonably assume that you weren't successful in that, then okay, understand what went wrong. Did my implementation, did my tactics not really reach the people that I wanted to reach? Did they not understand my message? Were they not motivated by it?
I think looking at what you were trying to achieve, and just because you didn't achieve that, it doesn't mean that it wasn't successful. But did it move the needle in that direction? So maybe you didn't change 100% of the attitude, right? Knowledge, attitude, behavior, but are you in the right direction? That if you just had a little bit more time to continue implementing, that it will eventually get there.
Yeah, if you're on the right path, maybe you just need a little bit longer, right?
Exactly.
Maybe it's a good plan, just need an extra 6 months or something, right?
And that's what we tell people too. Generally, you're not going to change like 100% of people's knowledge or 100% of people's behaviors. You're typically looking for those marginal changes and then maybe over time you increase them. You look at what's working and what's not.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, again, thank you so much for taking time out to be on the show today. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we say goodbye to you?
I would just like to say implementation is driven by your research. The more and better and more in-depth research that you can do, the easier your implementation is going to be and the higher likelihood of success that you'll have.
Make sure you're not married to the plan. I know that you put so much effort, so much work, but if it's not working, adjust and make sure that you're talking to your people constantly. Sometimes we're so focused on externally communicating that we forget about our folks in our shop. So remember them and to include them in your planning.
That's a good point. Be willing to let go of that idea if it's not working.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great point. Well, that's our show for this month. It was quite a packed agenda, I think. But remember, if you would rather listen to these shows instead of watching them, you can download the show as a podcast. Just go to your podcatcher of choice and search for DINFOS Live. Make sure you subscribe, okay? Well, thanks again to our guests for taking their time out to share their expertise. I also want to say thank you for tuning in. Be sure to comment, subscribe, and share the show with all your friends or anyone you think might be interested in this type of content. Join us next month on September 28th when we'll be discussing podcasting and how to develop and execute a great podcasting program. All right, thank you so much for your time, and thank you all for watching. See you next month, everybody.
Thank you.
From a fiery crash. This man, later identified as an Army Staff Sergeant, is seen here carrying the crash victim away from her wrecked car just moments before it burst into flames.
Okay, Ruiz, press release, Jones, portrait. Miss Miller will have you take the brief card and case study. Minto, social media. Gramley, the article for publication, and I've got the press conference. Are there any questions? No, ma'am. All right, let's make it happen.
Pavilion supplies teams with public affairs and visual information resources on demand 24/7. Whether you're brand new to the field or a seasoned professional, access tools to help jumpstart every mission.
Okay, guys, ready?
A trusted source for policy, templates, articles, all aligned to DoD standards.
Here's the fact sheet for the press release.
Thanks, I'll take care of it.
Reference videos, checklists, case studies, and more to help full-time and collateral duty professionals no matter where you are.
Welcome to Press Release 101. In this video, we'll be going over the basics of a press release, as well as walking you through how to write it.
Hey, thanks for the brief card. Yep, I'll get the press conference together tonight. Okay, great. Thanks. Chat soon.
Welcome to Pavilion Audio. This episode is on press conferences. We'll be covering the basics of a press conference, some do's.
Recently in the news, bystanders witnessed a heroic rescue by an Army staff sergeant pulling a woman from a burning car. We are pleased to
Bridge knowledge gaps to stay current and engaged with industry standards.
Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Dillon is stationed here at Joint Base Carpenter. Major General Henderson, Commander, Joint Base Carpenter, will present
Share knowledge gained and inspire others.
At this time, I'm happy to take any of your questions. Ma'am?
Pavilion, we've got you covered.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Social Media Forum. Hope you've gotten a little bit out of the sessions we've had so far. And we're going to kick off to our next presenter, who's virtual for our studio audience. Ms. Laura Reichlich, she's social media strategist with Hootsuite.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be joining you all today. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen, get that deck loaded up. There we go. So hopefully you should see that now. But I hope everyone's having a good day so far, had a good lunch. I got to tune into a few sessions this morning and there was a lot of great info. So ready to continue on this afternoon. So my name is Laura. I'm a social media strategist here at Hootsuite, based just outside of Toronto, Canada. So thank you so much for having me today. I'm very excited to be chatting with all of you. So in terms of today's agenda, what we're really going to dive into, we've got a few different topics here. So first, we'll start off with a social networks crash course where we'll really understand the different nuances between the different networks. And then we'll dive into content planning where we'll chat a little bit about, how you can jumpstart some of those pieces of content that you might be creating ahead of time, just so that you know what you want to post. And then we'll also chat through some best practices for social content. So we'll dive into a few different examples to get some inspiration, but we'll also have a fun activity planned together for those of you that are, with us both, virtually, but also in person. And then finally, we'll also dive into volume and cadence. So thinking about how we can make sure we're reaching our audience at the right time. There we go. Now, of course, we'll also leave plenty of room at the end for any questions that you might have. So feel free to get those questions ready and we'll leave plenty of room at the end for diving into some of those as well. Awesome. So with that, let's start off with a social networks crash course. So I always think a really great place to start is chatting about why social media is important and what it can mean to really have a great social presence. And as you start building out what that social presence is for your brand, it should ultimately help you first, draw people in. Maybe by sharing some interesting content, whether it's thought-provoking or helpful or even humorous, right? Folks need a good laugh or smile from time to time too in that social media content. It should also help you drive some valuable conversations. So asking questions to your audience to drive engagement, really, encouraging people to start a conversation. Or alternatively, you also see a lot of times now, brands using their profiles to jump in on existing conversations that are happening online as well. So that's another really good way to get a little extra, reach or brand awareness for your channels by jumping in on some of those existing conversations that are already happening. Now, next, your social presence should also provide essential information about your specific organization. So, thinking about the location, what you do, and then ultimately, what value you can also provide to others. And then last but not least, a great social presence should also open you up to relationship and community building. So that's a really big piece for especially brands on social media, is being able to build sort of that community around, your particular industry so that folks can go there to get really great resources, chat with others that are a part of the community, and really ultimately build some relationships there. So I've got one poll here that would love your input on. So if you're joining us in person, feel free to break out your phone, or if you're joining us virtually, open up your phone or a separate desktop window, whatever you're joining from, and head on over to slido.com. And there you'll find a participant code, which is 210686 Or alternatively too, if in person, it might be a little small, but if you're joining virtually, there's a QR code there. So you can open up your camera on your smartphone and scan that QR code, and it will take you right to the activity too. But would love to see where your brands are active on social media. So what networks are you currently using today? So it's looking like a lot of Facebook so far. Twitter is creeping up there too. Awesome. So we'll give it a minute or so for folks to join in and vote on this poll here. Amazing. So still mostly Facebook, a little bit on TikTok too, which is very cool to see. Instagram is coming up too. Amazing. So it's really great to see just off the bat, for those of you that are voting, that you're leveraging pretty well all of the social networks here, which is really, really fantastic to see. All right, we'll give it 10 more seconds. And for those of you that have already voted, feel free to leave that window open, just because we're going to be using Slido again later on for our activity together. Beautiful. Okay, so it's looking like majority Facebook, Instagram, but really Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn are kind of hovering around the same amount there, but definitely lots of Facebook. So that's amazing to see. Thank you so much for voting. Feel free to keep voting if you like, and then also just keep that window open for the activity later. Perfect. So let's take a look then at the different social channels that are usually leveraged by different brands and organizations, and work through some of the nuances that differentiate them. So when looking at this chart, I would say the far left-hand side is the most professional. And then as you work your way to the right-hand side, they definitely start to become more personal. So we'll go through each of these. Now, typically when looking at something like LinkedIn, a really great way to think about it is almost like a professional trade show. So it's really a fantastic spot to, post some thought leadership or industry trends, build out, a recruitment presence as well by sharing some people-focused stories or brand award-related stories. And then, of course, what it's most well-known for, I would say, which is that professional networking piece. So maybe having folks that are a part of, your organization post about their experience, and that can always help with, that professional networking piece and building out that content awareness. Now, as we move over to Twitter, you can almost think of this like a cocktail party. Now, for those of you that might go to a cocktail party from time to time, you can think about when you go to one, typically, you're sharing the high level of what's new with you today at those cocktail parties. So it's all very sort of high level what's happening right now. So you can kind of think of Twitter in the same way. It's a really great place to kind of get a pulse on the conversation or share industry news. Anything that's trending or timely are all really good to see on Twitter there. Now, because it's very much what's happening right now platform, you definitely want to keep posts short and sweet there, but also very timely to what's happening in sort of your industry there. Now, as we move over to Facebook, which a lot of you are leveraging, which is fantastic to see, a great way you can kind of think of that is almost like a dinner party. So the way that that differentiates, we're thinking, the cocktail party is high level news, what's happening right now. The dinner party is where we get into more of those stories. So, we're sharing more of that information or brand related stories in a more casual way. But, also playing into more of that, story piece, giving a more well-rounded view there. And, I would say as well, Facebook is a very visual first platform as well. So definitely thinking about the different images or videos that you might use to really tell your story and engage others in that story. Now, when we move over to something like Instagram, it's one of the more personal platforms, that and TikTok. So you can kind of think of it almost like a digital art gallery. So it's a very, very visual first platform. You want to be thinking about, the different images and the videos that you might use to really tell a story or grab someone's attention. And so you can kind of think about it like if you're going to an art gallery, walking around, taking a look at some of the pieces that are there, typically the art itself will grab your attention first, right? And then you'll stop and maybe read a little bit more about the artist and the inspiration behind the piece or whatnot. So you can kind of think of Instagram in the same way. That video or that image is going to grab their attention, and then they'll read the rest of your post. And then finally, we have TikTok. So a few of you are on that, which is really cool to see. And the big thing to think about with TikTok is being authentic. So you can kind of think of it like a FaceTime or a Skype call that you might have with a friend or a family member, where, a lot of that authenticity of who you are really shines through in that FaceTime call. So you can think of TikTok in the same way, like chatting with a friend or chatting with a family member. Usually content that maybe has a host to put a little personal face to sort of the brand can be really helpful. But you want to stray away from the overly perfect video on TikTok. So nothing too produced. You really want to maintain that authenticity over perfection there. All right. Now, one thing to keep in mind as well is that with social platforms, it can be really, really easy to get into the habit of cross-posting the same message across, multiple social media platforms, especially if you're tight for time, maybe you're a small team and just trying to stretch that content a little bit further. I think we've all been there for sure. And it's important to just remember back to, those nuances that we were just chatting about for each platform, and really trying your best to tailor that content a little bit, if you can, to those different nuances. So maybe if you have a post about recruitment, for example, you might want to tweak it based on the network that it's going on. Perfect. And then I also wanted to share this great quote from Gary Vaynerchuk, which says, if you're telling a story from a park bench to 3 old guys playing chess, you're going to present it differently than you would sharing that same story in an auditorium at Radio City Music Hall. It all depends on the room you're in and the context with which it lives. And this is a really interesting thought because it helps you sort of remember that we really need to be considering our audience at all times. So one example that we can think of is even from more traditional media. So, before social media, things like newspaper, television, books. And as you know, stories are all told a little bit differently based on the audience or the medium there. So kind of like how books and movies are generally fairly similar, they might have the same plot if an author writes a book and then it gets turned into a movie later on. But there always will be slight differences in that storyline. And that's typically because, they're playing to the movie audience rather than necessarily the book audience. So really, we need to kind of think about social media in the same way, right? Each platform is different and therefore also needs to be addressed differently. Beautiful. Okay, so we'll dive into chatting a bit about content planning now. So when thinking about building out, all of this great content that you're going to share and planning ahead, I always find it really helpful to have sort of a master overview of different dates, events, or milestones, just so you can plan any content for those ahead of time and not feel super rushed. And it can also give you a really good opportunity to have more time and space to jump on some of those more trending pieces because you've got all of this content already sort of blocked off and ready to go. So different things that you could consider could be different local or community events or initiatives, topical things, so perhaps some campaign launches or different resources and tips and tricks your audience might find helpful, Or you could also dive into relevant things as well, such as some industry trends, or holidays that sort of map back to your industry as well there. So I always find it helpful putting it in a bit of a calendar format. Some of you may already have something like this in place, which is fantastic. If not, this could be a really good starting point where you start to map out some of those holidays, days, campaigns you might have coming down the pipeline ahead of time and break it down into months just so that it's all really visible and something that you can reference later. So here, let's say, we're in September. Maybe I want to be starting to plan my October content already. I definitely would want to be. So maybe I want to create a really cool image for Navy Day or Women in Military Service for America Memorial Anniversary. Maybe I want to plan a really cool video for that. So having that ahead of time and knowing what's coming down the pipeline can help with that content creation piece and know what you might want to create so you're not feeling super rushed. All right, now once you have all of that content planned out and you start posting it, you'll also want to take a look over time for any patterns. So is there, a particular topic or image or video format that you're using that typically drives the response you're hoping to get? Whether that be maybe driving some likes, maybe getting conversations going in the comments, or having someone reach out as well to your organization. So thinking about what response you want to achieve from your social posts and thinking about what's really getting that response for me already. You also want to take a look at what has the highest engagement for you. So are there any patterns or similarities there between some of those posts that drive some of the highest engagements for you? Could also be a really good indicator into what your audience likes to see. Next, you want to think about, are people responding in the same way across all of your social networks? Or do you typically, get more engagement on one platform than another? So maybe you get more engagements on Facebook than perhaps Twitter. So it's interesting to just kind of look at that, right? What's driving the most, response and engagement for you in terms of conversations? And then finally here, do people engage when you ask a question, whether that be, in something like a poll or, in a question in the post itself? Now, I'd say too, a lot of the times, and I believe there was a question this morning too, where it's like, I'm posting, but no one's engaging with me, or maybe answering the questions that I get or that I'm asking on my sort of profile there. So I would say one tip to think about is just to look at your post and see if the content itself in the question you're asking is too niche. Sometimes you don't know necessarily, well, you should do a little research to who's following you, but it's always good to keep an eye on, is this question accessible to anyone to answer, perhaps? Because if it's too niche, then you might not get all of the engagement or responses that you're wanting to get. So definitely take a look and sort of check that out. But that's always a good indicator there. Is the question too niche? Can I broaden this and make it more accessible for others? All right, now along that same line, you'll also want to consider your audience on each network. So, who is following you, taking a look at that demographic information on each network, but also how that audience might be spending their time on that network as well. So if you're, looking at your yearly sort of content overview, the calendar that we had just looked at, and you're saying, I really want to post in December about the end of the year or, holiday season. You could say, well, most of the people that are typically following me on LinkedIn also are kind of going there for industry news or maybe looking at jobs and employment ideas. So maybe what I'll do on LinkedIn is I'll share a cool blog highlighting some stats from 2022 to kind of wrap up the year, maybe about the industry, maybe about, the number of recruits we got this year. So just playing into more of that industry piece and sharing some really interesting stats on LinkedIn. And then maybe for Facebook and Instagram, I want to share something that's more of a story. So maybe I want to film a video highlighting members of the organization, maybe sharing some interesting sort of stats or things that they learned this year, or even their highlight of 2022, something that was really cool that happened. And that sort of plays into more of the storytelling piece of the platform, but it also plays into the fact that typically, if someone's heading over to something like Facebook or Instagram, they're going there to interact with different friends or family members that they might follow. So people might, prefer to interact with more of that human element, whether it's being, seeing coworkers or themselves or family members or friends that are highlighted in that video. So just thinking about the different networks, but also, what those folks are doing when they go to that network. Awesome. Okay, so with that, we'll dive into some best practices for social content. So we'll go through lots of examples together, but then we'll also have the activity at the end of this sort of section here. So with that being said, let's start off with thinking about the 4 different things that social media content should do. And really, it can be broken down into 4 buckets, which are to educate, entertain, inspire, and convert. So we'll go through each of these in a little more detail, chat through some examples as well. But for educate, first up here, really, this content is meant to spark curiosity, add to someone's knowledge bank. So sometimes on social, this can be seen as answering frequently asked questions or sharing did you know statements or tips and tricks. So I thought this example here from the US Army was a really cool example of an educate post. It has this really authentic sort of video format where someone is chatting with the audience in sort of that host kind of format. But they're providing a lot of really great tips and tricks, and the audience is called out directly in the caption too, right? They're addressing new recruits who may be still, looking online for resources as they get started in the Army, trying to learn some tips and tricks. Perhaps too, this could be really interesting for someone who's considering becoming a new recruit as well and just starting that research phase. So sharing some of this information can be really helpful to educate some of those folks that might still be looking for, some tips and tricks and resources there. All right, and then next up, we have content that entertains. And this is always a really great format since it allows you to get creative and develop something that's, really captivating and fun, and keeps your audience engaged and wants to know what's coming next. So you could consider sharing some unique stories, perhaps about, the organization itself, or also some great behind the scenes content as well, maybe showing, a day in the life, lots of different options with that behind the scenes piece there. So I thought this was a really great example of an entertain post from the US Air Force recruiting Instagram page. And so what they've essentially done is they've created a short video that has a lot of different behind the scenes clips in a video celebrating the US Air Force turning 75 this month. I will say, it was so captivating to watch. All of the clips were very short and sweet, so it keeps someone's attention because the image is constantly changing as well. But, it's a very sort of excitable piece. Watching that myself, I was like, wow, this is so cool. Can't wait to see more content around that 75th sort of anniversary there. So that's always a great example of an entertain post, showing lots of behind the scenes content for a nice celebration. All right, now on to inspire. Now, with this type of content in particular, you just, of course, want to make sure you're remaining careful, as you want to make sure, you're being very genuine and authentic in your approach. So some examples of inspirational content that you could share with your audience could be different community involvement stories or people-focused stories. ideally, you just want to sort of inspire positive or memorable moments that stay with your audience and drive them to take maybe a certain action. So this post from the US Navy I thought was a really fantastic example of an inspire post. They're really highlighting a people-focused story of Lieutenant Allison Hands. She's carrying, her grandmother's legacy of being in the U.S. Navy, which is a phenomenal story, and they kind of go into that in the caption there. But I love, love, love that at the end of the post, they also encourage others to share their own photos too, right? Using the hashtag US Navy or, tagging them as well to be featured. So it's a great way to get some of that, user-generated content as well to share. All right, and then last but not least, we have content that aims to convert. Now, when we say convert, it doesn't necessarily have to mean, buy X product or service now. I think a lot of people typically think of something like that, but rather it's building out promotional content that encourages your audience to take some kind of next step from your particular call to action. So this post from the US Marine Corps, I thought was a fantastic example as well of some convert content. Even just looking through their page, they do a really, really good job at that convert content. So I'd encourage you to take a look. But this post in particular was a gallery that had a bunch of different images that you could swipe through to see, some of the different physical sort of challenges there for the Marine Corps. But the thing I'll mention as well, a little tip, is if you're posting a gallery on Instagram, it's really quite cool because if someone's following your account and your post comes up on their newsfeed and they don't really engage with that first image in your gallery, when they close it out and reopen Instagram at a later time, there's a high chance they'll be reserved a different image in that gallery. So it can be a really cool option to sort of re-engage someone, hopefully get the engagement the second time around. So that could be one cool little tip to give a try there. But this post in particular, it links out to an article to read more about, Marine Corps physical fitness. But they also do a really great job with, other come join us type call to actions as well in their posts. So great example there of a convert post. All right. Now, when thinking about visuals on any kind of post that you're sharing on social media, really, I would say, visuals are vital to stand out and stop the scroll. And what I mean by that is a lot of the times people are scrolling through social media when they either want to research or look something up, so get some more information on something, or they're also going to be scrolling through when they have a free minute. Maybe they're a little bored, want to pass some time. So, you really want to make sure the imagery that you're using or the videos are thumb stopping. So you want to essentially get them to stop scrolling through because your image has stood out to them as something really cool. And then they'll go through and read the caption and follow your particular call to action there. So when thinking about how we can sort of up our posts, get them more creative, a few different ideas here that could be interesting to try. First one is a visual list. Second is infographic. And then the last one here is interactive. So we'll go through each of these with a few examples as well. So for a visual list, this is essentially where you get some great information and you highlight it in sort of a list format. Maybe you use some emojis as those bullet points to add in a little bit of that visual interest. I will say too, everyone loves a good list, right? They're very easy to read, get some good information from. So even thinking about, that Marine Corps example, talking about the different fitness sort of challenges they go through, perhaps, it's linking out to a blog post. Maybe you highlight a few of those really interesting sort of key summary pieces in a visual list as well. So that could be something really interesting to think about. If you've got a blog or resource, maybe you highlight those key takeaways with some bullet points there. Next up, we have an infographic. So infographics are so phenomenal for social media. They're really, mapped out in a very visual first way. There's usually lots of great data points on there, some visual interest as well. So these, I would say, are really highly shareable, but also savable. And when you have something like this, it also gives the user who's interacting with that, if they share it out, they look like a really cool industry expert as well because they're sharing all this great data. So I remember earlier this morning, someone had a question, about being in more of a research field and not being able to capture as much maybe live photography in a field like that. Well, this could be a really good option to try, right? Sharing some cool infographics, have them designed in a really interesting way. If you're creating, or if you have created a really big infographic as well, you could also consider breaking it down into micro content where you'll take little snippets of that infographic and post them separately. And that just helps stretch your content a little bit further as well. All right, and then finally, we have interactive. And so this could either be posting a question in the caption itself, kind of like what we have here, or it could also be leveraging a poll. And so this is really just trying to generate some good conversation with your audience, maybe get to know them a little bit better. So that could be a good option to get some sort of engagements going there as well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, you want to make sure you're leaving out too much jargon, making sure it's accessible to everyone. But also, I would say don't be afraid to leverage your own network. So a lot of the times, I feel like people get intimidated. They don't want to be the first one to comment or the first one to vote. They want to sort of wait and see what someone else does and then participate. So maybe, you ping a coworker that you have or let family and friends know, or even yourself, and go in there and vote or answer the question first. And then as people see, there's more engagement on that question or poll, they'll be inclined to go in there too, because sometimes people are just afraid to be the first one. Beautiful. Okay, so we have our fun activity. So feel free to bring out that Slido sort of window again. But what I would love for you to do is open up your phone or a desktop window and go to any social media network of your choice. So LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is for you. And I want you to type in the hashtag armed forces. And once you've done that, I want you to look for a post that really stood out to you. It could have stood out to you because it's phenomenal. It's maybe a really cool educate post or entertain post. Maybe it stood out for you because it's a really horrible post, lots of different options. So I'd love for you to find one that made your thumb stop scrolling and just write in Slido what about the post made it stand out for you. So we'll give it a minute or so. Well, we'll give it a few minutes for you to find your post and then just write about what stood out to you in that post there. All right, we'll give it another minute or so. Some great answers coming in so far. Amazing. So I'm seeing so far lots of people posting about, the image itself being really captivating, which is amazing. Someone mentioned good quality images, beautiful, authenticity, right? So it's a very authentic image, maybe not super highly edited either. I saw one that made me laugh too, where it said that there was a dog in it. That is a thumb-stopping image for those of us that love dogs. It's beautiful. Yeah, so this one here, when it's authentic and doesn't rely on heavy production or editing, right? So the image itself maybe is very captivating, tells a story right there in the image itself. Let's see what else we got. This one seemed irrelevant. Yeah, so it stood out because maybe it wasn't about the topic or had nothing to do with the topic, so it really stood out. Maybe not for a positive reason, right? Beautiful. Some good history-related ones around 9/11. Definitely captivating. Yeah, so this one, inappropriate posts. Beautiful, relatable content, hashtags, amazing. Oh, this is really interesting thought too. So what stood out the most as I scrolled through the tag is that not many posts made me want to stop and engage. A lot of the posts I'm seeing aren't U.S. armed forces. The one that made me stop the longest was a school celebrating Armed Forces Day in Pakistan and was of children wearing uniforms to school. So that's interesting to think about too, right? Especially if you're wanting to leverage certain hashtags, is going and making sure that that hashtag is maybe relevant, right? Beautiful. Awesome. So lots of really, really good answers there. Thank you so much for sharing. So what I would encourage you to do when thinking about even an activity like this is that it can be really, really helpful to check in on, some hashtags related to your industry, but also just scrolling through your own personal news feeds as well and finding some of these thumb-stopping posts that stand out to you, maybe perhaps more for good reasons, and saving some of those in sort of a doc or a note on your phone. And you can always reference those later for inspiration, right? So of course you want to leverage those industry related ones, but even perhaps if you're scrolling through your own personal network and you find a really cool image template or video sort of idea, you can always take that as inspiration and sort of tweak it, make it your own, and share that as well from a brand perspective. So I would encourage you to, think of stuff like this, keep those in an inspiration doc somewhere that you can then leverage for your own social media. Beautiful. Okay, so we'll wrap it up here with talking about volume and cadence, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you might have. So when thinking about how often you should post, a general rule of thumb is typically 1 to 2 times per day on Facebook, 1 time per day on Instagram. Mind you, that's just feed posts. You can always post a lot more stories. 1 to 2 times per day on LinkedIn and up to 5 times per day on Twitter. But really, I would say, it comes down to being consistent rather than worrying about the number of times that you post. So, start small, choose a cadence that you can commit to regularly, whether that's a few times a week, and then you can always increase that if you choose to do so once you get comfortable with the routine that you have for yourself. Now, really the main thing it comes down to is having that consistent pipeline of content, since You don't want your channels to go silent, but you also don't want to be posting a ton of content either and giving your audience content fatigue. I believe one of the speakers talked about that this morning too, right? If you're scrolling through and you see so many posts from the same brand, you might mute them or unfollow them. So, you definitely want to have a regular posting schedule, but not overload. And that will really help play into not only the follower growth piece, but also driving more engagements on your content as well. So to really showcase what I mean by consistency is key, I've got an example here to show you. And these calendars both actually have the exact same number of posts, but as you can see, the one on the left-hand side has them spread out every other day, which is really fantastic for the algorithm optimizing their content, just because it's very predictable, right? And then the example on the right-hand side has them going out every day for a week and then off for a week, and it's just a little more sporadic. So if you're creating content on the fly, it might be a little bit harder to consistently hit that example on the left. But by building out that content calendar and getting ahead of some of the content that you want to share, it will be easier to sort of continue building into that consistency piece there. Amazing. So now that we know how often we should post, another sort of question we see a lot is things like when we should post. And, the first thing to keep in mind is that social media feeds are, of course, no longer displayed in real time. So as you all know, there's these algorithms that show your audience content that's more relevance-based towards their personal interests. And so really, social networks prefer highlighting content that's got some high engagements on it. So with that being said, your goal in order to get your content showing up on people's feeds in this algorithm is to really encourage your audience to, engage with your content by liking, commenting, sharing it, all of that good stuff. So how can you do that, right? It's easier said than done. So one good way to think about is just posting when your audience is online. So you'll want to take a look at your analytics. So dive into those demographics and really understand who your audience is and focus your posting schedule around that. So some social networks like Instagram, if you've got like the business page, will show you, when your audience is online there. But otherwise, I would say take a look at those demographics, see where your audience is based. And then a good sort of rule of thumb you could think about is posting in the morning and then around lunchtime and then in the evening for that sort of time zone that audience is in. All right, so we've covered a lot of ground today and want to make sure there's plenty of time for any questions. So I've got just a few key takeaways here and then we'll open it up for any questions that you have. So the first one is considering the nuances and strengths of each platform when creating all of that great content that you're creating. So thinking about, the LinkedIn industry trade show, Twitter cocktail party, Facebook dinner party, and Instagram digital gallery. The second one there is ensuring social content has a purpose and maps back to one of the 4 outcomes. So, whether your content is educating folks or entertaining, inspiring, or, aiming to convert. And then last but not least, experiment with different content formats and ideas to see what works best for you. So maybe you want to give a try, an infographic or a poll or question, or leveraging a visual list with some cool key takeaways there. Really just don't be afraid to try something new. Take a look at your sort of doc that you have with different content ideas that you like, that you might want to try. And as you're trying some of these new ideas, keep tabs on your analytics, see how they perform for you. Do they draw the reaction you're wanting to from your audience there? And then, of course, just try that content inspiration doc to find ideas that could be interesting to give a go, whether it's related to your industry or not. All right. And with that is everything on my end. So I'll open it up for anyone that has any questions.
Guys, do we have any question in the audience? If so, just approach one of the question mics and she can hear you. But you can't just ask it out because she won't be able to hear you. Anything? No? Yes? Oh, we got one coming. Just a second.
My bad. Hi, I have a question. So, how do you gain attention across language and geographic barriers when you're posting in one time zone, but also trying to get attention in a different time zone and a completely different language?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I would say, taking a look at those demographics, if, you've got two different sort of zones, maybe it's posting the different language post in more of the time zone related for that sort of geographic area. So I would say even if it's the same post, but you're sharing it in different languages, if it's meant for different geographic regions, don't be afraid to share those differently. I also know as well on platforms like LinkedIn, you can also do dark posts where, there's not necessarily paid associated with it, but you can do organic targeting. So you could always think about doing something like that for different geographic regions as well.
Great. Any other questions? Yes, got one over here.
So I just wanted to see if you could dive a little bit more into the interactive portion of that three-part that you went into, and specifically about how to formulate some of those questions to engage the audience. We can't run polls. We can't do the other item that you had up there. So it was only the questions that you had, only the questions portion. So are there other options out there, or just how do we maximize the ability of questions on the platforms?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for something like, let's say LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, I would say don't be afraid to just write out a really engaging question, but something that's accessible too, right? So making sure the language itself isn't too heavy in jargon, but something that's open-ended that anyone could answer there. And then in order to jumpstart some of the engagements, because as I was mentioning, some people are a little bit nervous to be the first one to answer a question. You could always dive in on your personal profile or get some, other colleagues or, friends and family to jump in and answer that question too, to start getting some of that engagement going. And then you might see some of your audience participating as well. And then with something like Instagram, there's always the option of using different polls and quizzes and whatnot in the stories. I'm not sure if you're able to leverage those, but that can be a really great way to get some engagement going as well.
Any other questions, guys? Questions, comments, concerns? Let me check my... Oh, is there? Oh, there's an app on. Oh, there's questions on the app you're getting, Laura.
Perfect. All right, I see a few questions coming in on Slido. Someone's saying, what questions do you have regarding hashtags? So for hashtags, I would say, you want to, especially for something like Instagram anyways, when you're leveraging hashtags, you kind of want a mix of high, medium, and low competition hashtags. So an example of a high sort of competition hashtag could be, hashtag love, for example. If you're thinking of something for Valentine's Day, there's probably going to be a ton of posts there, and you might not rank on something like that. Whereas a more niche hashtag, will have less posts on it. So you have a higher probability of ranking there. So you kind of want a mix of all three when you're thinking about Instagram. On the other networks, I would say it's using 1 to 3 hashtags max in your post, and either putting them at the end or spreading them out throughout the post copy itself, just because you don't want any back to back in the actual post itself, because from a readability standpoint, it makes it really hard for folks to read. So I would say that's kind of a good rule of thumb when it comes to hashtags, but definitely, search up different industry terms, and that can be a really good option to find some of those hashtags as well that you might want to use. I see another question. Our goal is to reach people in the 18 to 24 age group. How would you suggest reaching that audience group on Facebook and Instagram, since TikTok isn't an option for us? So I would say if you have the ability to leverage paid, that can always be a great option because you can target that audience specifically. If not, I would say, leveraging your community. So people that are in that age group that are maybe already a part of your organization, have them act as, internal influencers for you, sharing about their experience, talking about, what they do on a day-to-day. If they're comfortable as well, you could always reshare some of that content or have them create content for your brand channels. So that can be a really great way to sort of reach that group in a very authentic way. But otherwise, I would just say, when thinking about like educational resources or inspiration or whatnot, think about what that group might be looking for. So thinking back to the example we went through in the Educate post, where it was targeted towards new recruits, you had a host giving tips and tricks about some of those, pieces that they might need to know. And it calls it right out in the caption itself. So that could be another interesting thing to think about there, just making sure, you're addressing or creating content for that particular audience. All right.
Laura, I did see
yeah.
a few more on your app. I don't think we have anything else in studio. If you want to answer one of these on the app, you're welcome to it. Right. Anything else, guys? Anything? No? Awesome. Well, Laura, thank you for your time. I appreciate you tuning in to the show. Really some valuable information, and again, just appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thanks so much for having me.
No problem. All right, guys, for those in the studio, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a sit down and discuss policy and procedure. and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2022 DINFOS Social Media Forum. I've got the honor, the privilege to introduce you guys to Mr. Andy Orr. He's the Director of Social Media up at OSDPA. So welcome. Thank you for your time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Tell us a little bit about your job, your position, your role, and what you do.
Sure. So I'm the Director of Digital Media for OSD. And I've never had a job like this before. I've never even seen a job like this before. And I cover a wide area of responsibility. A couple of the things are, number one, I run basically all of the social and digital communications for the secretary. So I manage his Twitter account, I write his messaging, I travel with him when he goes overseas for the most part. And it's been really great to get a front row seat to history, really, through his eyes, and being able to speak through him is obviously the privilege of a lifetime. On the other side of the spectrum, I have worked on, along with some amazing colleagues in our policy office, a DoD-wide social media policy. So I've been lucky, I think, to have been empowered to look across the department to see what are some of the gaps, broadly speaking, that exist, and how can we at OSD help without being too much of a pain. And then in between that, I support a lot of the folks in the operations and really just sort of the general messaging operation at OSDPA. So whether that's our press conferences, anytime we do rolling out a social media account or a digital media account for another principal, so for instance, the Deputy Secretary Hicks, or some of our policy higher-ups, I sort of play a tangential advisory role there. So it's been a wild ride. And again, it touches a lot of different things, and no 2 days are similar. But that's kind of a taste of what I do.
Oh, wow. Wow. That is a heavy load, especially at that level. Yeah. Now, you mentioned a little bit about the policy, DODI 5400 Tech 17, that just came out. Can you give us just like a general overview of what that entails?
Sure. Well, I guess I'll start by sort of describing how and why it came to be. So when I got in early January of 2021, along with John Kirby and a bunch of our OSDPA leadership. And one of the things that we wanted to do was take a look at, just operationally, how do things or don't things work here at the department. And I think one of the things that surprised us, frankly, was we were caught off guard a couple of times by some social media activity, official social media activity, that I don't think I or Mr. Kirby or really most people, I think, would have deemed within the lines of what would be appropriate from a DoD account. Right. And this is like one in a million stuff, but it's that one bad apple that spoils things for a lot of different people. And then we did a little bit of research with our friends from policy to figure out that there is no overarching policy that governs these things. I actually met with my predecessor, a woman named Stephanie Dreyer, who held this role a few years ago, and she informed me that she had began an effort to put something in place, but ultimately didn't have the time, didn't have the support in the time that she had, and so it didn't go anywhere. And that's what inspired us to start on this journey, and we wanted to create something that was, first of all, I think first and foremost, coordinated very closely with the services. And that doesn't necessarily mean the services are going to agree with every letter that's in there, but making sure they were part of the process from the beginning, because really we just sort of represent them. And as far as social media goes, it's the services and the components and the units that are really, I think, doing the heavy lifting. OSD just has a couple of accounts, but the Army, I don't even know how many they might have. So we wanted to put out something that was sort of a mediated solution amongst the wildly divergent views, and I think we landed on that. But again, we wanted something that folks who were social media managers or public affairs officers could point to show their senior leadership, hey, this is how we're supposed to operate. We're not, you know, you might have an opinion on how things should be, or you might want to say something that your public affairs office might not be cool with, but there's some governance in place. And that was actually one of the biggest demand signals that we heard when we first went out to the co-coms and the services was make it clear that social media activity is the responsibility of public affairs. And I think that was actually one of the most important things, hopefully, that we put in there to establish that. So that's just a little bit of background, I think, about how the genesis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what's that process even look like? Like, how do you even begin to get at something this large? That
Yeah.
This
right. Well, literally, I began by reaching out to my counterpart at the Marine Corps, who I had a little bit of a relationship with, and said, hey, do you think this would be crazy? And that person at the time was like, no, I would fully support that. And let me introduce you to this guy at the Army, this woman at the Navy. And then it started from there, and I sort of formed a core group of, really kind of a working group amongst myself and the services to figure out what do you want, what do you need, what makes sense. And really that sort of first draft we kind of all wrote together. Obviously it's changed a lot since then, you know, especially since the lawyers got all involved. But that's their job. But that's where I wanted to start. I wanted it to be written and conceived by social media managers, not by CIO, not by WHS, not by OGC, but by us, by PA, and specifically by social and digital media managers. And then once we got support from that core group, it was a lot easier for us to go to our policy shop to say, hey, look, we've got support for this. Again, me sort of managing up, working with Mr. Kirby and even his leadership to get support for this. I think that was a really critical sort of pre-coordination working group that we put together to make sure that we were on the right track.
It sounds like leadership plays a huge role in this, I would assume.
Yeah.
How did you even begin to get that leadership buy-in? Was that something that they were looking for themselves, or something that you guys kind of suggested they had a way?
It was I didn't have to do very much, and I have to say I've got to credit John Kirby again, because if there was anybody who was more ravenous about making sure we did this, it was him. That obviously helps a lot. When your commanding officer is completely aligned and pushing for something that's even harder than you, that opened up, you know, everything. And, you know, I also think that because we went through this the right way, you know, our policy team, which is here today, they are pros at how to navigate the coordination process of how to make sure these things are done the right way. And we knew it was going to take time. It was going to be hard. We were going to have to make concessions. We weren't going to make every single service, every single unit perfectly happy. But we just kind of chipped away and kept working on it. Yeah, but leadership was important for sure.
Okay. Any key highlights that we need to be, you know, obviously I don't want to go through the entire policy.
Yeah.
Make sure you read the policy. Which one? Read the policy. But like, you know, is there, if you, key takeaway, what's my elevator pitch, I guess?
Well, I mentioned one. I think one thing that I want to stress is that this puts the jurisdiction of social media accounts, with a couple of exceptions, a marketing exception and an operational security exception. Besides that, it establishes social media accounts as a public affairs equity. And I think that's, again, important to understand, because it hopefully empowers our public affairs officers, our social media managers, to, again, be able to point to something to OSD, that's something that OSD put out, saying, we own this, we are probably the best qualified to work these channels, so let us own them. The other section that I would just broadly, highlight is we have a sort of principles of social media. I think it's section 2 or 3. And the principles was really sort of the philosophical regurgitation of the conversations between myself and Mr. Kirby and some of our leadership. And it outlines just some, I mean, things that everyone in this room would think are foregone conclusions. But I think it's helpful to actually just write this stuff down because I run a social media account. I care very deeply about my principal. I see things people say about him. I want to like clap back every now and then. I obviously won't, but it's important just to have something again on paper that reminds us as social media managers the very basic principles that we should be following. So making sure we're doing things with professionalism and decorum, making things are put out in a timely manner, making sure things are put out through the right channel. Another one of our principles has to do with the creation of new accounts. I'm sure it's not a surprise to anybody in this room. There's been a tremendous proliferation of accounts being created, and we wanted to put something in there that generally discouraged that. Unless there was a specific strategic communications need that was not met anywhere else. And that's obviously not a blanket no statement, but it is a really take a look and really judge whether or not you need to create a new account or you're just siphoning off followers from somewhere else. And so there are a few things I think in that third section, the principles, which are really sort of, again, where we started from that are important to really soak in.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about, managing platforms for Secretary of Defense. I mean, that's pretty, it's a heavy lift. Like, what are the considerations? Like, what do you think about when you're talking about managing those platforms?
Yeah, that's a great question because I've never managed an account for anyone like this before.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it is terrifying because I have to make sure that my personal account is completely logged out of everything all the time. The solution that I personally have found for that is I have not tweeted in a year and a half. And I'm just not going to because I'm terrified, like I said, of putting something out. There are also some rules, Hatch Act, et cetera, that prevent me as a political appointee from doing stuff. So frankly, that helps. But I think the most important thing for me has been, again, getting that access to him or to his activity or his schedule, and certainly the people that create the policies that he has to go around the world and talk about. That has been really important. And I think in terms of how I manage the actual account itself, I'll be honest, you probably all have way better sprinkler setups and that kind of a thing. And so it's really been a case of I just sort of never give myself a mental break, which again I'm probably don't do what I do. But this is just how I feel I have to do it. And I'm very deliberate about, we were just before the break discussing what happens when I go on leave. I have a very specific person that I hand it off to, and then that person hands it back off to me. We've also, I think one of the things that I tried to do is get very specific about his tone. I like to think of the Secretary of Defense as literally the most serious person on social media. And it's actually such a black and white way to think about it that it kind of makes things easy, right? So no exclamation points, no emojis besides a country flag, you know what I mean? If you're running the Army handle or something, you have a lot more room to play with, but as the Secretary is concerned, I'm way over here in this box, and I stay in that box, and that kind of simplifies things. So I understand his voice, I understand how he wants to communicate about things on a basic level. And then our public affairs team does a great job of distilling information about, if he, for instance, today, just this morning, did a bilat with his Japanese counterpart at the Pentagon. So we have a great public affairs team that will translate what happened at that meeting and summarize what we want to say about it. And I will just take some of that and put it in his voice, find the most important thing, and go from there. I don't know if that helps at all. I mean, I wouldn't follow my advice here, but it's just how I do it, and it's worked out okay so far.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Now, I would assume at that level, you probably get a lot of negativity as well as positive. I mean, how do How do you deal with, what about the comment section? How do we deal with engagement? How do you deal with engagement? Is there any engagement?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and I've been in a lot of, I used to work at PR firms, and our clients would ask us this stuff all the time. I mean, my philosophy is it completely depends. Personally, I have never, ever been a fan of deleting comments or censoring anything. And I also understand that things can get out of hand. You know, I'll think back to a situation last year when, you know, the secretary, we were over in the Philippines, and the Philippines, at the time, COVID was completely decimating that country. This was, I think, 2 Julys ago. And they had very, very, very strict requirements for foreigners coming in to visit the country. We had to wear masks, we had to wear a face shield, and that was something that we did out of respect for them. But some of the pictures obviously made it look like the secretary, where, if you remember at that point, COVID was sort of very mild here. And some of our detractors looked at that and said, look at this, you know, crazy, he's going crazy about COVID, blah, blah, blah. You know, a lot of, you know, this is our woke secretary. And that was an interesting situation where we did get a lot of negative comments, but in no circumstance, under no circumstance would I ever consider engaging directly from that account. First of all, that is not the Secretary of Defense's place. I think he kind of rises above all of that. So we really just kind of went about our business, right? Now maybe there is a situation in which we respond to something in a different way. Maybe maybe our press secretary, for instance, puts out a statement or a tweet that addresses the fact that actually this was a requirement by the country, and that's what you do when you want to go respect someone else's country and their culture. We didn't even have to do that, luckily, because some of our reporters that were on the trip, as well as some people in the social media world who knew better, actually said that for us. And I think that because I think we've built up an authentic presence, we are not bomb throwers. So I don't think people necessarily, it's weird, I think, when people sort of glom onto the secretary, for instance. So there's that gut check of, well, are they really attacking him for a right reason? You know, this is not a guy that makes any, you know, faux pas out there. And so quickly, people that I think were more logical said, wait a minute, no, you got this all wrong. But again, for that instance, I would never, ever consider responding back to someone. I think that that's probably pretty basic. And I would probably broadly encourage that as well. I mean, we are all, at the end of the day, representatives of the Department of Defense, and so whether you're tweeting for the Secretary, or you're tweeting for a new you know, initiative with a blue check mark next to your name, you still represent the department. So if you're going to clap back at somebody, that's as good as the department, you know, clapping back at someone, and our press office will probably have to answer for that. So I don't know. I mean, I know too that comments can get out of hand. Obviously, there are mechanisms to report that kind of activity. Certainly, anybody who's on a platform has to follow the terms of service. So that's just my personal philosophy. Kind of went on longer than I wanted to there.
Oh,
but
no, you're fine.
Yeah.
And please, guys, if you have any questions, just approach one of the mics while we got them here. So we're talking a little bit about some of the things that you guys have done. What about lessons learned? Is there anything that, you know, that you've experienced in your time there that it's like, man, you know, maybe I should never do this on social, or something that we should be, you know, kind of doing?
I guess a lesson learned, well, the thing that's on my mind right now that I want to try to do better is be more proactive, actually. I think, especially in my lens as the secretary, it's very easy for me to say no to things. Like, oh, I don't want to amplify that, or I don't want to get involved in this. But there are a lot of really interesting things happening, and a lot of really important things happening that we haven't really dipped our toes too far into yet. I think of a lot of the work, the incredibly important work that we're doing on the AI front, the cyber front, sort of the new, sort of these emerging advanced technologies. Deputy Secretary Hicks is very focused on this material. Her Twitter account, actually, she's always talking about this stuff. That's an area where I'd like to see if I can get, if I can get the get the secretary, I would just do it. But talk about some of that from the secretary's voice as well, where appropriate. You know, obviously the Ukraine stuff has been a huge, huge, huge message for us. We were heavy on that stuff a few months ago, and it's kind of tapered as, you know, I think Russia's unjust invasion continues into its 8th month here, or 6th month. But, you know, I think that it's important not only for our military, but also our allies and partners, and for the Ukrainians to keep that drumbeat going. Just last week, the Secretary was in Ramstein, at Ramstein Air Base, holding the contact group with more than 50 of his counterparts from all over the world to again discuss how can we continue to help Ukraine. That was an incredible moment for us. I think it was our 2nd highest engaged sort of moment overall since he's been in the chair. Creating more moments like that, where maybe we don't have to get 50 leaders in a room together, maybe there's something else that we can do that won't reach that level of engagement, but trying to be more proactive and thinking through how can I better and more proactively capitalize on some of these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
You talk a lot about voice. I've heard you mention that a few times. How do you even begin to establish something like that?
Honestly, just listening to him a lot. He talks a lot because he has to publicly talk all the time. He's actually a pretty kind of reserved individual, like off the cuff. He's not an off the cuff type of guy. Some defense secretaries, some are, and that's a whole different ball of wax that I frankly don't know how to deal with. The secretary is very economic with his words, and that actually, in a weird way, has helped me because you have to be very economic with your words on Twitter. And so I will, you know, I just think in having heard him and having read so many things that are put out in his voice from our speech team, from our policy team, I've gotten a good sense of how he talks, how he thinks, what he wants to say, what he doesn't want to say. And I think for the most part we get it right. You know, again, I think the thing that makes it easy is if I think of him as the most serious person on Twitter, which I think he should be, you know, even more so than the president. I really do believe that because when you tweet from the Department of Defense or the Secretary of Defense, that means something completely different, especially for an ally or even adversary. It really kind of simplifies it for me. And again, I would hope that in a way it simplifies things for a lot of our social media managers because again, no matter what you say, no matter how cute you want to get, at the end of the day, you're still representing the Secretary, the Defense Department, the military. And when the U.S. military says something, I mean, that's one thing I've learned. When the U.S. military says something, it carries a lot of weight all around the world. And sometimes it's easy to forget that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let me check my, see if I got any questions online here.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, good. Not that I see. Wait. I forget people are following me on different places.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Yeah. No, this has been really educational though. And I think I got a question in the studio while we wait on that.
Okay.
What do you got, Bill?
Afternoon, sir. What parts of the policy were you and the policy team the most adamant about making sure got into this current draft?
I would go, for me personally, it was the principles. You know, again, that is where this whole thing started. And we wanted to make sure that a very basic level of how you should think philosophically about these accounts are run. We even tried to see if it was possible to release the principles before as kind of a separate memo. Wasn't really the right thing to do. Again, I think it was those principles that really were the guiding thing, the reason we did it in the first place, and the thing I personally feel like is most important in there. Yeah.
What type of feedback have you guys gotten as far as the?
It's been largely positive.
Yeah.
We've certainly got a lot of questions. Andrew Frisano and I hosted a series of office hours over the last couple of weeks, receiving questions, and we're actually going to be putting out a Q&A, which dives a little bit deeper into some of the questions, the biggest questions that we've got. But for the most part, I think we've heard a lot of feedback that the policy is very thorough, very well written. I mean, it is a policy document. It's not bedtime reading necessarily, right. But I think another thing that I want to stress, would want to stress about the policy is, we also, I forget exactly the verbiage, but we state in there that whoever's running a social media account is also beholden to whatever directives that their commanding office or their service might have. And I think that's important because what we tried to do with the policy, which I hope we did, was write a lot of these things in a way that could be, I don't know if interpreted is the right word, but malleable based on the needs of a certain service. So I'll give you a great example. I won't name them, but we have one service that really wants to be a lot more liberal with what we can say, how we can say it, what service members can do on their accounts, that kind of a thing. That's what they want out of a social media program. We have another service that is the complete opposite. And if you ask them, we wouldn't have any social media accounts at all. Again, I'm not going to name names. But what we hope is that this document meets in the middle a little bit, but also empowers both of those offices to take it a step further. So I've seen some incredible handbooks just at the service level. The Marine Corps, for instance, the Navy has a great one. The Army has this beautiful website, I think it's army.mil/social media, that takes, I think the principles are pretty much in line with everybody else. But it takes those and then interprets them as to, okay, and here's how we want you to think about running your social media accounts. Right. And what the Army puts out might be wildly different from what Marine Corps puts out. And that's okay. And we wanted that. And we want to make sure there's room for interpretation and diversity in terms of how these accounts are run. So that's the other thing that I would stress is that just because there's a policy out, I don't think it means stop thinking about how to run these things at a philosophical, managerial level.
Right. Yeah, it's always important, I think, we say in the class that, to look at my left and right lateral limits.
Exactly.
And I think that's definitely what the service policy letters do, and I'm sure this aligns with that as well. So
yeah,
no,
that's the goal.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Any questions from the audience, guys? I got one in the back. Let's make your way to the microphone here.
Hi.
Joey Syke, National Defense University. One of the things that stood out to me about the policy, well, one of the sections was the part about contractor involvement. I know a lot of agencies have contractors that are very involved in social media. Do you see social media moving towards almost an inherently governmental function or adjacent to that?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think contractors are incredibly valuable. I don't know exactly if we have any. I mean, I can tell you for a fact we don't have a philosophical view on that one way or the other. I also think too, contractors can be specifically helpful when, when you think about resourcing a social media program. You can't always put a person on it. And one of the things that I've been adamant about, at least personally, is I run the Secretary's Twitter, but I don't run any other accounts. And I think that's one account is usually enough for one person. So if your component is responsible for 10 accounts, that doesn't mean you have 10 people, certainly. Maybe you have one person, maybe you have half of a person. And so if you're able to, if it makes better economic sense to do the contractor route, then absolutely, I think we would encourage that. Yeah. Yeah.
I had a kind of a question from a recruiter earlier.
Yeah.
You know, because they're kind of different. You know, a lot of times a recruiter will come out of a job field. I know when I went on recruiting duty, I was in communications. I was a data guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and now I'm on recruiting duty. And a lot of times our recruiters are tasked with these social media platforms. I mean,
yeah.
Did we look to address that at all, and that kind of disparity?
Great question. So actually, if I go back to a comment I made earlier, recruitment, or I think what we call marketing, is one of the two operations in which this policy does not directly apply.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of, in this policy, for instance, there's stuff about personal use, there's stuff about endorsements. That does not apply to the marketing operation. Right. I will say that, you know, again, when we put this out, social media for public affairs purposes, and as far as I'm aware, there's a pretty clear line between public affairs and marketing most everywhere you go. I will say personally, I think that there's more work that we could do to maybe, I don't know, but if they at least work more closely with some of the marketing teams to make sure that we're supporting each other. That's something that I would certainly be open to at an OSD level. I know some of the services, my counterparts of the services, are exploring this. It's been a difficult line to navigate, but I think now is a perfect time to start thinking about what can we do to collaborate. But from a marketing perspective, this policy specifically doesn't really touch that stuff. You know, I will say I've seen, especially from the services, I'm channeling my counterpart from the Navy. You know, there's been a lot of emphasis on vertical video, making sure that the tactics that we're using and the platforms we're using are up to date. You know, a lot of show versus tell. We've been talking, for instance, about an effort where the Secretary had some initiatives around economic security and food security and housing security. How do we actually show these things as opposed to, you know, just saying, here's the policy? These are things that I see marketing teams do really well, and recruiters do really well, a lot of showing. Of course, I'm not in that world, but I would like to glean some of the lessons that they have, because they have obviously amazing social media operations, and inject a little bit more of that into some of the stuff we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's good. I think it's important to align both. It's funny, I always think back when I was just launching social media for the Marine Corps, we'd always be at odds at one another with Nick Rick and Headquarters Marine Corps. It was just like this. It's like,
yeah, no, we should be in the same room, I think. I don't know.
Because I think at the end of the day, it's all about the branding and everything that's involved with that. So
yeah.
So we'll talk a little bit legal. I don't want to get too legal.
I'm happy to. That's why I have my lawyers here.
Yeah, right. But what role did that play when you're, again, building a policy like this?
Yeah.
How important was it to bring in like your legal team or what have you?
Well, it was mandatory.
Yeah.
We had to, you know, this process, I don't know what else to tell you.
Just walked in. What are we talking about?
It got completely fine-tooth combed by the lawyers. OGC was very helpful. You know, and they think of things that a right-brain person like me would never think of. And so, yeah, they were instrumental. WHS had a big hand in it, OGC, the CIO. The CIO, I will say, was one of our very first partners, going back to that very first conversation we had, figuring out where the jurisdiction was. And, you know, it was actually written, and I think it was 8170, where in 2012 or 10, I believe this was written, that they were at that point in time under the CIO jurisdiction, and bringing them out of that and putting them under public affairs. The CIO, for the most part, was like, "Oh yeah, that makes total sense. We should, you know." So they were a really crucial partner. But yeah, no, I mean the lawyers completely rewrote some of the sections, and we rewrote them back. You know, you guys know how it works, but couldn't have done it without legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. It took a year and a half, year and 8 months.
Really?
But that's how, yeah. I mean, that's how long I think something like this should take.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, another question?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So I wanted to know, earlier you mentioned about the working group that you had established in creating this DoD policy. Is there a working group for digital media for the senior leaders, OSD-wide, possibly?
Yeah.
Like a peer-to-peer?
We have one that we do have one. We do a monthly meeting with my counterparts at the services and at the COCOM level. Where do you sit?
OSD Arnie.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I think that we should probably talk after. We need to find a way to better incorporate the OSD offices. Because that happens at a sort of service level, but it doesn't happen at an OSD level.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, these are offices that I want to empower more to feel comfortable. I get the sense that a lot of our OSD friends aren't super comfortable wading into the social media water, and that makes sense. And OSD, frankly, is one of the areas where I would really love to see us pull back on accounts. But that doesn't mean we should do nothing. And I think there's a lot more we can do. So maybe let me get your business card afterwards, and we can email and figure something out.
Absolutely, would love to. I'm part of a weekly integration group, part of the OSD PA integration group, but we don't discuss digital media. It's really, you know, look.
Yeah, no. The PIG is a little bit, what does it stand for? PA
PIG.
integration, they call it the PIG.
PIG.
PA integration group. Yeah, it's a little bit more traditional media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
you.
Of course.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think how important was, and we might have mentioned this already, but how important was that integration, that crosstalk between the, getting buy-in from other services when putting something out like this?
Well, on two levels, it was really important. I think, again, to reiterate at the beginning, let's make sure we're all starting from a common philosophy here.
Yeah.
That's where I think it was most important. The second area where it was most important was, again, just like legal, it was required that this went through the services. So their policy people got chops at this. They were allowed to say, we concur with this, we don't concur with that. So we really kind of had two touch points. One was at the beginning and a more informal. And that's not to say that through our monthly meetings we were always kind of talking about it and giving updates about where it was and that kind of a thing. But just like with legal, it needed a part of a formal coordination process. It means that they had their lay of it, to really make their comments known, and they did. And they were all, willing participants in that process. So I would say that was the other key point was at that moment in time, and I think it was a month or two long, where they had time to get in their comments, and Andrew and his team went through all of them and addressed them or didn't address them, and said, we need to go back to you on this, and said, there was a negotiation, I think, for probably upwards of 50 to 100 different little nits and this and that, mostly, I think, from the services and from legal, through that formal coordination process of a policy like this.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Anything else from the audience, studio? Question over here.
Hi, I had a question regarding the personal use section. It's probably what our public affairs office gets asked about the most in our unit from our soldiers. And the policy, I think, can be interpreted pretty stringently or maybe not so stringently. And I was wondering, with the Q&A that you had mentioned coming out, will there be like examples of appropriate use? Additionally, we had recently started using the new Army Ambassadors program. Is that something that is going to continue in light of this new policy? Will that be changing? Just some things that kind of cross in terms of marketing and social media that we often get asked about, and we're not too sure how to answer yet.
Yeah, great question. I think so as far as the Q&A, it absolutely is going to address some of that. Here's what I'll tell you. The reason that section is in there, first of all, is this policy was issued to address guidance on official accounts. And at some point during that coordination process, it became clear that in order to define an official account, you also had to define what a personal account is. And so what we wanted to do was not put anything in there that was again, beyond common sense, that was too stringent or too lax, because we frankly really did not want to go down too deep of a hole of road with that. And there, I think, are certainly some UCMJ implications. So the way I think about it is this is I would hope, a common sense approach for just a couple of things that you shouldn't do on your personal account. So number one, don't get up there and act like you are speaking on behalf of anyone besides yourself. We've had a lot of questions about, like, can I appear in uniform? Can I have my rank up there? And it's a sort of a tricky scenario, because while yes, there are ways that you can do that, what you don't want to do is by any way imply that you're speaking for the U.S. Army, because it's written right here. So there are certainly case-by-case scenarios in which that will be different, but it's not a blanket no, don't do that. The other one is don't make any crazy political statements. You'd be surprised how, maybe you wouldn't be surprised how often that happens. Both sides, and sides I've never even heard of, have very strong views about politics. And if you do that with the uniform on, that's going to get everybody in trouble. And then the third one was endorsements, like I mentioned earlier. So we, again, we want to make sure people are getting up there and, you know, let's say you have a pretty successful, like, workout program that you actually do on the side, and that's your side hustle. Assuming that you've cleared that with your commanding officer and with your ethics office, that's the first check. We, again, don't want you up there representing the Army, the Air Force, even your unit, if that's not what the goal is. If you're up there and you're in your plain clothes and you're, you know, I actually don't know the rules there, but the point is, we don't want, again, it to be misconstrued that the Navy is sponsoring Monster Energy drink because this, you know, E6 loves Monster and they can't stop talking about it, and they say the Navy loves Monster. So that's really the point. It wasn't to, like, I think, restrict people, even though I understand that's how I think a lot of these things could be interpreted. I do think the Q&A addresses a lot of that. Yeah, and the other thing I'll say is it's also another reason, I think, to have that follow-on step of a handbook or some kind of guidance from the service or the unit to say, here's, you know, frankly, I don't know that anybody besides you guys should be reading that entire 55-page document or whatever it is. Find the 6 things that matter most to your people and say, here's the 6 things that matter most to you, and here's how I want you to respond to these. Sure.
Other question.
Good afternoon. I actually haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I'm curious. One, does it address anywhere intergovernment communications or collaboration? And if it doesn't, I mean, how do you feel about that? I mean, because there are times service members need to hear from other agencies, like, let's say the DOD and IRS working together to talk about tax time, things of that nature. So does the policy address that, or what are your thoughts?
Doesn't address it as far as I know, but I think it's something that we should try to do better at. We work a lot, for instance, with the State Department. We're working right now with the Secretary of Veterans Affairs on some Suicide Prevention Month messaging. If you're working with another U.S. government entity, there really aren't very many restrictions as far as I know, right? Yeah. So I would say have at it. Obviously, you know, it's tough to coordinate interagency things, but if you think it's smart, again, you know, maybe read our principles and then ask yourself again, like, should I really be talking to people about tax day or, like, tax issues with the IRS? And if the answer is yes, then go for it. But make sure you're maybe doing that DoD mental check and making sure you're familiar with the principles and some of the stuff that we lay out about messaging. Again, I think that's in Section 3. And then, yeah, I mean, there's certainly no restrictions on working with other entities in the government, the U.S. government, to get our messages out.
Great. Anything else, guys? Questions, comments, concerns? No? Let me do a quick check here.
Yeah.
Nothing that I see. So is there anything like, I guess if there was a driving home point here, something you wanted to say either about policy or even managing from your perspective. I know you talked about like managing just one platform.
Yeah.
You know, like how does that? How do you even like try to determine or like what platform do I want to use, and then sticking to that one platform?
That's a great question. Yeah. Well, I'm only on Twitter with the secretary.
Yeah.
Early on, there was discussion: should he get on Facebook? Should he get on Instagram? And again, I have it easy, I think, in a way, because he's the most serious person in the world, and Twitter is the, I think, unfortunately, most serious platform that's out there.
All right.
Even though you certainly get your trolls and your haters and your bots and all that. But you know, I mean, we have other platforms to amplify things, and so that's what made sense for him. If you are running a recruitment account, it probably really makes sense for you to dig into Instagram Reels, to YouTube Shorts. Again, these sort of vertical video platforms that are really popular right now. If you're running, you know, if you're running an Air Force channel, it probably makes sense for you to be on Instagram so you can show beautiful photos of your aircraft or whatever. So yeah, I think these are pretty common sense questions that people should ask themselves. I also just, personally speaking, really don't think there's any kind of mandate. There's really any kind of mandate to be on all of these platforms. Right. You know, I'll be honest, some of our leadership has asked ourselves really hard questions about the department's presences and should we be on this platform? Is there really a benefit? Are we reaching anyone there that we're not reaching anywhere else? And is the trouble worth the, you know, whatever we gain from it? And, you know, obviously it's hard for a Department of Defense level account to walk itself back and, you know, come off of a platform. But I think it's always a question you should be asking yourself, and our account manager should be asking, are we on the right platforms? Are there new ones that we should think about getting on? I think there's this new platform, Be Real. I don't know how we would use that, but I think it's an interesting question. Like, how would we even begin to think about using that? Can brands even use it? Right. So I don't know. Assuming, I don't know if they're, I don't know much about, I'm actually not on it myself, but it sounds cool. And if there's an opportunity again for us to reach people, especially, you know, from the recruiting angle, I mean, maybe that's something that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, any parting words of advice?
No, keep it up. Thanks for everything you're doing. Hopefully, what we're doing in the policy is helpful for you. Again, we did this with the intention of making it so that you could go to your commanding officers or whoever is managing your team or your presences and say, here's what OSD says, and hopefully that's helpful. But you know, keep an eye on we have a defense.gov/social media, I believe it is, or maybe there's a dash in there somewhere. That's where we're going to release the Q&A, hopefully in a couple of weeks. I think that'll be helpful, and it's sort of a little summary of not only our the policy, the main points in the policy, but also some other relevant policies. It's not the only policy out there, you know. So, yeah, I would say thanks for your support and good luck managing these channels. I know it's not easy, personally.
Absolutely. And then one last thing. I know you keep talking about the Q&A. Is there a way for people, if they're out there, to submit questions? Or?
Yeah, there's not a great way. I think we have a mailbox right now. I don't know if there's a way to broadcast that mailbox, but we can maybe work with you to make sure the participants get it here or we get it out.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Works for me.
Cool.
All right. Hey,
thank you.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. This is fun.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back right after these messages. As if we have messages, right?
Awesome.
right, guys, welcome back once again. We got one more session, and then you can successfully say you've done one half of the 2022 Social Media Forum. Hopefully you're getting a lot of good information about this. I know I am. Again, happy you guys could attend. For our last session, we're going to talk analytics and data analysis. I'm going to introduce you to Mr. Amin Ibrahim.
Thank you so much, Kwande. Hi, everybody. My name is Amin Ibrahim. I'm the Senior Director of Pre-Sales and Training over at Hootsuite. I am hailing from Vancouver, BC, Canada. And fun fact, I don't know if y'all can see it right now, but that bookshelf back there, about half of that is military history. I got tons of respect for everything that y'all do every day, and I feel very privileged and honored to be here. So what are we going to be talking about today? Today we're going to be talking about social media analytics and data analysis and how that can relate to our day-to-day and how we can prove out the value of what it is we're doing and make sure that we're measuring the right things so that we can achieve our missions that are out there and our goals that are out there. So yeah, myself, Amin, again, pleasure to be here. Feel honored and privileged. So what are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about why analytics matter. We're going to talk about what are some of those different things that we might want to measure, because there's a lot of stuff we can measure out there. We want to make sure we only measure the stuff that's most important. We're going to talk a little bit about how we want to measure that, whether we're using a tool, a social relationship platform to measure it, or whether we're doing it natively. We're going to talk about why we want to measure those things and how we can prove that it's pointing us towards our mission and helping us be successful. And then we're going to also talk about how we can measure some of the impact of the things that we're doing, how we can quantify the impact of some of the things that we've been doing so that we could show the people around us and our bosses and our stakeholders what it is we're doing and the impact that is. So first off, why do analytics matter? So interestingly enough, and this will be no surprise to all of y'all, but 78% of government leaders see social media as a strategic area of focus. And as we know, I mean, we got half of adults who get their news from social media before any other venue. We've got, in a lot of areas of the world, we've got people spending more times on social than they spend watching TV. So it's no surprise that it's a strategic area of focus because it has become such a huge, huge channel for how we as human beings communicate with one another. So as a result, 78% of government leaders see social media as that strategic area of focus. Now, this one's really fascinating in that about 9 out of 10 government agencies say that social media is even more important over the course of the last year. I would actually wager that the 10% who say it isn't more important say that because they don't think it can get any more important. It's become such an important channel for us to reach people out there, to reach people we might be trying to recruit, to reach people we might be trying to influence, to share news of what our agencies and our departments are doing. It's huge. It's huge for us. And finally, 61% of government agencies say that misinformation and rumor control is such a key task of social media at their agency. And I'm sure there are a lot of you today who have this as one of the main objectives of why it is we're sharing this information. It is so powerful for us to win that information battlefield. It is so important for us to make sure that people cannot come at us asymmetrically. And that rumor control and misinformation is so, so important and such a huge part of social. Now, why do these three stats matter, right? So 78% of government leaders see it as a strategic area of focus. 89% of agencies think it's gotten even more important. And 61% of government agencies see that misinformation, rumor control is just such an important mission. So why does that matter for us here? Why does that matter through the context of business analytics? And so it matters because the analytics that we're going to be able to get are going to help us achieve these goals that our leaders have and that our departments and agencies have, because it is such a enabler for the things that we want to do. Now, why do I say this? So if we think about from the scientific world, the purpose of measurement in the scientific world when they're doing tests, when they're doing studies, is to test out hypotheses. We can tinker with a lot of things. We can do a lot of things based on gut feel, but in order to make sure that we're getting the right outcomes, we're fighting that misinformation in the right way, we're recruiting who we want to recruit, we're getting our story out there, and making sure that the enemy story that is incorrect is not getting out there, we need to make sure that we're testing the right hypotheses out. What type of content resonates better here? Will this initiative work? Will this initiative not work? So data is key to be able to test out hypotheses in an effective way so that we go beyond gut feeling and so that we can make sure that we're doing the right initiatives and not wasting time on the initiatives that are not working. Data is really important because it helps us make the best decisions. Now we've all heard the term losing the forest for the trees, right? And sometimes we can have some great high-level information, and sometimes we can have some great detailed information. And in order to make the best decisions, we've got to have strong linkages between the forest and the trees so that we're making the right decisions. They're not ivory tower decisions that aren't grounded in reality, and they're not myopic tactical decisions that lose the bigger picture. And having good data helps us make sure that we have that linkage between the high-level forest and the tactical trees to make sure that we can be on the right track and that the strategic layer and that the tactical layer are linked. And finally, data helps us prove the impact of what it is we're doing. In this day and age, as you all know, resources are scarce, resources are limited, and unless we can prove that what we're doing is working well, it can be harder for us to get more of that resource and to be able to fully achieve our mission and achieve our objectives. And so data is such a great way for us to test hypotheses, to make the best decisions, and to prove impact so that we can achieve those high-level goals, because we all know how important social media is for our leaders, and we all know how important it is in fighting that misinformation and that rumor control, which is just becoming endemic in today's world. So hopefully that gives you all an idea of some of the thinking and philosophy behind how we're going to be presenting a lot of the information in this session. And with that, let's get on to the next bit where we talk about what to measure, because there's a lot we can measure in social media. There's so much we can measure in social media. And so if we think about why should we be tracking these metrics, right? So tracking these metrics are going to help us make sure that we understand our audience, and it'll make sure that the content that we're putting out is resonating, it's landing with them. And so some of the things that we can measure how far our content is going. We can measure how people what do they do with it when they see our content? Is it important enough for them to share? Is it important enough for them to respond to? How are they seeing the relative weight of that content we're putting out? Is that content driving people to the areas that we want to go to? When we put out an amazing post on Instagram, is that driving people towards our recruiting page, for example? Is that helping us enlist more people so that we can fill our ranks? And then finally, is it helping people actually convert and do what it is that we want them to do, whether it's downloading information, whether it's filling out forms, whatever that is, we want to make sure we're tracking that. By collecting this information, we understand what our audience wants to see, and we can give them more of that so that they can hear the messages that we're putting out and the stories that we're putting out. So there are a lot of social media analytics out there. There's a ton, and there's a lot that we can measure, and we don't necessarily need to focus on all of that. We'll be getting into that a little bit later when we talk about how we look at a few models of how we might want to be measuring this information. But fundamentally, these are the most common types of metrics. We tend to call them vanity metrics, but likes, shares, comments, retweets, reach, engagement rate, followers. Really easy metrics for us to get. They give us a good idea of how our content is resonating with people. So for example, if I'm Central Command and we've got some amazing footage of Eager Lion that's going on right now in Jordan, and we got 30 countries participating in that training exercise. How is that resonating with the people that we're sending it out to? Are they engaging with that content? Are they sharing it out? Are there tweaks that we need to make? It's such a great way for us to find out how it's working. So these are the common ones. So to define some of these, and I know for some of y'all this is going to be social media 101, but for some of the others, I think it's really useful for us to define all these different metrics. So impressions, right? How many times was the post that you sent out and created, how many times has it shown to people? The reach. How many unique accounts have actually seen your post? How many people has it been, saw it on their friend's profile or their friend's profile or whichever? How much reach is it getting? Engagements is how do people interact with the stuff that you're putting out? Do they like it? Are they commenting? Are they sharing it to their friends? That's a great way to find out how important it is. In general, the more engaged people are, the more impact those posts have. From there, are we driving people towards website clicks? Are we asking them to convert somewhere? And then finally, there's the engagement rate, which is number of engagements and divided by impressions. So for all the impressions that you have, how often do people engage on that? That's a great metric for us to have. So we talk about some of the things to measure. Now, how do we actually want to measure these things? So there's a few different ways that we can do it. So some of y'all will have access to Hootsuite or another SRP. We're super proud to be working with y'all at DINFOS. We're super proud to be working with Marine Corps Recruiting Command, Central Command, CBP, Coast Guard, FEMA, FBI, all amazing departments doing amazing work within the government. We're really proud to be working with y'all. And so if y'all have access to it, some of those great analytics you can get right within the dashboard. You click on the button if you have access to it. It'll give you that information. And if you don't already have access to it, there might be some SRPs out there that do some free offerings you can have. I know we have one here at Hootsuite. But if you have an SRP, you want to find data analytics, pretty straightforward. You go into your analytics area and you can pull in those metrics. So you can start to collect the metrics that you need to collect. I'll be showing y'all once we collect it what we actually do with it as we get into the why section. But for now, this is how we can collect it. Now, if you don't have access to an SRP, it is still, and again, some more examples of what you can do within Hootsuite, right? So, or another SRP, you can take a look at what it is. You can look at trends. You can see how your audience is doing, who is paying attention to my information. Am I fighting misinformation at home? Am I fighting misinformation in other parts of the globe? It's just a great way for us to be able to see that. And if you don't have access to an SRP, we can get a lot of this stuff straight from the social media networks. So you can see, for example, on Twitter, how are analytics there where you can see how your individual posts are doing, how your account is doing, how is it trending? Is the stuff that I'm doing resonating with people? Are people, the recruiting messages that I'm putting out there, the enlistment messages that I'm putting out there, are people responding to that? Are they going to our recruiters the way we want them to go? It's a great way for us to find that out. Now, it's such a great way for us to look at not just the individual post level metrics. How did this one tweet do? How did this one Facebook message or post do? But what is my overall profile looking like? Are people coming to my page, my department and agency's page, to quash rumors and make sure they're getting the right information? Or are we not getting much traction out there? Those are great questions to answer, and the analytics that you get from the social networks can really help with that. Same thing with Facebook. Great way to get some insights on how your page is doing. Great way to know how your individual posts are doing, because we talk a lot about, one of the reasons is test hypotheses. And you might have a hypothesis that video content does better with this audience, or images do better with that audience. Or for training exercises, pictures are awesome. For testimonials, videos are awesome. For this age range, that's awesome. It's just a great way for you to be able to find out what is resonating, and so that you can make sure that the content that you are putting out there is the most impactful. And then the demographic stuff, really useful. A lot of times when we're creating content, sometimes we can have a one-size-fits-all approach. By paying attention to the metrics around demographics, your audiences, what's resonating with different audiences, you can create a more targeted content strategy to make sure you're achieving the goals and objectives that your agency or department has set. LinkedIn, I don't know how active y'all are on LinkedIn, but if you are active on LinkedIn and you're finding it useful from a career perspective, then it's great to be able to get recruits coming in. It's great to be able to have people who might be interested in working for y'all's departments to see what y'all have on LinkedIn. And so it's just a great social network we can use there. So we talked about what to measure. We talked about how to measure. Now let's talk a little bit about why we want to measure those things and how we can put it through a model that will apply to the goals and objectives that we have. So there's a lot of different metrics that we can measure, and we know why we want to measure them. Now, we're going to need to create a measurement plan. There are too many different types of metrics that we can actually collect in social media. And so knowing which ones to really focus on becomes really important. And it's very hard to know which ones to focus on if you haven't built a measurement plan. So I'd actually encourage you all as part of your journey as you're creating goals and objectives for what your team is doing, what your department's doing, what your agency's doing, to create a measurement plan. And the first thing that you want to do when you're creating a measurement plan is, who is your target audience? Is my target audience potentially people that I want to recruit into my organization? Is my target audience the citizenry who needs to be kept up to date with information and make sure that we're quashing rumors and that we're getting the right information out to people? So knowing who your target audience is really, really important. Now, once we know who our target audience is, we need to know exactly how we can help our target audience. What is it that they need from us? Like, what are we trying to do as a department to help that target audience out? Are we trying to keep our target audience safe? Are we trying to offer our target audience an amazing career and a fulfilling mission in life for what it is they want to do? That's going to help determine what type of metrics we want to collect and how we want to build that model. Now, we think about our audience, so we know who they are. We know how we can help them. Where in that journey can we help them the most? Because that audience is going to have a long journey, and there's going to be some key customer journey points that we can jump in there and help our audience out. Now, we also need to know what activities support our agency's goals. Do we have recruiting goals? Do we have higher level goals where it's around making sure that the citizenry is well informed? Do we have goals around a specific mission in some of our global deployments? How can we make sure that the activities that we do are supporting the agency's goals? So we need to identify those goals. And then finally, how do we measure success? Which metrics are important for us to plot against these different areas? What are we going to track going forward? What are we going to benchmark against? And what are we going to see in terms of how we can say at the end of the day, yes, this is working, or no, this isn't? So a measurement plan is key to all of that. So what are some typical social media goals and objectives? So these are some typical goals and objectives that will apply to most of y'all's information, most of y'all's organizations. Obviously, there's going to be different nuances with the different agencies and different missions out there. But in general, we need to make sure that we are informing people, we're connecting with people, and that we're protecting people. And ways that we tend to typically see how we can inform people is having a strategy on how we get our content out there, whether it's organic social content or whether it's ads content, which could be quite powerful. How do we generate traffic to the areas we want to generate to? What websites do we want to send people to? What links do we want to send them to? And what conversions do we want them to do? Who do we want to make sure is, for example, downloading the right forms or seeing the right information? We want to make sure that we measure that. And then finally, we want to make sure that the public opinion is influenced and they are presented with the right information so that we can defeat some of those rumors out there. It's really hard these days to cut through a lot of the noise out there, and it's important for people to get information that is true and that is relevant to them, and we need to make sure that we're constantly informing them so that stays top of mind. We also want to make sure we're connecting with people. How can we set up systems so that we can have those great one-to-one relationships? When somebody has a question about recruitment, for example, when they're not sure if they want to join which branch of the services they want to join, they want to talk to somebody, how can we respond to them in the moment and give them some great advice? How do we help grow by A, getting more people into our organizations, but also B, by retaining them? How do we remind people that where they are today is a great place and that's where they want to be, and be extra proud there? And then we also want to make sure that by connecting with people, we're increasing that likelihood of people having positive sentiment. We're increasing that likelihood of people having a very favorable view of your department or your agency or your area or the government, for example, so that we can make sure that we're driving the outcomes that we're looking to. And finally, protect is a huge one. We want to fight misinformation actively. We don't want to be on the defensive when it comes to fighting misinformation. It is a very, very important thing in this day and age, whether it's misinformation from state actors or non-state actors. We want to make sure that we're always fighting that battle and we're winning that battle. We want to make sure that based on our different team sizes and how our different organizations are structured, that we've got our team coverage for crisis management sorted out. So as you all know, crises happen every day, and when they do, we need to make sure we have a plan in place so that we can deal with it quickly and efficiently and drive the safe outcome. And finally, at the end of the day, due to the nature of what it is that you all do, it's all about keeping people safe, and we need to make sure they have the right information to do that, and that we can pull information from the right areas of different departments and different agencies to, again, keep people safe. So there's some examples of what typical social media goals and objectives are. These will change based on your individual day-to-day and your department and agencies or objectives and plans, but to give an idea of some of the ones that could be out there. So this is where we get into a framework for all this different measurement that we're doing. So there's so many things that we can measure. There's so many different metrics, whether they're vanity metrics, whether they're conversion metrics. How do we actually start to bring structure to this to make sure that our plans are working? And so this is the KPI framework that we use here at Hootsuite. And this applies for any organization out there. It applies for the defense establishment. It applies for businesses. It applies for nonprofits. It applies for anyone who uses social, because fundamentally, at the end of the day, some of the high-level priorities are similar. We want to make sure our audience is informed. We want to make sure we strengthen those relationships, and we want to make sure we're driving results. And so when we do that, we can start to really figure out what metrics we need. And so based on those priorities, so based on those 3 priorities, we can then start to have the different objectives within it. So for example, for informing your audience, you need to make sure that your audience is aware of what it is that you're putting out there, right? So I'm sending out this great post. I'm going to highlight this amazing success story of somebody who's enlisted, and they're a few years in now, and they're loving it. And they want to tell people about it. So we want more awareness of our organization. And so we'll send out that post, and we'll measure it, as you can see on the right here, by reach and impressions. So reach and impressions are a fantastic way to measure awareness. That'll give you an idea of how great you're doing at the very top of that funnel with awareness. Okay, cool. So people are now aware of this great post. Do they like it? Do they have any affinity towards it? Do they appreciate what it is we're sending out there? And so to measure the affinity, a great example would be, are people liking it? Are they leaving reactions? Are they now following your account? That is a great way to start to measure the affinity of the stuff that you're putting out. Now, once your audience is informed and you want to start to strengthen the relationship with your audience, how are they now consuming the stuff that you're putting out there? Are they viewing your photos and videos? Is it just falling on deaf ears? Are you creating a ton of content that nobody's consuming? It's a great way for us to be able to track that. And then from there, we can see, how do we move from consumption to conversation? Okay, cool. So they consumed it, but you know what? Now they're actually having conversations with you. They're sharing the stuff that you're putting out there. They're commenting on it. And so we can track that through there. Now, it's always fantastic for us to be able to inform people and strengthen those relationships. But at the end of the day, there are some very specific results that we tend to want to drive through this. And sometimes those results are intent, right? We are sending people towards different pages. I want people to check out this piece of information that is refuting some of these rumors that are out there. I want people to sign up for this, or I want people to look at this form. So we would go ahead and measure that intent based on how many people are clicking on the links that we have and whether they're going to the landing pages that we want them to. And then finally, are they converting? When we sent people to that link, for example, and they clicked on that website, did they then navigate through that website and ask for more information on enlistment? Did they go through that website, for example, for the Marine Corps Recruiting Command, and ask for more information on how they can become a recruiter themselves because they see that as being a great career path? And so this funnel helps us take the priorities that we have as an organization and then look at it through the lens of what are our social objectives. And then for each one of these 6 social objectives, what specifically do we need to measure to prove this out? And so what's really cool about this is once you've got this built out for what it is you're trying to do, you will quickly be able to identify areas you might want to lean into a little bit. So you might find that you're doing an awesome job on awareness and affinity. You're doing great on conversations, but at the end of the day, it's not leading to intent and it's not leading to conversion. So you're able to inform your audience, but it's not driving the results that you're looking for. Or maybe you're finding situations where you are driving results, but you're not actually reaching as many people as you'd like to, And so that set of results is more limited than it could be if you did a better job of informing your audience and having more awareness and more affinity. So it's just a really good way for us to find out what are some of the areas that we might want to lean into a bit to make sure that we're being successful and we're doing what it is we need to do. Now, I know I mentioned earlier that there's a ton of stuff we can measure, right? To give you an idea, and this isn't an exhausted list because I think within all the social networks, there are hundreds of different things we can measure. But even within these 6 buckets, there's a whole lot of different things that we can measure. So if we're focused on awareness, for example, that's what? 11 different things that we can measure, from total reach all the way down to number of posts published. Sorry, 10 things. Now, we don't necessarily need to measure each and every one of those, right? So within those 6 buckets, the plan here isn't that we build this model and then we measure 140 different metrics. Because as we all know, once we start measuring way too many things, we start getting lost in the data, and that's not necessarily the most useful. We want to pick the ones that are the most appropriate for these 6 buckets that we have so that it makes sense. We don't need to measure 40 different things for affinity. Let's pick the 3 or 5 most important and go with that. And that'll give us a plan of what we need to do as we go forward. So some key takeaways, right? As we build out that model, it's important that we keep an eye on our analytics. So I actually make it a monthly habit to review your social analytics, at least every month. Weekly is great. Daily might be a bit too much, but it gives you a good idea so you don't get surprised. And based on the framework, it's so useful for us to look at that data holistically. If we only focus on likes or only focus on followers, we're completely missing the boat. We got to look at it in terms of that funnel model and think about what it is that matters. That's what's going to help us make the, as we talked about earlier, make the best decisions, right? We're linking the forest and the trees, we're linking the strategic layer and the tactical layer to make sure that we're driving the outcomes that we're looking for. And finally, the data that we get, it's got to go to something, right? It's got to drive our content plan, for example. It's got to let us know what's working and what's not. So we're not just collecting data for the sake of collecting data. We're collecting data for the sake of testing things out and making the best decisions and ensuring that we do more of what works really well, do less of what doesn't, and tweak accordingly so that we get the results that we're looking for as an organization and get the results that we're looking for as an agency. Now let's talk a little bit about impact. Now in this, we're going to be talking about we're going to talk about a few different models and a few different formulas of ways that we can potentially measure some of the impact of what it is that we're doing, which will be great. So different types of impact. Here are 3 examples. There are more, right? But in general, when we think about the impact that we have on social media, we can help us get more of something, right? More conversions, more recruits, more funding. It can help us get less of something, less cost, less risk, all that other fun stuff. But here's some 3 good examples. So workflow efficiency. So when we have a humming social media program, and we've got the right tools in place and the right processes in place, then we can start to show a lot of great efficiency, and it becomes a big force multiplier. What happens then is that fewer people can do the work of a much larger team and reach a whole lot of people out there, and it's a huge cost saver for us. So workflow efficiency is a huge one. Strategy optimization is really all about, knowledge is power, right? And you collect the right information and you make sure that your strategy is correct and you're going in the right way and you're then chasing the right opportunities and you're not necessarily spending as much time on the things that don't work as well. So your content becomes really strong, your offerings become really strong, and it drives the results that you're looking for as an organization. And finally, advertising costs. Advertising is so huge for reaching people. And there are other things that we can do similar to advertising, like customer advocacy, which could be huge. And so, for example, it's, in a lot of cases, and this won't necessarily work for all departments, but there are some departments where we can really, really showcase the success that our members have. And that'll get their friends excited, that'll get their families excited, and it becomes a great complement to advertising as we try to get our our story out there and our message out there so we can drive what it is we want to drive. So if we think about the efficiency side, and this is where we're going to start getting into a few formulas and all that fun stuff. Now, if you have an efficient social media program and you've got the right tools and the right processes, you can actually save up to 65% of the time that you are currently spending on social media. And so what happens is if we build out this formula, we could look at if we spend 65% of this time, then we are saving based on a team of X. So say we've got a team of 5 people. We've got a team of 5 people. We're saving 65% of their time. We're saving 65, 0.65 times X. That's how many hours we're saving annually. And then what is the value from that? What can those people now do that is different? What other missions can we give them because they're not spending as much time in the day-to-day of social media marketing? So the efficiency part can be really huge. That could be a big value add, And there's a lot of really cost-effective tools out there, and you'll have access to great tools today that'll help you do that and help you achieve what it is you need to achieve with the resources that you have. There's also again, with the power of measurement, when we really understand the performance that we have, we can actually get an increase of 200% in website traffic. So if we think about that model that we talked about earlier, that funnel model, when we've built out that model in a great way, and now we're using it to analyze the posts that we have and analyze the stuff that we're sending out, the changes that we make from that, we have seen can have up to a 200% increase in website traffic. So if we can tweak the content that we're putting out there based on the metrics that we're now pulling, that'll give us a huge increase. And then again, it's going to vary by business, and that's why we have it as an X here. But the value of increased web traffic is going to change from department to department, and then that gives us, at the end of the day, a dollar value. Now, I fully understand. Just so I'm crystal clear, I fully understand that in the nature of y'all's day-to-day and in the nature of your missions out there, not everything is dollar value related, right? There are a lot of things that are about keeping people safe and informing people. This is a model to help us quantify these things. And, we're all capitalists here. And right now, dollars are the best way to do that. But 100% understand that it might not be a pure dollar thing from your department, but it's still a great way for us to be able to measure what that is. So please feel free when you look at these formulas, not only just to change the X, but also change what it is we're measuring to make it apply to your department. So when you're having discussions with your colleagues and your peers and your superiors, it's the language that they speak. Now, ads is a big piece, and ads, we see a ton of return on ads in general from social. So there's huge efficiency gains to be had by making sure you've got the right ads tools and the right ads skill set. You can save up to half the time, which again could be huge from an efficiency perspective. But the other thing as well is when we've got a really good measurement program in place, then what we have seen is that the people who are measuring the right types of data and have the right types of tools for ads, up to a 15% reduction in ad spend. And that can be huge depending on what is the ad spend for your department. So the ad performance goes up, which is great. And then we need to spend less money, which is amazing. So advocacy, and again, this will depend on what information you can share. But advocacy we have seen as just such a great way to reach other departments. So advocacy in this sense is, say for example, y'all do this every day in some of the great content that you've got out there, looking at some of the social networks, some of the great testimonials you have from people who now have great careers, some of the great highlights of people who've done amazing work. But really what advocacy is advocacy is a way for you to really take advantage of everyone in the organization to share content out. So giving them the ability to share out some of these great stories to their personal social networks. So if we think about a situation where we're trying to fight misinformation, and we're trying to fight misinformation at the departmental level, when we empower our front line to also fight that misinformation by packaging up those areas of information that we want them to share out, that has huge impact because it reaches their friends, it reaches their family, and it's got that instant trust when they see it from those people. So I am very likely, extremely likely to trust something my government sends out. But if that's also reinforced by something that my trusted friends or family group is sending out, that reinforces it even more and makes it even more powerful. So it actually could be a really great way for us to show some of the impact on social media. And again, if we're trying to drive people towards something, sometimes having things sent out by our trusted peer group or our trusted family group is even more effective than from a trusted organization like some of our government departments. Now, if we think about brand health, right? So this is, again, maybe a hard one to quantify in dollars for some of the things that we do, but in general, how is it that people feel about my organization? How do people feel about DINFOS? How do people feel about the Coast Guard? Now, being able to listen effectively to some of the content that's coming in, and some of that listening can be done with tools, some of that listening can be done natively through the social networks, but you can really start to see what type of brand mentions you have, and we can see what we can do, what kind of content we can put out there to increase that positive sentiment. And there's some ways to quantify it. Now, crisis management, I think that's the name of the game sometimes for what it is that y'all do, and it's really important. And making sure that you've got a really efficient way to communicate with other departments as needed, and leverage their social networks and leverage their people to make sure that in times of crisis, that right information is getting out there so people are staying safe. That could be really, really important, and it can help get ahead of crises as they happen. Now, there's also there's a brand reputation aspect of this as well, and that's why one of the great things about social media is it's easy for people to post, right? It's easy for people to get out there. And so one things we want to make sure is if we have the right processes and systems in place, we can actually keep an eye on what some people are posting. And sometimes, in general, we found that there's a 10% probability of people posting something inappropriate to social media. So who within our rank and file are giving our organizations a bad name by posting inappropriate things? There's ways for us to protect against that. There's ways for us to analyze that and report on that and make sure that we're catching that so that it doesn't impact how people feel about our organization or our group. So what should we do at the end of the day, right? What should our call to action be? So I think it's really important for us to think about all the different groups and departments that we have and what it is we want to do, and talk about why are we doing what we're doing? Why are we posting this information? What is our objective? What are our leaders looking to do? So why are we doing what we're doing? I think we got to get really clear on that. We got to get really clear on who our audience is. Once we know why we're doing what we're doing, what is actually worth measuring? Right? So of all those different things that we have, what should we actually measure? We've got hundreds of different things that we can pick from. What are the top 3 to 5 per bucket that is really worth measuring to make sure that we're driving in the right direction? And then how should we do that? How should we actually measure these things? Who should we share that information with? That's something we need to answer as well. And then finally, once we do that, if we can quantify the impact along the bottom, then we've got a solid framework for analysis that is quantified that we can then share with our peers, with our colleagues, with our superiors to make sure that we're getting the resources that we need so that we can achieve our mission and that we can measure against the success of what social media is doing to achieve that mission. So I'd love to encourage all of y'all to apply this framework and apply that KPI measurement framework to what it is y'all are doing. And hopefully that'll help y'all test things out. Hopefully it'll help y'all make the best decisions. Hopefully that'll help y'all prove the impact of what y'all are doing day to day, which is huge. So with that, let's go to Q&A.
All right, guys, do we have any questions in the studio? If so, please step to the mic so our presenter can hear you.
Hi, I'm Bethany Crouch from Defense Information Systems Agency. I just wanted to get your take on social listening and measurement for sentiment.
Yep. Yeah, hi Bethany. Thanks for the question. So social listening for sentiment, I think social listening in general is huge. Social listening is such a gold mine of what people are saying out there, and I think sentiment is the best indicator within it. It's not a perfect indicator. Sentiment will never be perfect because of the nuances of the English language, but it is such a great way to understand how people feel. And one thing I'd also recommend is that sentiment can be, like one bad news story and sentiment can change in a big way, but I think sentiment is such a great thing to track over time because that gets rid of the big, the big spikes and the big dips and gives you an idea in general of how people are feeling about your department over time or how people are feeling about a certain issue over time. And hopefully that helps you, that helps policymakers or whoever needs to make decisions on that.
Any other studio questions? No?
Hi, Major Gibson from 15th Air Force. So we're kind of taught in PAQC, knowledge, attitude, behavior is what we're supposed to be affecting. Do you have any tools on how we can better measure knowledge, attitude, and behaviors? Because I think what happens is that's very subjective, which is why a lot of organizations use the number of likes to measure their effectiveness. So do you have any specific tools on how to
I'm sorry, I can't hear the question at all, unfortunately.
Oh, wait, we're changing mics.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, fantastic.
Major Gibson, 15th Air Force. So we're taught in our school that knowledge, attitude, and behavior is what we're trying to affect as a government public affairs organization. However, KAB seems to be very subjective. So do you have any specific tools that will help us be able to really measure how well we are actually affecting or changing knowledge, attitude, or behaviors of our target audiences?
Knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors. I love that. I think that's awesome. I think KAB is such a great acronym, and it is interesting. And that's why I think something like the framework that we use is really great for measuring it might almost be like, do we put knowledge, attitude, and behaviors as part of those funnels, right? So right now we've got the three different ones that we have. Maybe it should be knowledge, attitude, and behaviors. And if we think about it, inform, part of that could be knowledge. If we think about actually interacting with people, having conversations with them, potentially attitude, and then actually driving conversions and the value that we want, that could potentially be behavior. And it's going to be, I think there are models that we can build for this. I think we'll need to look at what metrics we have. So for example, if we want to measure knowledge, we can measure if our information is getting out there. If we want to mention attitude, we can measure sentiment, as we just talked about in the listening question. And if we want to measure behaviors, we can measure it from a conversion perspective, but there's other behaviors that are tough to measure. And I think it's a great question. And I think there are some things that we can do. Will it ever be 100% perfect? I don't believe so, because we're trying to fit measurement into this great abstract framework. But I definitely think that we can get down that path. And we can build a model that, even if we can't measure behavior 100%, we can at least get some really good ideas of behavior and then get a good idea if we're driving behavior in the way, if it's trending upwards or trending downwards. Thank you for the thought-provoking question. That was really good. And knowledge, attitude, and behavior. I like that.
Any other questions from our audience in the studio? Check online. Anything else, guys? Well, I mean, I appreciate your time, brother. I appreciate the knowledge that you've given us. And thanks for tuning in for us, from our audience. Oh, if you got any parting words, Amin, you're welcome to share those with us now.
Yeah, so thank you all so much. I hope you all enjoyed this session. Thank you all for everything that you do every day. It's obviously super important, and you're keeping a whole lot of people safe. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity. And it's a pleasure speaking to you today.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. All right, guys, and with that, that ends our day one session. Unless you guys have any other questions, comments, concerns about anything. Doesn't appear to be. Everybody's itching to get out of here. I get it. It's a little later than 16:30. So be back tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. Absolutely. We'll do another exciting speakers tomorrow. We'll be talking about research a little bit and how we stay relevant in these ever-changing environments. We're going to have a podcaster here talking about podcasts and some great information about disinformation, misinformation. So look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. And with that being said, I think we are done for today. Thanks for tuning in.